The 8th floor descended into absolute bedlam. Shadows crept across the dead zones, and the frantic drumming of boots made every breath catch in their throats. Heavily armed troops marched in grim silence behind Kazuki. Suddenly he planted his boots and threw up a fist, signaling a dead stop. Kazuki's face was carved from stone as he barked. Today we are making history. We are taking down the 8th floor guardian. Do not slack off just because we have gotten an alliance backing us. If we fail to breach this zone, the 9th floor stays a damn mystery. The ranks suddenly parted like the Red Sea, carving out a wide path. Kazuki narrowed his gaze, locking onto the figures striding out of the gloom. He instantly recognized the approaching squad as Blue Eyes. Among them walked a mysterious man, his face concealed behind a striking mask. Flashing his signature confident grin, Kazuki stepped up to break the ice. Subaru offered a courteous nod. "My apologies for the holdup, gentlemen." Kazuki chuckled, grasping his hand in a firm shake. "Waiting, you are the first crew to arrive." Subaru tilted his head. "Word on the street is the Marshal Squad is backing us up today." Kazuki smirked. "Well, with the legendary Narukami Subaru running point, they are probably just hoping to scavenge whatever scraps you leave behind." Subaru's fingers instantly clamped around his sword hilt, his voice dipping low. "If they are only here to scavenge," he let the heavy implication hang in the air, pressing a softly pulsing orb into Kazuki's palm. A holographic status window immediately flared to life. The blessing of the Archangel, Kazuki breathed, utterly stunned. Subaru met his gaze. "I intend to execute this raid with 0 casualties. But just in case things go south, hold on to this." Kazuki frowned, trying to push it back. "You need this way more than I do," Subaru cut him off. "Besides, after this bloodbath, are you planning to come back to Blue Eyes?" Subaru pressed. "If so, you can return it to me then." He dropped his gaze, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossing his features. Clapping a reassuring hand onto Kazuki's shoulder, Subaru murmured, "And if you don't want to hand it back, consider it yours forever." Suddenly an earth-shattering boom ripped through the cavern, jolting them both. "It's here," Subaru roared. Kazuki's eyes went wide, completely blindsided by its premature spawn. Right as they braced for the fight of their lives, the entire raid force rallied in front of the colossal 8th floor guardian. Kazuki frantically barked commands, digging his heels in for the impending shockwave. A horrifying, multi-headed venom dragon erupted from the depths, instantly going on the offensive. Subaru tilted his head back, analyzing the threat. Beneath its vile exterior, the beast's massive claws crackled with pure, pitch-black energy, sending goosebumps erupting down Subaru's arms. A blinding system alert flashed, sending a jolt of electricity through his veins. His voice dropped to an icy, lethal whisper. "Your reign ends today." The venom dragon's monstrous slitted eyes immediately snapped onto Subaru. All of its grotesque heads threw back and shrieked, sucking the surrounding mana into a blindingly bright blue sphere. Panic flared in Kazuki's chest as he screamed, "It is charging a breath attack. Everyone fall back now!" But Subaru stepped right into the line of fire, blocking the retreat. Staring down the frenzied abomination, he shot back, bewildered. "What the hell are you talking about?" The venom dragon fused its catastrophic energy, its deafening roar shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. In a split second, Subaru's hand shot to his hilt, unsheathing his blade with deadly precision. He cleaved the air, unleashing a devastating wave of pitch-black aura. The two titanic forces of light and darkness collided in an apocalyptic shockwave. Shielding his eyes, Kazuki smirked. "Subaru, you never change." Chino practically skipped over cheering. "Holy crap, Subaru, all that insane grinding totally paid off." Saiga rubbed the back of his neck, grumbling in annoyance. "Damn it, I was 1 second too slow. I totally wanted the first blood." Rina peeked up from under her bangs, probing. "Hey, what exactly did you hand Kazuki earlier?" Subaru just flashed a cryptic, maddening smirk. "Oh, you will figure it out soon enough." He spun around to face the squad. "Is everybody locked and loaded? We are butchering this overgrown," and clearing the 8th floor with a deafening battle cry. The entire vanguard swarmed the beast, leaving Subaru standing in the dust to observe. "Look at them, so beautifully united," he muttered, his tone chillingly flat. Right then a shadow slipped up behind him, whispering, "Just as we planned. The concealed units are locked in." Kazuki slowly turned a sinister, razor-sharp smile, curving his lips. "Perfect." Let the games begin. Another veiled operative. Let's just hope Lady Luck is riding with you today. Kazuki pivoted back, watching the desperate slaughter unfold with absolutely zero empathy. With her slender frame braced and her hair thrashing wildly in the gale, the entire front line crashed into the monstrosity as one. The venom dragon snapped open its infernal red eyes, vomiting a torrent of crackling lightning from its jagged razor-lined jaws. Rina dove right into the danger zone. Seeger screamed, trying to pull her back. "Hey, don't just start hacking away blindly." In a flash, she darted her eyes back, catching the glint of his cold steel. She scoffed, rolling her eyes. "Are you seriously still not used to my tempo?" He snapped right back. "Well, you could try not getting yourself killed." Suddenly, Yak vaulted into the air, throwing down a challenge to Tashiya. "Want to bet on who can dish out the most damage?" A surge of crimson light violently ripped through the cavern, echoing the monster's agonizing roar. They synchronized perfectly, slicing from opposite blind spots. The swordsman scoffed, blowing a strand of hair from his face. The loser is paying for the victory stake. Flashing a cocky, fearless grin, he unleashed a merciless hurricane of slashes. As the monster momentarily staggered, Yak called out, "My bad, Chino." She narrowed her eyes in pure concentration, channeling her mana to the absolute. "Stop worrying about me, and just keep hitting it." Chino gritted her teeth, summoning a massive, impenetrable light shield. "I've got your backs. Just leave the defense to me." Kazuki stepped from the shadows and called out, making her violently flinch. "Gino, you really think you can block all of this?" Before she could even raise her guard, a vicious strike slammed right into her. Kazuki's icy voice sliced through the tension. "This is the price of your arrogance." Sensing a deadly shift in the air, Subaru whipped around at the sound of a shattered scream. "Subaru!" Gino's body swayed violently before crumpling into the dirt. Right then, Subaru locked eyes with Kazuki, who stood there, flashing a sickening smirk. Thick, angry veins throbbed in Subaru's bloodshot eyes. Pure, unadulterated fury radiated from him. But Kazuki just sneered. "You don't have time to look away." Right on cue, the massive venom dragon hurled itself at Subaru. Subaru roared in agony. "Kazuki, why?" Suddenly, the pitch-black void shifted, and a glowing system panel materialized. "You have been chosen by the tower. Climb the tower and prepare. The beginning will commence shortly." That ominous notification broadcasted to every single player. It was the very first transmission from the tower. Was it a brutal trial, or some twisted blessing? Even to this day, the true meaning behind those words remains completely unknown. I have no idea who sent it or what they wanted. We just blindly obeyed that magnetic pull, marching straight up the tower, into absolutely uncharted territory. Earth, Woolen, Runeterra, Alfred, Lucan. Warriors dragged in from entirely different dimensions, every single one of them, carrying the heavy weight of their own world. And today the brutal ascent raged on. The bright skies were long gone swallowed whole by choking clouds of ash and black smoke. Mangled carcasses of the venom dragons littered the freezing wasteland. The bloodbath was finally over, but it had cost the lives of true heroes. Subaru gasped for air in the freezing chamber of the Fluorate boss, the sealed dragon Hydra. His voice cracked heavy with raw grief and bitter regret. "I told you guys to run. Why didn't you just listen to me?" Against all odds, they had actually slaughtered the legendary, unbeatable beast. Subaru stared down at the broken bodies of his friends and choked out a bitter sob. "I never gave you idiots permission to die." The brave souls who had bled beside him were just gone. Deep down, he fiercely cursed their foolish bravery. Meanwhile, the system's glaring alarms blared relentlessly in his ears. Status critical, severe poisoning, natural healing disabled. Fatigue level, 94. If he could somehow turn back time, Subaru knew exactly how they would tease him. The automated voice stated mechanically, "Vital signs will fail if fatigue hits 100. This was the tragic reality of Subaru Narukami, the legendary Thunder King. Subaru glared at the traitor who orchestrated this massacre, and whispered hoarsely, "Why? Why did you do this?" But catching that smug grin, Subaru lost his mind and roared, "Answer me, Kazuki Kyojo." Kazuki stretched lazily, then squatted right in front of his ruined friend, drawling out, "It's been a whole decade, Subaru. I've been grinding my bones to dust for 10 agonizing years, just for this exact moment. You've got to know this was my only shot at putting you in the dirt. If I hadn't kept your eyes glued on me, your precious little lapdogs Lamb and Han would have definitely ruined my plans, right? His voice dripped with suppressed venom as he went on. You have zero clue how much your little handout suffocated me. So I picked this godforsaken world over you. It was always going to end in blood. It sucks that I had to play so dirty, but man, it feels good to finally cross the finish line. Kazuki let out a sinister chuckle. Oh, right. Guess I won't be handing this back to you after all. Lamb and Han are going to burn right alongside you anyway. Cheer up. Even when you kick the bucket, the history books will call you a grand hero. Not like you'll be around to check, though. Subaru's voice dropped to a lethal growl. This psycho was only listening to his own twisted delusions. Trembling violently, Subaru fought to cage his exploding rage, gouging his bloody fingers deep into the jagged earth. He swept his eyes over the carnage, his mind racing a mile a minute. His stare sharpened into a deadly glare. I might not walk out of here alive, but I sure as hell won't die for nothing. Catching the shift in aura, Kazuki snapped his head back. Pure terror widened his eyes as he shrieked. No way! That's impossible! Right then, a blinding system interface flashed into existence. Item unlocked. Aeolus. Legendary tier. Subaru launched himself forward, roaring with iron resolve. It still works. I've still got charges left. He flashed a vicious, blood-stained grin. Like hell, I'm telling you. You piece of garbage system uses remaining 4. Subaru gritted his teeth 4 more shots at changing fate. Simultaneously, 4 members of the Lamb and Han squads were still clinging to life. Unleashing his assault, Subaru prayed that at least a few of them would make it out alive. Kazuki frantically barked out, "Hunt them down, right now. Leave absolutely 0 survivors." One of his lackeys slashed his hand through the air, commanding, "Go!" Suddenly the battlefield expanded, revealing a colossal, glowing magic. Blood dribbled from Subaru's lips as he bellowed, "Oh, hell no!" He threw his hand to the sky, explosive lightning ripping from his flesh. "You bastards are staying right here with me." System alert flashing rapidly. Extreme physical exhaustion detect. Fatigue spiked to 95. The legendary Thunder King was burning through his very life force. But Subaru didn't care. He chose to detonate every last drop of his power. Kazuki spat out in sheer frustration. "Subaru, you are so damn stubborn." Subaru's muscles were literally tearing apart at the seams. Exhaustion violently cranked up to 96. His voice turned into a glacial threat. "I have no idea what garbage Kyojo promised you freaks, but you better be ready to pay the ultimate price. Because from this exact second, nobody breathes without my damn permission." Paralyzed by the sheer sight of him, the enemies hesitated for a split second before lunging forward. They were betting it all on this one desperate strike. Blades gleamed in the air, thirsting for blood. Under normal circumstances, Subaru knew he'd wipe the floor with these scrubs in a heartbeat. But with Kazuki lurking in the shadows, the rules had changed. Fending off this endless mob was draining him dry, and sheer exhaustion was rapidly tearing away his final shreds of stamina. Damn it, I'm running on fumes. In that brief moment of distraction, a vicious blow slammed right into Subaru's back. His face twisted in agonizing pain as thick crimson blood sprayed violently from his lips. A chilling system notification flashed, fatigue level skyrocketing to 98. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Subaru whipped around to unleash a fierce counterstrike. Absolute chaos erupted across the battlefield, leaving gaping, gruesome gashes on everyone in his path. A harsh light slowly flooded the blood-soaked arena. Subaru's knees buckled under his weight, his heavy blade clattering onto the cold stone beside him, while Kazuki screamed. But right then Subaru dragged himself back to his feet, glaring dead into Kazuki's soul as he let out a bone-chilling whisper. A devastating surge of raging lightning exploded from his very core, instantly frying the nearest attacker to a crisp as the man's eyes violently rolled back into his skull. As the blinding electric sparks finally fizzled out, the charred, lifeless body slammed face first into the dirt. Subaru desperately clawed at the blade buried deep inside his own flesh before his legs finally gave out. He had hit absolute rock bottom, prompting the crowd to screech, "Is that freak actually dead?" Kazuki slipped seamlessly into the roaring mob, staring down his monstrous rival with ice in his veins. Subaru honestly never imagined his own demise would be this pathetic. The relentless system warnings kept blaring, pushing his fatigue level to a critical 99. Warning, extreme exhaustion detected. Reaching 100% fatigue will result in immediate death. A bitter thought echoed through Subaru's fading consciousness. Kazuki, out of everyone here, you should know exactly what I'm capable of. By now, his shattered legs completely refused to hold him up. But then, with every ounce of life left in him, Subaru roared, "Break!" His eyes practically bled with pure, unfiltered rage. Just as Kazuki was mentally drafting his fake apology speech, a holy light triggered the Archangel's blessing system. I'm not dying here. In a fraction of a second, raw terror completely hijacked Kazuki's widened eyes. Faster than lightning, Subaru's massive blade launched straight at his face. No freaking way. Subaru locked in his ultimate resolve. He was going to walk away as the undeniable champion, no matter how desperately wrecked he looked right now. Kazuki, if he was going straight to hell, he was absolutely dragging that traitor down with him. The ultimate, thunderous thrust was perfectly locked onto its target, but weirdly enough, right at the precipice of death, Subaru's mind drifted completely off course. Was he seriously going to be trapped in this miserable state for all eternity? Just the thought of it felt like pure psychological torture. But wait, what the hell was that? This disgusting stench, a deafening crash, echoed as a heavy lid slammed shut. Subaru snapped awake brutally, realizing he was sitting waist-deep in a foul, rotting dumpster. He frantically scanned his filthy surroundings, utterly bewildered. Is this what hell looks like? Suddenly, a glowing holographic screen flickered to life right in front. It read, Name, Subaru Hoshi, Origin Earth, which only cranked his absolute confusion up to 11. Subaru? What kind of sick joke is this? This has got to be the most garbage status screen I've ever seen. Frustration boiling over, Subaru let out a furious growl. That lame name doesn't match my vibe at all. And seriously, Earth, that absolute wasteland is full of nothing but pure trash. Passing strange. What is this loser even doing hanging out by the trash? Just trying to make the rest of us look wealthy. He quickly pieced the puzzle together. The legendary Subaru Narukami was now just a pathetic glitch, desperately trying to reclaim even a fraction of the monster he was 20 years ago. The original Subaru Narukami perished exactly 2 decades prior, leaving this weak vessel as the new You've got to be pulling my leg. Is this some kind of messed up nightmare? Before he could process it all, his weak legs gave out, sending him crashing onto the hard pavement with a sickening thud. Subaru locked his gaze onto a strange gadget lying in the dirt, a creeping sense of suspicion gnawing at his gut. He snatched up the player's device. Thumbing furiously through the interface, he aggressively typed in the name Lamb in Han. Instantly, a massive wall of search results popped up. Headlines flashed before him. Lamku, the supposedly weak successor to the Lamku Guild, rises from the ashes, boldly carrying on the indomitable will of Subaru Narukami. And a quote from the current Lamb in Han leader, Kyojo, boasting, "We are absolutely crushing the upcoming championship." Forums were buzzing with endless nostalgia about the golden era of the Lamb in Han spirit from 2 decades past. He stared at the screen, utterly dumbfounded. No freaking way. Subaru stared dead at the glossy photograph on the display, his mind twisting and that bastard is actually still breathing. The smug face plastered across the screen was unmistakably familiar. It was him, Kazuki Kyojo. The bitter truth clicked. They were never actually enemies from the start. Subaru's mind flashed back to a late-night chat from their past. Yo, what's the deal with dragging me out here in the dead of night? The man had sighed heavily, replying, Subaru, I'm seriously thinking about bailing on the Lamb in Han Guild. Shocked Subaru had asked, dude, where the hell is this coming from? They were supposed to be brothers in arms, or at least that's what Subaru had foolishly believed. Kazuki merely smirked, adding, just trust me, you'll see the bigger picture. Relax, man. Even if I walk away, I'll always be lurking right behind you as your shadow. Yet fast forward a few years, Kazuki had forged his very own syndicate and stepped right back into Subaru's life. He even completely hijacked an old inside joke of theirs for the guild's name. Lamku, that twisted legacy, was the shadow he had promised. But the craziest part, the guy was still pathetically stuck on the 9th floor. which meant that for 20 whole years he hadn't accomplished. Subaru's eyes completely glazed over. A massive crowd swarmed the memorial board, pouring in to pay their respects at the Subaru Narukami Memorial Hall. 20 years had passed, yet the memories struck him like lightning. His memorial hall. He stood frozen, right outside the grand entrance bearing his very own name. Utterly floored, he stared at the massive architecture. The sheer scale of the building was absolutely staggering, far beyond anything he could have ever imagined. A familiar mask sat proudly on display in the center room. Every single visitor in the hall had their eyes glued to the grand tribute. Mind spinning, he could only ask himself, what exactly are they remembering me for? He dragged his feet forward. Who the hell set this up and why? Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the speakers, triggering a splitting migraine in his skull. He is the ultimate role model for every single one of us. The eternal hero of the Lamb and Hand Guild. The warrior who carved out an absolutely flawless, undefeated legend. The only man who ever came close to conquering the tower's peak. Raw terror and disbelief flashed across Subaru's eyes. Are you freaking kidding me? That was undeniably Kazuki's voice ringing out. That is exactly why we constructed this grand sanctuary, the voice declared. Subaru's blood boiled, thick veins popping along his neck as pure rage consumed him. Kazuki, wasn't slaughtering me enough for you? Fine. If you want to play this twisted game, I'll be more than happy to shatter your little fantasy. The hypocrite kept preaching to the crowd. Tragically, Narukami and the Lamb and Hand Guild will never return to us. Subaru glared fiercely at the display. Just you wait. Kazuki's sickeningly fake sorrow blared through the audio. We will never forget their sacrifice. I am going to rip apart this fabricated history and rewrite it from the ground up. He tilted his head back, staring intensely at. I will never let that bastard pull off another sickening betrayal. I am not throwing away this second chance. Out of nowhere, tiny hands clamped onto his pant leg. He quickly reached down, hauled the clumsy kid back onto their feet, and gently shook their shoulder. Whoa there, hey! As the child tilted their head up, Subaru's blood ran cold. The kid was wearing a cheap replica of his very own combat mask. Right then, a frantic couple sprinted over. Oh my gosh, we are so sorry, Minato. Are you hurt? The mother gasped. Subaru waved it off. Don't worry about it. We just bumped into each other. You're sure nothing's broken, sweetie? The dad fussed. Subaru suddenly froze, sheer panic gripping his chest as he desperately scanned the surrounding crowd. What the hell is this? He violently rubbed his eyes, his jaw dropping in absolute horror. What the actual hell? Half the people swarming the hall were parading around in cheap plastic copies of the. What in the world is going on here? The memory of Kazuki's icy tone slashed through his mind. It's a real shame things ended up this way. Even in death you'll be worshipped as a legendary hero. It hit Subaru like a freight train. Was this his twisted master plan all along? Pure, unadulterated venom flared in his eyes. He shoved his way directly through the dense sea of tourists. Looming right in front of him was a massive portrait of his past, extravagantly framed by heaps of fresh mourning wreaths. Is this entire circus just a scheme for Kazuki to completely steal the glory of the Lamb and Hand Guild? But instantly his burning rage melted into pure shock. Tucked directly beneath the portrait was a modest bouquet of white chrysanthemums. Soft, his pupils dilated, perfectly reflecting that unmistakable azure glow. Suddenly, a rough shoulder slammed into him as the impatient crowd pushed past. Hey, watch where you're walking, buddy, a tourist barked. Get in line like the rest of us. But Subaru was completely hypnotized. Ignoring the shouts, he drifted straight toward the altar. He slowly extended a trembling hand, letting his fingers graze the glowing petals. Breath caught in his. Meanwhile, miles above the bustling streets, a cloaked figure stood at the edge of a skyscraper, peering quietly down at the neon-lit city below. Well, looks like we successfully slipped by unnoticed for another year, Shigure muttered. The woman, stepping out of the shadows behind him, scoffed. If we had lingered even a minute longer, we would have crashed straight into Kyojo, she snapped. Seriously? Do we really have to pull this stunt on every single anniversary? Dropping off plain old chrysanthemums would do the job just fine. Shigure softly pulled off his fedora, a wistful smile crossing his face. You just never. If Subaru is out there, he'll recognize the magic in these specific flowers. She raised an eyebrow skeptically. Do you honestly believe that crazy kid is still breathing? I can't say for sure until I see him standing in front of me, Shigure admitted quietly. Reina immediately shot back with a harsh reality check. Look, while we were busy hunting for him, Kazuki sniffed out our hideout way faster. If Subaru was actually alive, he wouldn't have just sat on his hands and watched this nightmare unfold for 20 damn years, you idiot. Above them, a flock of ravens circled through the bleeding tangerine sunset. Back in his dingy apartment, Subaru was sobbing uncontrollably, his entire body trembling as the tears flowed. She really survived. Mind racing. He gripped the glowing blossom to his chest, his voice cracking violently. Shigure, he glanced around the cramped, pathetic studio that belonged to his new vessel. Great. Turns out this kid was completely broke, too. He had scoured the web for the Lamb and Hand Guild, only to hit dead ends. He tossed the cheap laptop onto the mattress in frustration, absolutely certain that his old comrade had survived. She's definitely out there, but forced into hiding. Is Kyojo the twisted mastermind behind this entire purge? Knowing that psychopath's nature, anyone who dug up the truth would be instantly silenced. Did Shigure seriously manage to survive out there, all by herself? He couldn't be 100% certain that all 4 of his team members were wiped out in that explosion. But as long as Kyojo was still breathing and sitting in power, reaching out to the survivors right now would be absolute suicide. On top of that, Subaru was currently trapped in a weak, pathetic body. Rushing blindly into a fight would just serve him up on a silver platter. He stared intensely at the glowing flower and the replica mask resting on his battered desk. He slowly raised his trembling palms, his eyes burning with renewed, absolute resolve. First things first. Drawing on Subaru Hosoi's fragmented memories, he knew the player awakening trials would kick off in exactly 2 days. He traced the cold edge of his blade, lost in a quiet vow. If I can just make it out. Breathing. Our paths will cross again. His gaze sharpened into pure steel. Cut to the bustling tutorial arena, where a rugged instructor stood with his arms tightly crossed. The proctor's eyes were unforgiving. A battered recruit gasping from the grueling physical exam stumbled forward. You cleared this round. Want to push your luck in the next phase? The exhausted rookie choked on the words. Next. Panic hijacked the trainee's face as he glared at the glowing holographic prompt. System alert. Do you wish to advance to the upcoming trial? Hell no, the recruit shrieked. I'm out. Are you out of your mind? I can't take on 3 of those freaks at once, Hyuga the examiner snapped. Zip it, you're giving me a migraine. Keep whining and I'll flunk you right now. As the coward's avatar dissolved, his final desperate words echoed. Wait, I still passed, right? Hyuga scoffed in disgust. Scrub couldn't even handle it. Makes my blood boil letting trash like that pass, Hyuga muttered. Then there's Isaac Reinhardt's golden boy. Other than him clearing phase 20, the rest of this batch is dead weight. These trial standards are a joke. Recruitment quality has hit rock bottom. Suddenly, Hyuga's eyes glued to the monitor. A lone figure was stepping into the arena, the tip of his blade scraping heavily against the rough stone. Hyuga narrowed his eyes. That name carries some serious dead weight. Too bad it won't mean a thing if he ends up a corpse. Down in the pit, Subaru stood completely unfazed. A robotic voice chimed in. 2 goblins have spawned. Eradicate the targets. Let's get this over with, Subaru muttered. Before Hyuga could even process the feed, the kid blasted forward like a bullet. The examiner blinked, completely thrown off. Did a shadow just blitz past the screen? Before Hyuga could even flinch, Subaru had already carved the beasts into ribbons. Down below, a cocky smirk tugged at the boy's lips. Spending 2 days pushing this vessel to the breaking point really paid off, Subaru thought. This awakened physique is an absolute masterpiece. The interface Duh, he spat. I'm on a tight schedule here, so speed this up. Up in the booth, Hyuga jolted up from his chair, jaw unhinged. A severed monster's head rolled to a stop right. Pure shock paralyzed the examiner as the bloodbath played out on the monitors. What the hell am I looking at? Hyuga was frozen, dissecting the kid's flawless footwork. This is insane. He isn't just blindly hacking away. He's reading their moves 3 steps before they even twitch. Subaru's knuckles burned white, locking his grip around the hilt like a vice. Hyuga swallowed hard. That isn't just raw talent. Even a veteran like me can't pull off that kind of agility. Could he actually be the reincarnation of the legendary Narukami? With a deafening crack, Subaru's blade shattered the beast's defenses, executing it in one brutal strike. His eyes were completely void of mercy as he looked over the slaughter. System alert, trial 49. Cleared. Will you confront the final boss? Letting out a heavy sigh, he sneered. Bring it on. The entire arena shuddered violently. Jagged, glowing white fissures ripped across the bedrock. A monstrous, clawed hand erupted from the crater. Hyuga slapped the glass, screaming, "Hey, you suicidal punk! Stop! You're not the real Narukami! Bail out now if you want to keep breathing." An earth-shattering roar echoed out. It was the alpha predator, the Goblin King. System warning, sacrificial presence detected at level 40. The boss monster has entered a state of absolute fury. Hyuga roared through the comms, "Hit the panic button. Taking down the king is a death sentence. Don't be a hero. It's straight up suicide. Your crazy sword skills can't override the massive stat difference." But Subaru didn't even flinch. His gaze was rock solid. "Yeah, I know. With my current specs, my attacks will feel like mosquito bites to this thing." He squeezed the hilt one last time and barked, "I'm not backing down." Then, in a shocking twist, the kid tossed his sword onto the dirt. Why the hell did he just ditch his weapon? Has he completely lost his mind? I freaking knew this guy was unhinged from the start. The hulking Goliath launched itself at Subaru. Suddenly, thwack! A stray bolt slammed directly into its meaty thigh. The beast's face, Subaru dropped into a tactical slide, his fingers clamped around a fistful of venomous darts. The lumbering titan stumbled, totally clueless as to what just hit it. Subaru flashed a wicked grin. "Let's make a bet, ugly. Will you crush me, or will I turn you into a toxic pincushion first?" Cutting off the small talk, the boy exploded into a sprint. The colossal goblin bellowed, charging like a runaway freight train. Massive tree-trunk legs closed the distance, its giant fist tearing through the air. But Subaru was a ghost, effortlessly slipping through the deadly onslaught. A memory flashed through his mind, his brutal training days hurling throwing knives but constantly botching the bullseye. Back then, a soft voice had interrupted. "You're gripping it all wrong." Rina stepped up, gently correcting his stance, to show him the ropes. "Find the absolute center of gravity," she explained. "Master that, and anything becomes a deadly projectile." With a flick of her wrist, thud dead center. Channeling her exact technique, Subaru snapped his wrist. A venomous dart buried itself deep in the king's jugular. In a heartbeat, he slammed another spike straight into its massive chest. Subaru smirked, dripping with arrogance. Raw power scales with the spin. But perfect aim, that demands zero hesitation. That's exactly what Corinna drilled into my head. Watching from the sidelines, Hyuga could only stare in silent disbelief. The lethal poison coursing through his veins, and the brutal gashes, wouldn't just magically disappear until the trial was officially over. He never imagined he'd actually rely on a combat mechanic he once tossed aside as useless. It wasn't merely about hacking away at the monster with raw blade work anymore. It required lethal precision, hurling concealed daggers to puncture the beast's defenses. "The kid is an absolute prodigy," the Invigilator marveled silently. But honestly, did the word prodigy even do him justice? By this point, the monstrous Goblin King was a mangled mess of gaping flesh. Completely drained of its will to fight, the behemoth crashed to the dirt. Subaru snatched up his blade without missing a beat. "Nothing personal, big guy." With a swift, merciless downward thrust, he ended it. A translucent blue system window materialized in thin air. "You have first clear achieved for tutorial stage 50. Subaru scoffed. It was supposed to be a mere warm-up phase, dropping a nightmare-level boss into a basic training run, pure insanity. A golden light showered over Subaru as he leveled up, racking up massive fame and achievement points, and forcing open the doors to the exclusive tutorial shop, a hidden merchant window only accessible right here. So what kind of loot could his current wallet score him? Total balance, 2,425 points. His jaw practically hit the floor as the surprises kept rolling in. He had literally never witnessed this beginner shop unlock in all his past runs. With basic gear priced anywhere from 5 to a measly 200 points, he was basically swimming in cash. Tapping the catalog icon, Subaru's pupils dilated in pure shock. "Wait, I can actually cop top-tier artifacts in here?" he whispered. His gaze locked onto the nameless demon sword. Price tag, 1,000 points. Weapon class sword. Its terrifying passive traits siphon the wielder's lifeblood and mental energy to massively amplify raw slashing damage, and supercharge their overall physical stats to a discarded masterpiece by an unknown blacksmith left without a title. He never dreamed of stumbling upon such a cursed relic in a newbie zone. The raw power was but swinging that thing meant burning away his own lifespan. Right next to it sat the Miranda sword, demanding 1,400 points. A pure utility blade, designed to drastically slash fatigue buildup and stretch out a fighter's endurance on the battlefield. An authentic holy weapon, bathed in the cathedral's divine blessing. Subaru squinted at the glowing blade, totally torn. I mean, do I really want to risk my neck with a demonic weapon? But a holy sword feels so vanilla. He agonized over the choice: gamble everything on the apocalyptic glass cannon damage of the cursed blade, or play it smart and safe with the holy sword's sustain. He gnawed on his lower lip. Both options had serious merit, so he had to tread carefully. An entirely different route caught his eye. A golden skill icon flashed on the holographic display: Greed Null. Cost 1,400 points. Category: Suppression Type Passive Level 1. The jaw-dropping effect: it entirely erased any negative penalties and side effects tied to the user's equipped gear and abilities. Plus, both the skill rank and level were fully upgradable down the line. Upgrade requirement: 10,000 gold coins. Subaru's eyes nearly bulged out of his skull. Are you kidding me? A total immunity passive? I've never seen anything this busted. If you paired this with the nameless demon sword, he could completely bypass that suicidal health drain penalty. A rapid-fire flurry of system alerts flooded his vision. Passive skill: Greed Null, acquired. Deducting 1,400 points. Weapon: Nameless demon sword, acquired. Deducting 1,000 points. A sinister, satisfied grin spread across Subaru's face. Talk about the ultimate steal. Gripping the menacing dark hilt, he sliced through the air, executing a few test swings before. It was a match made in heaven, or maybe hell. The passive immunity and the cursed blade synchronized flawlessly. Instead of pouring all his resources in, securing this broken combo right off the bat was an absolute game changer. Just then, Huger strolled up, breaking the silence. Not a bad pickup, kid. The synergy between that passive and the blade is pretty wicked. But speaking as your official proctor, I'm genuinely baffled. What compelled you to grab that specific skill? You couldn't have known for sure if it would actually trigger, or if the nullification would even cover an item of that caliber. Annoyed by the interrogation, Subaru shot back, "What, you need me to spoon-feed you every little detail going through my head?" Huger's face immediately flushed red with indignation. "Explain yourself. Is that the tone you're going with, punk? Never learned how to speak to your elders properly? I'll chalk it up to post-battle adrenaline and let your bratty attitude slide just this once." Brushing him off, Subaru nonchalantly answered the earlier question. Deep down, Subaru was highly amused. To think that crying snot-nosed rookie from the old days actually grew up to be a big-shot examiner. His mind drifted back to a memory of a starry-eyed kid from his past life. "Oh my God, I'm your biggest fan. Could I please get your signature?" "A signature? Look, kid, I said on, just scribble your name. I'm Hiroto, by the way." Snapping back to reality, Subaru tuned in just in time to hear Huger launching into a full-blown boomer. Meant mastering basic respect before you ever swung a sword. But you modern rookies, you pull off one flashy trick and suddenly you're gods among men. Honestly, I weep for this generation. You kids just whine about your rights, throw tantrums the second things get tough, and instead of bowing to experience, you just label us washed-up boomers? Subaru rolled his eyes and fired back, kind of like that receding hairline of yours. Delivering the brutal roast with a smirk, he added, "Anyway, I'm done playing 20 questions with you. So just do your job, and keep my stats off the public record." Typical, Huger scoffed, crossing his arms with a self-satisfied sneer. Spouting that same edgy internet-taught garbage like every other arrogant punk. Fine, if you want to play it that way, I guess it's up to me to physically beat some manners into that thick skull of yours. Let's wipe the slate clean. Tell you what, are you planning to enlist in the Knights Guild? Hard pass. Hey, it's not every day a proctor extends a personal invite, but Subaru was already moving on. Next stop, floor 2. Wait, hold up, stop right there. Despite the desperate pleas, Subaru didn't even break his stride, fading into the distance. Huger let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Man, what a massive letdown. A little while later, Subaru touched down in a totally different zone. He was instantly swallowed by a roaring sea of voices and marketplace chaos. Welcome to floor 2. Who wants a fresh catch straight from the Junitora depths? Premium jerky over here. Come grab a bite, rookie. Hey kid, we've got you covered, from combat wraps to heavy cloaks. Stepping back into this realm after returning from Earth, I possessed a distinct advantage nobody else held. This was run number 2. Since I'd already survived this hellhole once, I was going to play my cards flawlessly this time. I had to, for the squad still counting on me, and to carve out brutal vengeance for the nightmare we endured. He scoped out the facilities. Private combat chambers for drilling, mastering raw abilities, testing gear, pushing stamina limits, you name it. Stepping up to the counter, a grizzled old man eyed him. "Which level did you crawl up from?" "Just made the climb," Subaru fired back. This was the main hub where every single player hung out. The clerk gestured down the hall, then grabbed Chamber 1. "Got a nice little straw dummy in there for you." Subaru tilted his head intrigued. "I'll take Chamber 5. Chamber 5. The crusty geezer furrowed his brow. "Look, I'll shoot it to you straight. Don't do it. You're just tossing cash down the drain. Stick to room 1. Thanks for the warning, but I need 30 minutes, please." The old man scoffed. "Acting like you're the main character in some cheesy soap opera. Suit yourself, but don't come crying for a refund when you tap out early. System alert. You have spent 50 credits. Remaining balance, 10,050 credits. The higher the chamber number, the more brutal the gauntlet. And yeah, it was a harsh reality. Players rocking garbage gear automatically got treated like trash." But he pushed open the heavy door anyway. "All right, let's get to work." Subaru dropped into a combat stance, his knuckles turning white around the hilt. A blinding crimson glow erupted as the holographic interface chimed. "The anonymous cursed blade has acknowledged its master. All combat attributes temporarily boosted." The weapon immediately began siphoning the wielder's vitality and mental fortitude. Greed Null Tier 1 actively pushed back against the savage backlash of the anonymous cursed blade. A fraction of health and sanity was recovered. However, Greed Null Tier 1 lacked the horsepower to completely suppress the weapon's fury. Exhaustion started creeping into his muscles. Just as he figured Tier 1 was severely underpowered, but he was scraping by. The cursed blade drank deep of his life force, its lethality spiking with every drop of blood it stole. The deeper the system dug, the more terrifying the weapon grew. It pulsed with a blistering, bloody aura that was ripping itself right out of Subaru's grip. "Is this really as far as I go?" He gritted his teeth. "No, this is still going." "You have invested 10,000 credits. The Greed Null ability has leveled up." He violently drove the blade deep into the floorboard, gasping for air. The interface flashed Greed Null Rank E. Auxiliary Skill Classification. Nullifies the negative drawbacks of abilities and artifacts equipped by the host. Upgrade cost 20,000 credits. Greed Null Tier 2 is now resisting the blade's aggressive feedback. Greed Null Tier 2 has achieved a partial block against the weapon's destructive recoil. The anonymous cursed blade kept devouring his vitality, pushing its destructive output even higher. Nailed it. A cold, razor-sharp focus washed over Subaru's face. Eyes burning crimson, he braced himself and launched a vicious assault. It was time to see exactly what this monster could do. Cut back to the grumpy clerk at the front desk. The old guy was practically dying of boredom. But when Subaru's shadow drifted past the window, he rubbed his eyes. "Am I losing my mind? Or am I seeing things?" Staring at Subaru, who was absolutely drenched in gore from head to toe, the clerk's jaw practically hit the floor. Is that the rookie who booked Chamber 5? It hasn't even been 10 minutes. Panicking, the old man pounded on the reinforced door, shouting, "Hey, hotshot, you still breathing in there?" Met with dead silence, he cautiously peeked his head inside and choked on his own breath. What in God's name went down in here? The entire chamber was reduced to a smoking crater of absolute wreckage. Smash cut to Subaru groaning. "Man, how long was I out? My joints feel like solid concrete." He propped himself up, his mind racing. If that had been just your run-of-the-mill cursed weapon, I would have completely steamrolled that room. My physical specs have definitely leveled up, and I actually managed to yank out the blade's hidden potential. Ordinarily, in this battered condition, Subaru's stats sit at Origin Earth Rank 10, Strength 17, Agility 17, Vitality 16, Concentration 18, Mana 8, Exhaustion level 61. With those pathetic numbers, he shouldn't even be able to lift a magical weapon off the ground. Much less flashing back to the brutal skirmish, he pieced the puzzle together. The synergy between Greed Null and that cursed blade is absolutely flawless, which means this crazy build is actually viable. But the real bottleneck right now is the skill tier. A holographic prompt booted up. Greed, null rank F. Auxiliary classification. Upgrade cost, 20,000 credits. Current balance, 50 credits. Seriously, why am I always dead broke? Staring blankly at the floating screen, Subaru let out a heavy sigh, looking utterly defeated. Great, now I'm flat broke on top of everything else. I am completely backed into a corner here. Then again, I did literally drop dead, so I suppose being broke is the least of my problems. Out of nowhere, some flashy blonde kid strutted over, camera rolling. "What's up, chat? We're diving deep into the second floor today," he broadcasted, just to soak up some nostalgia from my noob days. "Today we're checking out what the cool kids are buying. Let's get it." Suddenly, a notification pinged. Alexander dropped 1 commemorative credit. You received 1 credit point from Alexander. The streamer instantly dumped a freezing cup of water straight over his own head. "Ah! Brain freeze! Good looks, Alexander. Appreciate the tip." Subaru just stared, totally bewildered. What is wrong with this clown? Has he completely lost his mind? He narrowed his eyes, utterly shaking his head. He yanked out his smartphone to quickly scan the local feed, earning points by acting like a fool. Welcome to the golden age of live streaming, where literally 1 out of every 3 players is grinding for views, raking in millions just by going live. Watching the spectacle unfold, Subaru scoffed under his breath. Live broadcasting for pocket change. So that explained the circus act. But his thoughts were abruptly cut short when Isaac stepped into his peripheral vision. "Oh, you dragged yourself out here too?" Never slumming it somewhere close. Catching sight of his tormentor, the color instantly drained from Subaru's face. "No. My muscles are trembling entirely on their own. This body vividly remembers the trauma." Isaac smirked, leaning in closer. "Hey now, your buddy's trying to have a conversation. Starting to feel like I'm chatting with a brick wall here." Subaru's mind raced. Wait, this isn't just basic anxiety. It's pure, unfiltered terror. Forcing the words through his tight throat, he managed to stutter out, I just wandered in." The bully forcefully plopped down on the bench, a nasty sneer twisting his face. "Honestly, I figured a pathetic weakling like you would have flunked the tutorial trial. Fully expected some low-level goblin to just rip your throat out." Click. A deeply buried memory violently shattered Subaru's mental blocks. He suddenly saw his past self. "Why are you doing this to me, why?" The past Isaac merely spat on the ground. "Wipe that pathetic, serious look off your ugly mug. And you can't even follow a single brain-dead order properly. You are utterly useless at every little chore I give you, acting like some feral stray with 0 upbringing. Your skull is completely hollow. Oh, and by the way, that pitiful stack of credits you handed over? Not even close." Glaring down at Subaru's trembling, wretched state, Isaac ruthlessly drove his combat boot deep into the boy's stomach. "Shut your mouth, you little rat. It's exactly what you deserve," he spat viciously. "Listen up. From this second, if the sky literally falls, you stay put. If I catch you poking your miserable head out even once, I will break every bone in your body." Snapping back to reality, a cold, dark intensity flooded Subaru's eyes. What kind of spineless loser just sits there and takes a beating like that? So that's the tragic reason you called it. Meanwhile, Isaac just kept bragging, completely oblivious to the shift in the atmosphere. "I already smashed through stage 20. Completely obliterated my old man's personal best." The evaluator basically drooled over my stats, swearing I'm the spitting image of Reinhardt himself. Plus, I already unlocked a combat skill, the absolute highest tier perk you can squeeze out of the tutorial phase. Man, all this flexing is making my throat dry. Time for a beverage. Subaru immediately stood up. On your way back, fetch me an iced coffee. Grab whatever garbage is cheapest, I don't care." Subaru paused, throwing him a baffled look. "Excuse me?" Isaac dragged a hand down his face in exaggerated annoyance. "Did I stutter? You still playing deaf? Like the old days? Seriously, what is your major malfunction lately? You keep glaring at me, talking back like you've got a spine. Did a demon possess your pathetic little body?" Subaru didn't even flinch. "My wallet is empty. Buy your own damn drink." As Subaru pivoted to walk away, a sinister drop chilled Isaac's tone. "Plant your ass back in that seat." But Subaru just kept walking, silently declaring in his mind, "Look, kid, It's a real tragedy. But I absolutely do not have the patience to babysit your fragile ego right now. Though, if this punk becomes a roadblock on my path to vengeance, I will permanently remove him. Suddenly, a vice-like grip clamped down on Subaru's wrist. Isaac's eyes were completely bloodshot, burning with unhinged malice. Yo, do you seriously want me to cave your face in right here? Unbothered, Subaru shot back. Take your hand off me, assuming you actually value your pulse. The bully's fingers only dug deeper into Subaru's flesh, plunging the tension in the room to a suffocating level. He bared his teeth like a rabid dog. Don't get cocky with me, trash. Pure, unfiltered murder swirled in Isaac's gaze as he locked eyes with his prey. Subaru rapidly analyzed the variables. I absolutely cannot trigger a bloodbath in the middle of a crowded plaza. Sparking a riot will only blow my cover. Just as the standoff peaked, Isaac abruptly threw his head back and cackled, his obnoxious laughter echoing harshly off the corridor walls. Catching Subaru's calculated silence, the arrogant meathead completely misread the hesitation for Relax, try not to wet yourself, I'm just playing around, same as always. Man, you are still such a pathetic, shivering coward, aren't you? With your garbage tier stats, you probably barely scraped by the tutorial stage. I bet you're feeling super tough right now, huh? Cutting his laughter short, Isaac aggressively closed the gap between them. He glared down at Subaru with absolute disgust, as if examining a dead roach. Do you honestly believe you stand a ghost of a chance against me? If I snap my fingers, you vanish from this world permanently. You know exactly who my old man is, don't you? Tossing that final lethal threat, the bully spun on his heel and swaggered away, his arrogant laughter echoing loudly down the street. Watch your back, pal. Subaru's gaze stayed ice cold as the guy walked off. Pal. Give me a glowing system prompt popped up, detailing the twin paths to leveling up. The interface broke it down step by step. Option 1. Smash through the simulated stages. You rack up tower rewards and boost your stats the traditional way. Sure, unlocking these digital arenas drains your credits, but it guarantees a 100% safety net. Since the system generates these zones, getting flatlined just means losing your cash and a bit of progress. No real harm done. Then there is option 2, the wild hunt. Tracking down beasts beyond the safe zones, or raiding the raw dungeons sprawling across each floor. Your stats skyrocket way faster than grinding stages. But here's the catch: this happens in the brutal real world, where every shadow hides a lethal threat. It is pure life or death. You bleed out here and your heart stops beating for good. Rumors echo through the corridors that most players dodge the hunt entirely. Nobody wants to gamble their actual neck. Yet cloaked in the abyss, a lean, battle-hardened kid named Subaru chilled out next to the fresh, mangled corpse of his latest kill. Play it safe, and you crawl. The beast lay absolutely pulverized at his feet. Walk the razor's edge, and you soar. He casually pulled out his sleek terminal, skimming through the trending headlines. A striking thumbnail of a masked enigma hijacked the screen. Subaru's jaw practically dropped. Narukami Subaru pulling 80,000 live viewers. The upbeat imposter shouted, "You guys tuning in today? We are storming the 3rd floor," the fake announced. The real Subaru just glared, pure irritation bubbling up in his chest. His name? His signature mask. Just how many scumbags were out there stealing his identity? The live chat mocked this Narukami clown practically begs for a 20,000 credit bounty every single time he clears a mission. The masked knockoff kept rambling. I am your Narukami Subaru, ready to entertain, catching that juicy 20,000 credits. Subaru was absolutely floored. People were seriously dropping 20 grand for this crap. The chat blew up with ridiculous donations from usernames like Prank Hobbies and Lonely Wallet. The imposter clapped his hands. Huge thanks, guys. Let's crush this stage. This fake Narukami was hauling in massive cash just by pressing a broadcast button. Meanwhile, the real deal was out here bleeding, risking his actual life in the dirt. He checked his own balance. A pathetic 50 credits stared back at him. Dude is making a killing, Subaru muttered through his teeth. He glared at the flashy broadcast, pushed himself off the ground, and exhaled a heavy, exhausted sigh. With a sudden burst of grit, he sprang to his feet. Fine one last gig, he declared. Suddenly, a colossal foot slammed into the earth, shaking the very bedrock beneath him, followed by a deafening roar. A horde of bloodthirsty beasts surged forward, their fangs bared. A crimson alert flashed. The orc warlord has spawned. Subaru just smirked, utterly unbothered. I might be fresh out of Venom Fangs, but I pack something way deadlier today. A cold metallic prompt chimed in. The nameless magic sword is currently draining the host's vitality. Combat attributes skyrocketing in proportion to sacrificed health. Level 2 resistance activated, neutralizing the blade's lethal backlash. Subaru yanked his weapon free, eyes blazing. I am on a tight schedule. I do not have time to play with garbage like you. System update. Vitality and sanity temporarily stabilized. Without missing a beat, Subaru launched a brutal, bone-crushing kick straight into a monster's ugly... What a joke! He vaulted into the air, a blur of lethal precision, tearing through the pack and executing them one by one. The remaining beasts were paralyzed with terror, rooted to the spot. Dropping down, Subaru delivered The victory screen glowed, whispering orc nest completely purged. He stared at his loot, a crazy idea forming. So, I gotta put this... Staring into his gritty reflection, he whispered, I finally see how these online clowns print cash. If I am stepping into this arena, I am bringing my absolute A-game. He slipped the iconic mask over his face. At least I am the genuine article. With that, he slid soundlessly into the dark hallway. An automated notification buzzed across thousands of devices. Narukami Subaru has gone live. Cut to an eerie, desolate corporate office, absolutely dead silent. The only soul left was Hatsuka, hunched over her desk and seething. Her jaw locked tight before she completely lost her mind and screamed. Are you freaking kidding me, morons? Absolute useless trash. 5 so-called pros. And they still botched the mission. Unfreaking believable. Song-hyun strolled in. Hey, watch your mouth. If the profanity filter catches you, that is a 1,000-point fine, remember. You were practically redlining just now. So what is the disaster who screwed up this time? Hatsuka practically hissed the answer. Subekichi. Wait, the screw-up is Subekichi or Narukami Subaru, or just another cheap clone. She slammed her fist on the desk. Who the hell knows anymore? Probably all of them. The original Narukami has basically vanished off the grid. Honestly, if these frauds threw down, whoever survives the bloodbath is the real deal. Literally every desperate loser out there is slapping on his name for a quick buck. Has the entire streaming industry just gone to the dumps? Song-hyun sighed. Hey, do not jinx it. That dump is what pays our bills. Hatsuka kept glaring at her monitor, totally fed up. Am I wrong, though? These fakes do not even respect the grind. Real players are out there gambling their actual lives to conquer this town. That is just laughable. Seong-hyun shifted nervously, his voice full of hesitation. Hatsuka, why did you abandon the tower to hang out in a dump like this? She let out a soft sigh. Because it is mind-numbingly boring. And hey, you threw in the towel too, right? If I had the time, I'd... Shut it, he snapped, though his confidence faltered. He was completely speechless for a second. No, I walked away because I just was not good enough. Sung-hyun stood frozen, lost in his own head. Honestly, his only reason for climbing the tower was just to catch a single glimpse of Narukami Subaru. And once you lose your main drive, your passion dies right along with it, right? Suddenly, Hatsuka shattered the silence, screaming, Holy crap, there is an insane rookie right here. He whipped around, raising an eyebrow. What now? Did you dig up another freak? She was frantically pointing at the screen. It is a brand new Narukami Subaru cosplayer. Song-hyun's jaw practically hit the floor. This is a total disaster. What is this? Some kind of talent show? He scoffed, shaking his head. Absolutely. Why on earth are you tuning into a second-floor broadcast that literally has 0 viewers? Hatsuka blinked, finally realizing how strange it looked. Yeah, you make a fair point, but whenever I spot someone rocking that iconic mask, I just cannot help but get my hopes up. Not to mention the 1,000 credits I just threw at the screen. Hearing that, Song-hyun instantly dropped to his knees, pleading, Please have mercy on me. Meanwhile, the system chimed in on a relentless loop, initiating the second-floor trial. Clear the novice dungeon and secure your escape. Clearance points will be distributed depending on the total volume of beasts exterminated. Subaru smirked to himself. Still, the lingering sensation of eyes burning into his back definitely added a tiny layer of stress. Out of nowhere, a chat notification popped up. What floor are you on? The random viewer pressed again. First time here, Subaru muttered under his breath. Yeah, this is my very first run. A tidal wave of comments flooded the chat. Are you serious? Is it really safe to broadcast like this? Dude, if you are a total beginner, you will not know squat about this. Right at that moment, a beast with a terrifying twisted face lunged out from the shadows. Without missing a beat, Subaru snatched the creature right by its skull and hurled it, launching the monster across the room. A system prompt flashed. The poison-eyed droplet has been eliminated. 1 achievement point granted. Subaru paused, dusting his hands off as he muttered, "Did we have an issue here?" The system echoed again. First trial commenced. Dominate the beginner dungeon and break out. Achievement scores will scale with the monster kill count. The chat lit up. Bro, your reaction time is completely cracked. Hold up, people are actually live streaming from the 2nd floor nowadays. Yeah, I catch them occasionally, but they usually bail super fast, since the view count stays dead. It is way smarter to just wait for a squad and push through as a team. Subaru lazily responded. Hey, mini-class, appreciate the advice, but I am way more into flying solo. The comments went wild. Solo? Have you even researched this zone? This guy is absolute dead meat. Rookies these days are so clueless. Ignoring them, Subaru casually strolled deeper, and honestly, just slapping the name Subaru Narukami on the title was enough to drag viewers in without lifting a finger. Out of nowhere, a massive salamander materialized and threw itself right at him. His fingers snapped to his sword hilt, and in a blinding flash of steel, the creature was sliced down to nothing. Let us see just how far I can push this, he smirked. System notification. Mudwater serpent eradicated. 2 achievement points acquired. The chat completely blew up again. Yo, wait, was that seriously a mudwater serpent? In a split second, another poison-eyed droplet launched an ambush, but Subaru weaved through the air with absolute terrifying grace. Now it looked like absolutely nothing could slow him down. A fresh comment popped up. What the heck was that movement? Did I just miss something crazy? His live viewer count just ticked up to 10. The system buzzed, 2 poison-eyed droplets crushed, scored 2 achievement points. 2 mudwater serpents annihilated. Additional achievement points secured. Subaru finally spoke up, casually explaining, if you just lock on to the surrounding noise, you can pinpoint their exact direction and numbers. The chat reacted immediately. Yeah, right, I already knew that. You are totally capping, there is no way you are a rookie. Duh, I know that too, anyone can do it. Hey, what is your real deal? Spill it. What level are you actually? Subaru just shrugged. Well, if you guys are already pros, I will just keep dropping my unfiltered thoughts. A new comment slid in. Bro, normal players literally cannot do that. LOL, raw talent always takes the crown. Sticking to the edgy character gimmick, I respect the hustle, haha. Trying to leech off Subaru Narukami's clout is a bit desperate though, LOL. Meanwhile, Subaru was strictly focused. Still not enough, he thought. I need to stack up before I finally dip out of this place. Another viewer chimed in. Hold on, have you just been walking in a straight line this entire time? A real man just charges straight ahead. Bro, did you not check the guides? You were going to get completely wrecked if you just blindly push forward like that. Suddenly Subaru planted his boots firmly into the cavern dirt, stopping dead in his tracks. His gaze slowly drifted upward. An absolute swarm of poison-eyed droplets was plastered all over the cave ceiling. One by one, their massive pupils ignited with a blazing blood. The rest of the horde snapped their eyes open in terrifying sync. The chat went feral. Ha, see? What did I tell you guys? Rest in peace, see you back at the respawn gate. Suddenly a system alert interrupted. Viewer, my only stream has issued a custom bounty. 100 reputation points to clear the entire room. Subaru just stood there, his eyes narrowing as he calculated his next move. The chat roared, is this a setup? That bounty is just disrespectful. Yo, Milani stream, huge thanks for the 100 reputation points. Subaru cheered. Meanwhile, a fist knotted tight and violently smashed into a table. Sunghyun flipped out, screaming, how did I screw this up? I was crushing it all the way to floor 6, and now I choke like this. Refund my cash. He paused, shrinking back. Whoops, was I yelling? My bad. Beside him, Hasuki remained deadlocked on her radiant phone screen. Sunghyun cocked his head. What gives? What's got you so hooked? Her voice sank to a whisper. Something feels totally off here. Sunghyun stood utterly paralyzed. Look, it wasn't a massive loss. I can totally reimburse you if I hit the jackpot next time. Hasuki instantly sliced through his rambling. That's not it at all. She gasped, her tone laced with pure shock. Narukami Subaru, are you seriously still tuning into his stream? Song-hyun whipped his head around. His features contorted as his eyes hit the screen. The chat was blowing up. Holy crap, is this dude seriously just a floor 2 rookie? You gotta be kidding me. I'm legitimately starting to pity those droplets. LMAO absolutely unhinged. What round is this now? Song-hyun muttered under his breath. Just how many of these things has he slaughtered solo? The poison-eyed droplets lunged forward in a vicious frenzy, and Subaru's razor-sharp blade effortlessly carved through the pack. Yet the relentless swarm continued their fierce assault. Without breaking a sweat, his cold steel shredded every last one of them to pieces. A fresh comment popped up. Bro, your explanation literally makes zero sense. Who on earth labeled this beast a newbie? Step aside, history is being made. Is that really all you can throw at him? I'm grinding but I'm taking notes from a floor 2 beginner. His swift movements practically screamed, just step up and the path clears itself. Subaru let out a heavy sigh. Man interacting with chat is rough. A viewer chimed in, did you deadass forget to claim your reputation points? He blinked. Oh, right. Subaru's finger frantically jabbed at the screen to snag his rewards. The chat roared, what is going on? Is his brain lagging? Subaru sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck. How exactly do I redeem these? The chat roasted him. Combat skills aside, this guy is 100% a noob. Bro literally just button glued to the top of your chat box. Quest officially cleared. Acquired 100 reputation points courtesy of the Milani stream. Subaru beamed, thanks a ton for the support. Without missing a beat, he plunged deeper into the abyss. Alright folks, this next zone is the final stretch. System alert. Current reputation hovering at 150 achievement points, locked at 118. Out of nowhere, a blood-curdling shriek ripped through the building's exterior. Hasuki bounced on her heels, squealing, this is insane. It's absolutely unreal. Song-hyun ground his teeth, forcefully clamping his hands over his ears. You're the absolute menace right now. She whipped around. Excuse me? I mean, have you ever witnessed anything this wild? Song-hyun scowled, shooting back. You're totally losing your mind over nothing. He's literally still stuck on floor 2. Hasuki's eyes blew wide as she shot up from her chair. Damn right I'm losing my mind. Song-hyun flinched, waving a fiery red flush painted her cheeks. Where do you hail from, Earth? The name's Subaru Narukami, straight out of Earth. Is this actual destiny? Are we looking at the literal reincarnation of Subaru Narukami? This is straight out of a top-tier manga. The classic, undeniable isekai storyline. Sung-hyun's brow furrowed, mentally noting that the mere mention of Narukami turned this girl into an absolute fanatic. Hasuki kept rambling. What do I even do right now? My head is literally spinning. Yo, Song-hyun, if I just pass out right now, are you gonna freak? He blinked, totally caught off guard. Wait, what? I just can't handle this. Song-hyun frantically backpedaled. Hold up, chill. Are you seriously thinking about scouting this guy? Hasuki barked back defensively. Hell yes I am, he countered. Look, the kid has a few flashy moments, but he's still a total amateur. Just some solo streamer. Hasuki immediately snapped back. I'm well aware. Song-hyun let out a deeply exhausted sigh. Aware of what? If we pitch this to management, we're going to get chewed out, Hasuki fired back. You were literally just throwing away cash on bets, and now you want to act like a professional? She puffed out her cheeks, glaring daggers at him. Just you watch. Mark my words. Hasuki's eyes locked back onto Subaru like a hawk. Out of nowhere, the terrain surrounding Subaru began to violently. He casually rested a palm against the jagged stone wall. Looks like we found it the dungeon's absolute dead end. A colossal set of doors groaned open. Subaru planted his feet, staring directly into the abyss with unshakable. Looming in the shadows, the menacing Gatewolf was slumped over in a heavy slumber. So you must be Gatewolf Greg. The live chat instantly erupted. Every single time this beast pops up, my anxiety spikes. Bro, keep it on the down low, but I got wiped by this monstrosity 8 times straight. Getting completely stonewalled on my first run had me convinced the game was legitimately glitched. System broadcast official clearance granted by the Gatewolf. Step through the archway to advance the trial. Subaru quietly mused to himself that this hulking Gatewolf was never actually meant to be hunted down. This massive beast served as the ultimate judge, testing the mettle of any rookie daring to conquer the beginner's dungeon before granting them passage. Subaru's gaze drifted toward his status screen, and his face instantly turned to stone. 3,000 reputation points. A viewer chimed in, "Well, aren't you a savage? Ha ha. Guess the system's holding out on him," someone joked. "They did announce budget cuts. Plus, you're not even supposed to kill this thing, ha ha." The gate wolf slowly cracked open its pitch-black eye, revealing a wicked scar carved across its thick pelt. A system alert flashed instantly. Gate wolf, the mighty guardian. Taking a massive, rumbling breath, the creature rumbled, "A lone challenger." Subaru kept his mouth shut, smoothly, unsheathing his blade and holding it at the ready. Sigurd couldn't hold back his awe. "Dude, you're insane. Even when you shifted your blade mid-swing, your breathing and focus stayed completely locked in." "My blade's angle," Subaru muttered, confused. Sigurd pressed on. "Yeah, right from the get-go, it looked like you were totally aiming for that exact strike. One perfect hit. Did you Subaru stayed quiet, letting the question hang in the air as he mulled it over. Out of nowhere, he tapped his own cheek. "Honestly, I didn't think about it at all." Sigurd furrowed his brow, scoffing, "Man, you're so frustrating." Shrugging it off, Subaru added in a flat tone, "Maybe I'd be better off if I couldn't pull it off." Forcing an awkward chuckle, Sigurd replied, "Yeah, well, normal people usually can't." Subaru just drifted right back into Sigurd definitely found it weird, didn't he? When it comes to combat communication, locked eyes and split-second reactions are everything. If you're trying to wipe out a swarm of poison-eyed droplets all at once, you can't waste time targeting every single one individually. Those toxic blobs always rush straight ahead when they strike, so the bigger the mob, the wider the opening they leave behind. Another system alert popped up. "Make the gate wolf acknowledge your worth." The massive beast's eyes bulged in absolute shock before it growled. "Did you truly venture here alone?" "Are you blind?" Subaru snapped back, his voice freezing cold. In response, the giant wolf leaned in, shoving its monstrous snout right up against his face. "You really are a fascinating creature," it purred. "You carry the potent scent of a magnificent warrior." The chat instantly fired up. The scent of a great warrior. "What the heck? That oversized mutt told me I stunk?" one viewer complained. "Yeah, it told me I smelled like a rotting..." Subaru's gaze narrowed into a deadly glare. These martial wolves don't just pick up on body odor. They can actually sniff out a person's very soul and fighting essence. Stepping back, the gate wolf declared, "You have proven your worth. The trial is complete. You may pass." The comment section completely blew up. "What's the deal with this boss? Wait, no player discrimination here. Holy crap, I didn't know you could actually skip the fight." Rubbing the back of his neck, Subaru thought to himself that something like this had never occurred, not even in his past life. What a letdown. "My target is a human," Subaru stated. The giant wolf tilted its head in confusion, asking, "Wait, me?" Noting that there was no one guarding the rear exit, Subaru gave a brisk nod. The gate wolf proudly raised its snout and roared, "A man who carries the blazing spirit of a true warrior." Meanwhile, miles away, in a brightly lit office at ON Entertainment, fingers drummed frantically against a desk. The room was thick with irritation. What kind of joke is this? How many viewers does this nobody streamer even have? Manager Sohyun plastered on a fake smile. "Around 20, sir." Hasuki suddenly chimed in, "Nope." She grinned from ear to ear. "He just broke 30. Standing nearby, Ron silently noted to himself, "You idiots!" John snapped aggressively, snatching up his glasses, as his voice dropped to a frosty growl. "Are you screwing with me? You're sitting here slacking off on company time. I ordered you to scout top-tier talent, and you drag in a loser who can barely pull 20 viewers." The department head furiously interrupted. "That's completely beside the point. If you think it's so easy, why don't you... With your skills, you'd instantly rack up a massive fan base." Ignoring the shouting, Hasuki stared at the monitor. "Hold on, I just refreshed it. He just crossed 4... Ron scowled in frustration. "Hey, is anyone even listening to me?" Back in the dungeon, Subaru standing right before the massive beast, a razor-sharp claw suddenly lashed out at him. Subaru crushed his hands around his sword hilt. "Stop overthinking it." A notification pinged. "The nameless demon sword is draining the user's mana. All core stats will temporarily boost based on drained stamina." Subaru planted his feet firmly, forcing his racing heart to slow. Thanks to his level 2 stamina, the nasty side effects of the cursed blade were completely wiped out. A dangerous light flared in his eyes. "Even if this is my first rodeo..." The exact second the thought crossed his mind, The beast pounced. Just move like you always do. In a blur of motion, Subaru's steel clashed against the monster, but the giant wolf didn't let up for a single second. It unleashed a hurricane of frenzied swipes, forcing Subaru to slide backward as his boots skidded frantically against the stone. He yanked his blade back into a guard position, gasping for air. This thing is an absolute tank, going toe-to-toe. The beast locked its piercing, predatory gaze onto Subaru. You fight like a true champion, it roared, instantly closing the gap to rain down another endless. Snarling mid-swing, the creature mocked. But you are miles away from my level. Subaru's knuckles turned entirely white as he refused to let go of his weapon. Playing defense is totally a mercenary move. Yeah, it probably won't work, but it's risky as hell. Dude's physical strength is absolutely cracked. Maybe he should just try parrying it 2 or 3 more times. Whoever handed out this quest is definitely going to regret it. Do you guys think he can actually beat this thing? Nah, man. It's looking pretty hopeless. Trapped Subaru's spine slammed hard against the cold dungeon wall. Chest heaving, a tiny smirk crept onto his face as a realization hit him. There's almost always a better way to— The Gatewolf snarled. You've caught my attention, warrior. Its massive claw shot into the air before crashing down with bone-crushing momentum. Subaru pivoted in a flash, taunting him. See? That's exactly what I'm talking about. You're way too easy to read. And just like that, he drove his blade deep into the beast's chest. Drop dead. The monster's massive frame crumpled in sheer agony, crimson pouring out in waves. Subaru vaulted backward, knuckles white around his hilt, effortlessly chaining his skills to finish the beast off. As he dodged to the side, the dying wolf managed to look up, coughing out, "Brilliant, warrior," the system chimed in. Gatewolf eliminated. Level up to 12. Strength up by 2, agility up by 1, focus up by 1, and mana up by 2. Scored 500 achievement points. The chat exploded. Hold on, he actually took that thing down? Bro died on his feet. This stream goes incredibly hard. Wait, wasn't this just supposed to be a tutorial? Probably. Subaru let out a heavy breath, a faint smirk playing on his lips. The chat kept rolling. Massive respect to whichever dev handed out this insane quest. LOL. They probably never expected him to actually pull it off. View count 56. The system chimed again. Quest cleared. Bagged 3,000 reputation points from save asset. Subaru nodded. I'll make sure to put this to good use, save asset. The system updated. Total reputation sitting at 3,150, with achievements hitting 618. The massive doors groaned open. Subaru cautiously stepped forward, engulfed in a blinding white light. But instantly his eyes locked, the hairs on his neck standing up, as a lone comment flashed by. Bro is totally enraged. The viewers went wild. 13 options? Are you freaking kidding me? Hold up isn't the absolute world record, only 16 so far. Is he setting a new milestone right now? The system prompted. The amount of choices scales directly with the player's innate talent. Do you wish to accept the lightning challenge? The chat was completely losing its mind. Now we're talking. Seriously, if he skips out on the lightning path right now, he might as well delete his account. Subaru stood frozen, weighing his options for a heavy second, before finally declaring, I'm doing it. System confirmation lightning challenge locked in. Instantly raw, crackling electricity surged, swallowing Subaru's entire body. Back in the control room, Hasuki was practically glued to her monitoring screens. The whole room erupted in hyped cheers. That is absolutely insane, Hasuki jabbed a finger at the display. He actually pulled it off. We just hit 60 viewers. See that when was the last time a streamer pulled numbers this fast? Normally these trials only spit out 2 or 3 options, tops. But this absolute madman got 13. John leaned in, his voice dropping low. Taking down a Gatewolf is seriously no joke. Word is that thing's never been soloed. But let's be real, the kid is still just a rookie stuck on the second floor. We need to look at the bigger picture here. Hasuki let out a thrilled laugh. Hey manager, care to make a little wager? He blinked, totally caught off guard. A bet, Hasuki smirked. If the kid chokes on this lightning trial, Segan and I will grind away on base salary for the next 5 solid years. But if he completely crushes it, you have to offer him a contract, 0 strings attached. Sung-hyun immediately panicked. Whoa, whoa, what? Why am I getting dragged into this? I don't even know who this guy is. John cracked a subtle smile. Even if he makes it to the actual trial, do you genuinely believe he stands a chance? The only player in history to ever unlock the lightning element is... Hasuki didn't flinch, radiating absolute confidence. You never know until you roll the dice right. John crossed his arms, leaning back. All right, you're on. I'll take that. Hasuki quickly slapped a hand over Sunghyun's mouth as he shrieked, I am not agreeing to this. The system blared, lightning challenge commencing. Just as Subaru opened his mouth to say something, a sharp whistling noise ripped through the air. Out of nowhere, a blur lunged forward, tackling Subaru to the ground. A split second later, a massive explosion detonated right behind them. Finn panted heavily, totally surrounded by jagged rubble. What the hell are you staring at? You got a death wish? System alert. Giant fragment detected. Subaru blinked in sheer disbelief. Why is this guy showing up out of nowhere? The gargantuan monster ground its teeth together, glaring down with pure malice. The chat was spiraling into chaos. Bro, what is going on? Isn't this supposed to be the lightning trial? Yeah, but that's a literal giant clan monster. Why the hell is it spawning here? Subaru's mind raced. A boss-level threat wasn't supposed to show up until Phase 2 of the trial. Did the entire timeline shift just because I took down Greg? The Titan ruthlessly swung its massive weapon, cratering the earth. But in a mere fraction of a second, Subaru was already gone, calmly walking directly into the danger zone. He let out a tired sigh. Whatever, it's just big. Its actual build is garbage compared to Greg. Thank God I already memorized its stats. Finn scrambled over, shouting in panic. I just risked my neck to pull you out. Start running. But Subaru simply tightened his grip on his sword. I need to put this thing in the ground before anyone else gets in my way. System alert. The nameless demon sword is now siphoning its master's blood. All physical stats are drastically boosting based on the blood consumed. Thamner level 2 activated, completely canceling out the demonic blade's deadly side effects. Subaru anchored his feet, staring down the towering beast. He dropped low into a wide, deadly combat stance, utterly unfazed. The colossal weapon plunged from the sky like a meteor. Subaru perfectly calculated his footwork, anticipating the exact impact zone. But the crazed monster refused to let up, blindly bulldozing everything in its path. Vane glanced up at the sky, his eyes widening as he caught Subaru hovering dead in the air, before free-falling directly onto the monster's skull. Without a shred of hesitation, Subaru sank his blade deep into its flesh with one ruthless. The Titan shrieked in absolute agony. Subaru's eyes went completely dead as he glared down with pure ice. You're way too loud. His hand squeezed the hilt, ready to end it. Silence yourself forever. The colossal fragment jerked its massive head upward as crimson fluid cascaded without end. Its glowing irises totally drained of the will to fight. A translucent screen flashed system notice. You have slain the giant fragment. Stage 4 cleared. The digital voice chimed again. System notice. Giant fragment annihilated. Stage 4 conquered. You have reached level 13. Stats boosted +2 strength, +1 agility, +1 HP, and +1 mana. You earned 4,000 achievement points. Item acquired. Giant's Heart. The live chat absolutely erupted. 4,000 points dropped from stage 1 through 4 in one go. Talk about a massive payout. He slaughtered the Gate Wolf and aced the entire run at level 13. Finn, completely dumbfounded, inched toward Subaru. The chat kept rolling. Wait, is that Falcon? Haha! The vibe in the chat quickly shifted to a more grounded awe. Honestly, anyone would instantly brace themselves if a boss like that spawned out of nowhere on stage 4. For real, the whole lobby would freak out. Ha ha. Still reeling, Finn stammered out, What kind of absolute monster are you? Subaru's gaze darkened, his voice dropping to a frosty chill as he stared him down. Isn't it obvious I am here to butcher the giants? Meanwhile, cutting away to an eerily silent settlement, just a handful of locals and a few straggling guards patrolled the empty dirt roads. Back inside a dim room, Subaru chilled by himself, his eyes glued intensely to the glow. The stream flooded with messages. Reveal the loot, pop the inventory, show us. I am betting my life that gear is at least magic grade. Nah, scrap magic, that is definitely a rare drop. Subaru smoothly slid his hand into the camera's view. I am pretty hyped to see it myself. Let us peek at this payload. The interface pinged. System notice Giant's Heart. Rare tier accessory. Grants +2 HP. It was a brutal ring carved directly from a behemoth's core, significantly boosting both health points and vital regeneration. Subaru smirked to himself, realizing this piece of jewelry was a massive flex. Beefing up his health pool was exactly the kind of perk he thrived on. Shifting his gaze to the wooden floorboards, he noted that a solid chest piece was exactly what he lacked right now. Another notification: rare tier defensive gear. Offers a sweet +5 to defense. Pulsing with raw electrical energy, Thunderlight allows the wearer to trigger its ability to completely purge any nasty debuffs or negative status. Charges remaining 3. A viewer typed, "Sick pull even with those strict level caps. That chest plate will carry you straight to the 5th floor easily." While the heart ring is a permanent keeper, this armor's worth depends purely on your current situation. Without hesitating, Subaru strapped on the heavy-duty plating. A new alert popped up. Narukami just dropped a bounty. Learn Thunder Magic and score 5,000 reputation points. Rooting for you. Subaru whispered back, "Appreciate the backing, Lord Narukami." The system alerts just kept piling up. Ivan issued a challenge. "I am throwing down 5,000 points for the exact same goal." Mr. Villain joined the hype train, pinning up another mission. 3,000 points for that thunder skill. Sweet, tossed in a contract too. Placing my faith in you plus a massive 7,000 reputation points. Touched. Subaru addressed his fan. "I swear I will prove my absolute power." Were there seriously this many sponsors dying to see lightning abilities? It dawned on him that he might actually be turning into a much bigger deal than he originally thought. Out of nowhere, heavy footsteps echoed outside his room. "Door is open." Another message flew across the screen. Talk about an epic entrance, haha. Glancing toward the creaking wood, Subaru thought, "Man, I bet this dude is here to dump another mission on me." Standing in the threshold was Falcon, flanked by a sturdy figure named Peleus. Falcon offered a warm grin. "Apologies for the holdup, man. Meet the outpost's top commander, Sir Peleus. Lately the Titans have been relentlessly ambushing us. My squad is forced to run 24-hour patrols, locked in full battle gear just to survive. We even put the whole settlement on lockdown to prevent any senseless casualties. We really did not expect to run into a stranger during this absolute chaos." Peleus took over, his voice deep. "Word on the street is you protected our home while I was on the front lines. From the bottom of my heart, thank you." Subaru waved off the praise, cutting him off. "Do not sweat it. I just did what any—" Peleus pressed forward, his eyes intense. The true spirit of this stronghold is forged by fearless warriors who dare to clash with the Titan horde. His expression hardened into a grim scowl. By some miracle, our recon team finally pinpointed the alpha of the behemoth tribe. We are going all in, betting our very lives to trap that beast. Excuse my desperation, but I am pleading with you. Please deliver our people from this nightmare." Subaru stayed dead, simply studying the agonizing desperation etched across the commander's face. The live chat panicked. "Peleus, bro, do not catch a Is this guy fated to get wiped out?" "Hey, no spoilers in the chat." Subaru bit his lip, a heavy frown forming. This knight was absolutely doomed to perish in the upcoming phase. Slowly, he extended his hands outward. Flashing a cocky, reassuring grin, Subaru delivered his verdict. Message received. I am in. A massive wave of relief washed over Peleus as he eagerly gripped the "I owe you my life." A blood-red alert shattered the moment system notice. Stage 5 survival mode initiated. The strike team marched out together, bathed in the fading orange glow of dusk. Subaru kept his eyes locked firmly on the holographic interface. His inner monologue raced. Damn, my viewer count is skyrocketing. The chat box is scrolling at warp speed. It is literally impossible to read or reply right now. Out of nowhere, Peleus threw his fist in the air, halting the squad. Hold! Finn's complexion went completely pale, as looming before them was an absolute freak of nature, plated head to toe in impenetrable jagged armor. It was the alpha of the Titans. Peleus hissed through, I will draw its fury. You circle around and ambush its blind spot, my friend. But before he could charge, a heavy palm suddenly clamped down hard onto his shoulder pad. Hold on. Peleus clamped his jaw tight, whipping his head toward Subaru. That thing, the earth, violently buckled beneath their boots. Pure panic ripped through Peleus and his squad, while Subaru's gaze narrowed to a deadly focus. That is no human. Right then, the colossal chieftain's pupils dilated unnaturally, its hollow gaze creeping sideways. Without warning, an entire swarm of monstrous fragments materialized from the dust, stampeding forward in a twisted, frenzied bloodlust. Trembling Peleus watched in sheer horror. Why now? Before he could process it, a colossal fleshy palm swatted down with blinding speed. No stop. Absolute doom stared them down. Somebody help! The hulking fragment pulled back, looming directly in their line of sight. It flashed a sickening, twisted smirk, its dead, milky white eyes, devoid of any soul. The squad completely lost it, scrambling away. Fall back to the mountain! The Titan unleashed a deafening, blood-curdling roar. With ruthless force, it crushed its massive palm down onto the sacrificed victim, sealing their horrific. Watching the slaughter, a soldier completely broke down, lunging forward with agonizing sobs, but his squad mates desperately tackled him back. "Stop it, please," he wailed in pure agony as the beast lifted its blood-stained hand. Peleus planted his boots at the absolute front line, spinning around to bark his final orders. "That is an official order. Everybody run!" he roared, pushing their panic to the limit. "Think of your families, waiting back in the village. This is not over. We will survive and rebuild." The squad took off, sprinting. Peleus spun back around, ready to face the slaughter head-on. "I am leaving the rear guard to you." As he glanced sideways, he suddenly crashed straight into a dark, looming silhouette. Peleus screamed without missing a beat. "You two get out of here, rebuild our night order, and make these absolute monsters pay." In response, Subaru smoothly unsheathed his "That is exactly my plan," he shot back, stepping right into the line of fire. "Aren't you making a run for it?" Peleus blinked, totally caught off guard. "Wait, what are you talking about?" Subaru shoved him back, his tone dead serious. "If you hang around, you are just going to get in my way. Stay here and we both end up dead." Peleus choked back a terrified scream, his survival instincts finally overriding his guilt as he bolting, ditching the stranger. "I cannot just leave. Do not make me repeat myself," Subaru barked. The warrior finally sprinted away, but Peleus still hollered over his shoulder. "I am going to round up the rest of the squad. Just try to stay alive until we get back." Subaru locked eyes with the towering beasts and muttered a quiet, "Thanks." "Make it out of this alive, I owe you my life," Peleus roared from the distance. "Don't die out here." The massive creatures unhinged their jaws, unleashing a deafening, blood-curdling roar. Without a single ounce of pitch-black energy violently flared around his blade. "Your fight is with me." In a blinding flash, he carved a brutal upward arc right beneath the giant's massive leg. The beast staggered heavily, off balance, and mere inches from a total faceplant. That monstrous shriek ripped through the air, instantly drawing the furious gaze of the entire horde. Subaru swiped a slick layer of sweat from his forehead. A glowing system window instantly materialized. Traces of giants defeated. Double reward activated. 20 achievement points earned. Subaru's eyes burned a dangerous crimson as he ruthlessly sliced through flesh. "I know this is just a trial, but flying solo is definitely not my style." Miles away, Peleus was tearing through the dense woods like his life depended on it. His boots suddenly skidded to a dead halt, his lungs burning as he gasped for air. He whipped his head around, staring nervously toward the literal bloodbath he had just abandoned. Words completely failed him. He simply ground his teeth together in pure... Back in the danger zone, a rapid-fire stream of chat messages exploded around Subaru. "Oh man, this is going to be brutal. Bro is on a total suicide mission. Way too many mobs just focus on staying alive, dude." "Why on earth would you kick the backup out?" Someone else quickly chimed in. "The final score scales with the total number of surviving warriors. Simply staying alive is definitely not enough to..." "Man, this is completely insane." Subaru took a shallow breath, his mind racing. Even Peleus is historically doomed to bite the dust here. Before he could even finalize his game plan, the Titans completely lost their minds, stampeding toward him in a frenzied wave of destruction. Subaru instantly executed a flawless finishing move on the closest beast. Traces of giants defeated gained 10 achievement points. He gracefully pivoted, effortlessly slicing down a second monster. Traces of giants defeated gained 10 achievement points. His strategic brain immediately went into overdrive. This cursed, nameless blade continuously drains my mana supply. But in absolute return, every single one of my physical stats spikes dramatically. Picking these guys off one by one, total piece of cake. He leveled his massive weapon, his knuckles turning pure white around the hilt. The real issue is the strict time limit on this demonic power boost. I desperately need the high ground to scout out the raid boss. Scaling the massive fresh carcass of his last kill, Subaru used it as a gruesome watchtower. The remaining titans immediately locked their furious, bloodshot. Launching himself violently upward, he caught a suspended moment of hang time. Down below, a hulking brute unhinged its jaw, drooling like it expected him to just drop straight into. Out of nowhere, another massive titan threw its arms up, stretching its maw wide to snatch him right out of the sky. Instead of swinging his sword, Subaru ruthlessly drove his heavy boot directly into the monster. Treating their hideous towering mugs like literal stepping stones, Subaru bounded across the bloody battlefield with lethal parkour. The live chat box immediately started blowing up again. Bro, one tiny slip up and he is completely cooked. Close quarters combat is literally Subaru Narukami's bread and butter. Tuning out the entire peanut gallery, he kept his razor-sharp eyes peeled for a tactical advantage. If I manage to trigger the level 2 absorption, I can completely cancel out this cursed sword's nasty recoil. A soothing surge of energy rapidly restored his exhausted body and his frayed mind. His stamina drain instantly stabilized. Top-tier gear genuinely changes the entire game. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as he firmly locked onto a distant target. I have to corner the boss right now, before my buff completely runs out. Through the swirling sea of monsters, he finally spotted the alpha. The massive boss locked eyes with him, and unleashed a booming and Subaru exploded off his footing like a heat-seeking missile, while the monstrous leader hoisted its brutal weapon, preparing to swat him right out of the air. Rocketing directly toward his target, a grim realization hit him. If I miss this one-shot kill, it is officially game over. Keeping a totally icy poker face, Subaru silently begged, "Please do not fail me now." He snapped his fingers with a sharp, painfully echoing crack. A blinding aura of pure gold violently erupted around his body as he unleashed his thunder light skill. Deafening thunderclaps aggressed. The tactical flashbang effect was absolutely brutal. The giants collapsed in sheer agony, squeezing their massive skulls and shielding their violently blinded eyes. Even the powerful alpha dropped its massive staff, helplessly throwing its hands over its face. Forcing its agonizingly burned eyes wide open, it glared up at him and furiously roared, "Pathetic." Free-falling like a deadly meteor, Subaru perfectly angled his blade dead center between the monster's glowing eyes. The nameless demon sword violently siphoned the user's remaining mana. His furious pupils ignited with a terrifying crimson glow. The cursed blade simultaneously flared with an intense, blinding energy. The lethal blade violently pierced its skull, instantly freezing the monster's face in absolute horror. Subaru rigidly locked his grip, hanging tough, as a massive geyser of thick blood painted the air. The titanic boss glared at him with fading disbelief, before its massive frame heavily toppled backward. The remaining grunts were still totally paralyzed, frantically nursing their bleeding eyes, completely oblivious to the fact that their leader had just been target eliminated. Seed of the giant. A cascading waterfall of glowing blue system screens suddenly popped up. Survival Stage 5 officially cleared. An epic milestone flashed across the screen. Level up strength boosted by 1, agility bumped up by 2, and stamina surged by 2. Mana ticked up by 1. Meanwhile, the live chat absolutely exploded with hype. "Has anyone actually defeated this guy before? No way, how did he pull that off?" one user typed frantically. "This level wasn't designed to be cleared like this. Wait, when did he even get an opening for the kill shot? Taking down an unkillable boss. What an absolute madman. I despise this frail body of mine," Subaru thought, chest heaving as he desperately gasped for air. If he were the main character, this would be the perfect epic finale. But without warning, the sky choked into a pitch-black abyss. Jagged streaks of feral lightning ripped through the darkness, illuminating the heavens with a blinding glare. The towering titans finally settled down sluggishly, dropping their massive fists. Subaru lifted his blade, scrutinizing the steel. His level 2 absorption had completely failed to neutralize the cursed demon sword. His legs wobbled. He stumbled fighting just to stay upright. Right then, a terrifying realization struck him. Even though he conquered the boss, the surrounding monsters wouldn't vanish until the timer ran out. I never imagined that the very loophole I exploited would become my death sentence. Crimson droplets splattered the dirt leaking out from beneath his mask. Subaru glared at the colossal behemoths looming over him, dread gnawing at his gut. This is bad. I am totally tapped out. Out of nowhere, blinding tendrils of electricity fractured the darkened sky. A singular streak of golden plasma plummeted from the heavens, striking the earth with terrifying velocity. The radiant glow bathed his trembling frame in pure light. The bolt slammed dead center into Subaru. The earth-shattering detonation blasted outward, making even the fearless titans flinch and stumble backward. Meanwhile, miles away in a lush forest, the atmosphere was entirely different. The sky stretched out in a pristine blue. Songbirds echoed through the breeze, and warm amber. Tucked away in the heart of these woods sat a quaint wooden cabin, perfectly camouflaged by nature. Right on the front porch, a young girl lounged in a chair, totally absorbed in her task. Her eyes were glued to a strange gadget in her grip. The heavy door creaked open as Sigurd strolled out, his attention instantly zeroing in on her. He sauntered over, brow raised. "What are you doing out here in the middle of nowhere?" Brushing off his question, she smoothly pivoted the conversation. "Gorgeous day, don't you think? The breeze feels amazing." Yet her gaze never broke away from the glowing screen. "Enjoy it while it lasts. This peace won't stick around." He closed the distance, glancing toward the sky. "Time's almost up, isn't it?" Pondering for a second, he muttered, "We get this maybe once a year." Shifting his focus back to Rina, his tone darkened. "It is time to pull the plug." Her playful demeanor vanished into total silence. "Sigurd, you are unbelievable, tuning me out right in the middle of a serious talk." Frustrated, he leaned over her shoulder to peek at the monitor. "What has you so captivated anyway?" She paused, biting her lip before confessing. I am watching a live feed of Subaru. His handle is Subaru Narukami." Sigurd's calm facade shattered instantly. "Subaru," he snapped. "Did you just say Subaru?" Rolling her eyes, Rina quickly shut him down. "Relax, it is not that Subaru. This kid just hijacked the alias. Subaru Narukami is just some streamer grinding through the second trial right now." The chat log blazed across the stream. "Bro, his reflexes are insane. You are telling me this dude is a rookie?" Rina faltered for a heartbeat before her tone sharpened. "You recognize him, don't you?" she challenged, her voice spiking with sudden hostility. If the real Subaru had survived that catastrophe, Kazuki Kyojo would have been erased from this tower ages ago. Regaining his cool, Sigurd countered, "What are you getting at?" Rina frowned deeply, anger flushing her cheeks a vivid pink. "Subaru is gone. You have to accept reality." The words hit a nerve. Sigurd spun on his heel, marching off. "Drop it. Never bring that name up again." Panic laced her voice as she screamed, "Sigurd!" Leaping from her seat, she hollered after him. "How much longer are you going to cower in that kid's shadow?" He whipped around, fury burning in his eyes. "Look who's talking." He lunged forward violently, snatching the tablet from her grip. "This obsession is exactly why you're dragging yourself into this mess." He opened his mouth to scold her further, shoving the screen right in her face. "I was just killing time," she defended frantically. But as she glanced at the monitor, the blazing broadcast mirrored in her wide eyes. She let out a baffled gasp. "Wait, what?" Sigurd yanked the tablet back, his scowl deepening as he snapped, "Now what?" But the second his own eyes locked onto the glowing display, his entire body paralyzed in shock. Right there, on the battlefield, the warrior dug his heel deep into the cracked earth, coiling his muscles like a monstrous shockwave of pure energy erupted from his core, blinding the arena. The suffocating aura was so heavy it literally slammed the giant tribe into the dirt. They were completely pinned down. Then the coveted system prompt popped up. Skill unlocked, lightning reward granted, 2,000 achievement points. Option 1. Continue the gauntlet. Option 2. Fast forward to next week. The live chat went absolutely berserk. "Bro, are you kidding? That is unhinged, so that is the secret requirement. This difficulty scaling is completely busted. People kept asking how to unlock the lightning element. Turns out you just have to solo the giant boss." It totally made sense why Subaru Narukami gatekept the method, because even if he leaked the strategy, Nobody else could actually pull it off. Staring at his crackling hands, he smirked inwardly. Under normal circumstances, getting this skill right now should have been impossible. The glowing holographic panel booted up, projecting the destructive stat. The rank A plus tier 1 skill devours stamina and mana to unleash raw thunder. Gathering lightning fragments pushes it to the next level. Subaru stared at the glowing interface, letting out a heavy breath. Hey, I am still breathing. That is a win. Pausing the trial right there literally saved my skin. A flurry of fresh alerts popped up, displaying a massive roster of viewers showering him with donations. Without missing a beat, Subaru addressed his audience. Huge thanks to every single one of you. Checking his rising stats, he smirked. Fame points, 20,150. I promised you guys a killer show if the donations rolled in. So guess what the gauntlet continues? The colossal beast jolted back to life, unleashing a guttural roar as it lunged. Subaru locked his piercing gaze on the incoming threat. Let me show you exactly what those 20,000 fame points just bought. His greed skill instantly evolved from level 2 to level 3, completely erasing the recoil of his lightning powers. He hoisted a hand, sparking with violent electricity. He craved that surging energy coursing through his veins. As pure voltage flooded into his palm, it flared with blinding brilliance. His crew braced themselves for the impact, while the abominations swarmed them like rabid wolves tearing into fresh meat. Right as the monsters wound up for the kill, Subaru smirked. He grabbed his sheathed weapon with both hands and pumped raw electricity straight into the nameless demon blade. A lethal crimson aura exploded from his figure. Time to butcher them all at once. Just like the good old days. He brought the sword crashing down. A blinding flash erupted from his eyes. Wherever that devastating arc traveled, the towering behemoths were sliced cleanly in half. Nothing survived that grim Reaper stroke. As the final strike landed, the radiant glow faded, leaving a visibly drained Subaru gasping for air. Damn it! I meant to conserve some juice for the trip back. He jammed the blade into the dirt, using it as a crutch to stay upright. Totally miscalculated that one. From the rear, a handful of survivors cautiously approached. Taking in the absolute carnage, shock washed over their faces. Peleus lifted his gaze, utterly bewildered. Wait, what? He abruptly sprinted toward his savior. You actually held the line! Catching the frantic shout, Subaru slowly turned his head. His surroundings swam dizzily. He fought to steady his breathing, but the world kept... He watched Peleus stumbling closer, with pure panic in his eyes. You absolute moron! Seriously! Just as Subaru... He squeezed his eyes shut. You actually showed up. Meanwhile, miles away in a quiet office, a smartphone loudly vibrated on a desk. The trio inside exchanged nervous, frantic glances. Song-hyun glanced up, breaking the silence. Did things seriously have to escalate this far? John threw his hands up in defeat. Do not look at me. I will never understand how a woman's brain operates. Hatsuka sank into her seat, burying her face in her palms as she muttered. Oh, this is a total disaster. Her cheeks burned bright red, beads of nervous sweat rolling down her... What am I supposed to do now? Hatsuka scrubbed her face frantically. Maybe my text sounded way too icy. What if he thinks it was just a strict corporate memo? Ugh, I definitely should have tossed in a smiley face. John crossed his arms, smirking. Hate to break, but it completely read like a soulless corporate memo. Are you sure you are not just acting? He kept pushing. Honestly, I thought you got this gig to actually manage a streamer. Atsuka dropped her hands, her voice spiking with defensive energy. Hey Long, before I became a manager, I was a die-hard supporter. You cannot judge me for being a fangirl. She abruptly bolted upright and marched right up to both of them. I specifically told you, did I not, boss? Pressing a hand fiercely against her chest, she declared with absolute conviction. That is a breed of lightning only Subaru Narukami could ever master. Because of his genius, that electric power is now entirely exclusive to him and his squad. Sung-hyun let out a long sigh. Well, at least I managed to keep my paycheck intact. He stroked his chin, a knowing smirk forming. Makes perfect sense why nobody else could pull it off. The kid is definitely a star in the making. Suddenly, the tablet in his grasp chimed. Atsuka's eyes widened with hope. Oh, boss, is that him? But Seong-hyun's next words sent her spiraling. Looks like Subaru Narukami just opened your message. The second those words hit the air, Hatsuka turned into solid stone. He left me on red. Both guys stared at her in utter dismay. as she stood there completely paralyzed by the rejection. Cut to a different room, completely decked out in anime figures, where an insanely energetic voice echoed out. "All right, let us get this party started." A stylish dude spun around in his premium gaming chair, surrounded by a high-end rig, his eyes glued to a massive flat-screen monitor. Bubbling with uncontrollable hype, he shouted out, "Are you guys ready to dive in?" This was the tactical streamer legendary for breaking down player mechanics with razor-sharp logic and insane game knowledge. He had dismantled endless rivals in debates, cementing a hardcore fan base. A cocky grin spread across his face. The one and only Hawkeye rumors constantly flew about his god-tier ability to dissect any competitor's combat footage. And his latest target, Kurikawa Amon, the absolute rookie sensation of the Blue Zone. They were calling him the prodigy of the... A total deep dive into Kurikawa Amon and Hawkeye tapped the glass right over Amon's frozen highlight reel. We have got an absolute wild card tearing through the tower at warp speed. People are literally hyping him up as the next Narukami. So it is time for the Hawk to lay down the facts, throwing former Blue Eye veteran Kazuki Kyojo into the mix too. Is it actually possible for him to seize the title of the absolute strongest? We're talking about Kazuki Kyojo, the absolute beast of the Blue District. Hawkeye broke down his entire playstyle. Look, being the champion representing Earth comes with a crushing, suffocating amount of pressure. But right now I want to dive deep into his actual combat mechanics. And naturally, when we talk about cross-generational legends, the absolute myth himself, Narukami Subaru, is front and center. No matter how much trash the haters talk, the domain of lightning belongs to one man and one man only. Narukami Subaru. Hawkeye hyped him up. When you picture a competitor who completely shatters the ceiling and leaves everyone else in the dust, whose face pops into your head, I bet 99% of you are picturing the exact same guy right this second. You nailed it. It's Subaru Narukami. Hawkeye kicked off his broadcast practically buzzing with adrenaline. Yo, what is up everybody? It's your boy Hawkeye. Thanks for dropping into the stream today. Today we are putting the most hyped rookie on the planet under the microscope. Let's talk about Narukami Subaru. Instantly the chat exploded. Wait, Subaru is back. Hold up, is this a fake? Ain't he stuck on floor 2? Already, man, there are way too many Subaru clones running around. Another Subaru wannabe bro is totally out of content. LMAO Hawkeye totally fell off. He completely ignored the barrage, but Hawkeye just brushed off the haters. He dragged his mouse across the screen. Hey now, don't kill the vibe before we even get started. He hit play on Subaru's combat footage. His jaw practically hit the floor. Bro, that is utterly unhinged. The chat completely lost its collective mind. What is wrong? LMAO. And he's supposedly a rookie. This isn't just pay to win. This is godly. Pure cap bro is totally overrated. What floor is he even on? Any trace of doubt surrounding Subaru's combat prowess evaporated. Hawkeye stayed glued to the screen, stammering. Wait, what exactly am I looking at? Subaru's flawless execution left him completely speechless. He sat there frozen, barely managing to force out a Hawkeye started breaking down the frames. You don't just see that kind of raw pinpoint focus. Absolutely zero normal players can wield a fresh level 1 skill with that kind of mastery. He was just overflowing with admiration. He perfectly restrained his own output, injecting the exact, precise amount of magical energy straight into his blade. Not a single drop of mana was wasted. It was flawless. Wait, what does that even mean? Am I the only idiot who is totally lost here? Oh, holy crap, I finally see it. One word, dude. Godlike. If this isn't scripted, it's absolutely terrifying. Hawkeye leaned. Just look at the surgical precision, the hyper-concentrated technique, the sheer mental fortitude to pull it off, combined with the lethal battle IQ to trigger it at the perfect millisecond. I swear to you, this man did not make a single, solitary misstep during this entire bloodbath. His eyes tracked every single slash. Seriously. I would bet cold hard cash that 50% of you don't even grasp the sheer magnitude of what we just witnessed. Right before signing, mark my words, this kid is going to flip the entire hierarchy upside down. I'm locking him in for my next few deep dives. The comment section was still an absolute war zone. Wait, I totally thought he was running a meat shield build. Yo, are you trying to party up with him? Hey, isn't that your designated tank? Honestly, if he pushes up a few more floors, doing a duo queue would be a total blast. But real talk, the guy is an absolute anomaly. A single highlighted comment snagged Hawkeye's attention. Yo, no final verdict today. He paused, tapping his chin. Oh snap, my bad. He chewed on his thoughts for a beat, weighing his words, before dropping an absolute bombshell regarding Subaru's micromanagement. His mechanics might actually eclipse Narukami at his absolute prime. The scene violently shifts to Subaru dead to the world in his bed. He violently snapped awake, gasping for air. Subaru threw himself upright as the blaring system interface flashed right in his face. Stage 6 is approaching. Fatigue levels have hit rock bottom. Do you wish to delay the upcoming trial? Subaru frantically dug through his memory, pulling up the 2 strict requirements needed to pause the endless grind. Rule number 1. You have to have totally cleared the prior trial. Rule number 2. The impending stage cannot have triggered yet, and your fatigue stat must read a flat 0. Basically, you gotta be in peak physical condition. Subaru aggressively rubbed his temples, groaning. Yeah, my physical fatigue says 0, but my brain feels like absolute mush right now. Man, maybe I just need to hit the brakes and postpone. He snagged his smartphone off the nightstand, and his eyes nearly bulged out of his skull when he caught his live viewer count. Whoa. He scrambled to throw together a quick outro before cutting the feed. Massive thanks to every single one of you who tuned in tonight. The chat suddenly exploded, scrolling at the speed of light. Wait, what? You're ditching us already? Turns out the dude was literally seconds away from passing out. Don't go, we want more! He squinted at the impossible numbers flooding his screen. Seriously, when the hell did my sub count blow up like this? Subaru flashed a quick, exhausted peace sign, bidding his massive crowd. My bad guys, but the next broadcast won't drop until the day after tomorrow. I really gotta take 24 hours to recharge. The sheer microsecond the system confirmed that Subaru Narukami had killed the broadcast, a blinding pillar of light erupted violently, tearing open a dimensional rift. Subaru was instantly ripped straight out of his bedroom. The glowing blue system aggressively flashed, stage discovery. At the same moment, his smartphone aggressively vibrated in his pocket. Subaru didn't immediately charge through the portal. Instead, he planted his feet, pulled out his phone, and stared completely dumbfounded at the glowing text message. It was a highly classified priority email sent straight from the corporate suits at Azure Sky Entertainment, addressed directly to Subaru Narukami. We deeply appreciate your relentless... My name is Hatsuka, representing the Elite Management Division of Azure Sky Entertainment. We urgently request you verify receipt of our previous communication. Our agency provides absolute top-tier backing and promises the most lucrative revenue split in the business. Skeptical Subaru yanked down his mask, his eyes scanning the text a second time. An official recruitment pitch. It suddenly clicked. The sender was none other than Azure Sky Entertainment. Cut to a cozy corner cafe. Subaru remained completely glued to the notification, glaring back at him. He immediately hit the web to dig up dirt on the agency. Azure Sky Entertainment turned out to be a massive MCN managing top-tier creators. They were a titan exploding in popularity, fueled by massive financial backing and elite creator support. He muttered under his breath, things have seriously shifted if massive corporations like this are popping up. Scrolling through the search results, Subaru narrowed his eyes. They are absolute heavyweights in the streaming industry, arguably the absolute best. His thumb stopped over a trending thread. Streamer Hawkeye officially signs with Azure Sky. Like a blazing comet, Narukami has crashed onto the scene, and judging by raw mechanics alone, he might have already eclipsed the original legend. Right below a fierce comment, war was raging. Hawkeye's next victim. LMAO. This dude is straight up capping. Total garbage take. Bro is a primetime yapper now. Sellouts really forget where they came from just to push agency ads. Did he actually hype that nobody up? Hawkeye was notorious for being ruthlessly critical. Skimming the hate train, it finally dawned on Subaru. Oh right, that guy is also signed to Azure. A brutal analyst infamous for his completely savage, no-filter breakdowns. The forums were absolutely melting down. A flicker of awkward pride warmed his chest, absolutely hyped that the notorious... Gotta hand it to him, the man spots real talent. Outside, heavy boots stomped down the pavement, making a beeline for Subaru's exact location. A hulking brute halted outside the glass doors, glaring down at his screen. The audio from Hawkeye's broadcast blasted on repeat, echoing into the street. Mechanically speaking, he might actually outclass the legend's prime. Isaac violently mashed the power button. That ridiculous praise made his blood boil. Are you kidding me? The punk just scraped by to floor 2. He spat viciously at his dark screen. Corporate lapdogs. The second I hit that rank, I am ripping their eyeballs out. The blinding rage refused to fade. Isaac violently kicked the pavement. To hell with this! He shoved the cafe doors open, radiating pure venomous fury. His entire morning was completely trashed. Stepping inside, he stopped dead in his tracks. His simmering rage instantly ignited into a wildfire. In a cruel twist of fate, Subaru was chilling right there in a corner table, pushing Isaac's patience over the edge. He growled under his breath. Am I cursed today? Every single place I look. Subaru remained blissfully unaware, his eyes completely locked on to the trending headlines. Isaac aggressively marched over to the distracted boy, seizing the perfect blind spot, and maliciously swiped the piping hot beverage right across the table. The freshly brewed liquid splashed everywhere. Subaru vaulted out of his seat to dodge the scalding heat, his body stiffening the second he recognized the looming figure. Isaac sneered, offering a blatantly fake apology. Oops, my bad. He feigned absolute ignorance before smirking. Subaru, wow, we just keep bumping into each other, huh? Guess floor 2 is a pretty cramped space. His voice dripped with poisonous sarcasm. Unwanted drama straight out of the gate. Subaru completely brushed off the bait. He simply intended to sit back down in silence, but Isaac was starved for a confrontation. You need me to cover that drink? Good thing you are dead broke anyway, so that works out. The brute aggressively continued his tirade, as Subaru silently slipped past him toward the exit. The complete dismissal cut Isaac off mid-sentence, a lethal mix of humiliation and pure rage blazing in his eyes. He barked down the aisle, desperate to spark a brutal brawl. I gave you a crystal clear warning last time. Are you mentally slow? Out of nowhere, he lunged forward, violently snatching Subaru by the collar. You little rat! He invaded Subaru's personal space, spitting threats. Wipe that cocky look off your face. You honestly think I am letting you walk up? If you were begging for a beatdown, you should have just spoken up. I will absolutely break you like I did before. How does that sound? Subaru stared blankly at the explosive tantrum, completely exhausted by the childish drama. He firmly clamped his hand around the giant's wrist, and calmly whispered, My bad, but I honestly do not have the time to entertain you today. Subaru's vice-like grip dug painfully deep, immediately blossoming dark bruises on Isaac's skin. The brute completely froze, utterly bewildered. Was this kid always packing this much power? Subaru effortlessly shoved him away and Go ahead and cover my tab. Thanks for the free drink. He stepped out, stranding the massive bully totally paralyzed in the middle of the shop, now forcibly roped into paying for the ruined beverage. The giant roared out, Get back here! But his desperate screams fell on completely deaf ears. The heavy glass door slammed shut, echoing like a stinging slap across Isaac's ego. He let out a heavy sigh. I actually planned to grind the tower in peace. He aggressively popped his knuckles. He used to be the legendary Subaru Narukami. Now, he was just Subaru Hosoi. Abandoning his ruined coffee completely, he stormed off, his blood still boiling. Everyone just keeps testing my patience. Meanwhile, as Subaru casually wandered down the sidewalk, a sudden realization hit him. Oh right, he quickly tapped out a text and hit send. We then cut to a steamy bathroom scene. Hatsuko was soaking in a hot tub when her phone suddenly buzzed. A fresh notification popped up on the screen. It was from Narukami Subaru. Let's meet up inside the dungeon sometime. A sudden pillar of light crashed down, illuminating the chaotic battlefield below. The massacre had clearly just ended. Monster carcasses were scattered everywhere, and the blade gripped tightly in Subaru's hand, still pulsed with a fiery red glow. Subaru stood dead center before the massive boss room doors. A system prompt flashed, entering the dungeon boss room, the exiled salamander god's refuge. Almost instantly, another alert popped up. Tier 3 infusion active. Subaru took a deep breath, focusing his mind before the brawl. I'm finally getting a feel for this body, he thought. Suddenly, from the pitch-black abyss above, a massive fireball descended. A colossal salamander god, completely wreathed in raging flames, erupted upward. The system announced, Boss Salamander has appeared. The beast unleashed an earth-shattering roar. Without missing a beat, Subaru sprinted straight at it, calculating his every move to avoid repeating past mistakes, while fully mastering his lightning abilities. Time to see just how far this new power can take me, he thought. With that, both he and the flaming beast lunged at one another. Channeling raw lightning into his legs, Subaru effortlessly launched himself high into the air. As he vaulted forward, a rush of adrenaline hit him. In that split second, he felt total. The monster charged in, unhinging its massive jaws to strike. A scorching torrent of fire blasted straight at Subaru. In a flash, he channeled crackling lightning straight into his blade. The system pinged. Lightning infused into the nameless demon sword. Subaru swung his weapon with devastating force, unleashing a brutal slash that cleaved the monster's fiery breath cleanly. The system chimed in repeatedly, Tier 3 infusion active, nullifying the side effects of lightning. Nullification failed, fatigue increasing. Subaru completely brushed off the warning. He was itching to test out one more strike. This time, his demonic blade carved a flawless arc, slicing right through the monster's thick hide. As the beast collapsed, victory was declared. Dungeon conquered. The exiled salamander god's refuge leveled up. +1 strength, +2 stamina. Subaru stepped out of the dungeon. Dusk had already blanketed the sky. He checked his stats. Fatigue was at 61. Subaru muttered under his breath, "This stamina cost reduction is way better than I expected. I still got plenty of gas in the tank. I could easily push my power even further." But then he let out a heavy sigh as he stared at his status screen. It read, D rank infusion tier 3. Skill type nullifies side effects of skills and items. Upgrade cost 40,000. Subaru winced hard. Isn't demanding double the reputation points for a single level up a bit brutal? While he was busy sulking, he thought, man, I wish someone would just pop up and hand me a solid gig right now. Suddenly a voice echoed, hunting. He snapped his head toward the sound. From a distance, a tall silhouette stepped out of the shadows. That voice was way too familiar. The guy slowly closed the gap and asked again, "You out here huntin'?" As the moonlight caught his features, a familiar face. It was Isaac. And this time around, he actually looked thrilled to bump into Subaru. We've known each other for ages, but man, this is a real surprise. Running into the absolute last person he wanted to see after a tough boss fight, Subaru groaned in annoyance. You are seriously clingy, man. Isaac just waved him off. I've honestly given this a lot of thought, you know. But frankly, I've completely run out of patience. He kept stalking closer to Subaru. With a cocky smirk, he taunted, "So why don't we just settle this right here, right now?" Subaru glared at the guy, thoroughly disgusted. This dude is a real piece of work, he thought. The scene then cuts to a bustling city street at night, where glamorous women... Hawkeye pushed into a cozy little tavern, scanning the room for his contact. A hand shot up from the back, waving wildly. Over here! John was already chilling at a booth. He flashed a bright smile as soon as he spotted Hawkeye. Long time no see, man! Hawkeye gave a polite nod. Yeah, been a while. How's the streaming gig treating you? Hawkeye asked, getting comfortable and grabbing his drink. Same old tea, same old viewers. So the viewer count hasn't budged much. John took a slow sip before replying, honestly, that's a good thing. A solid foundation means it won't just crumble overnight. Hawkeye smirked at John's little life lesson and cut to the chase. Anyway, why the sudden invite? I know you didn't drag me out here just to sip tea, so spit it out. John chuckled, impressed. Damn, you really are as sharp as your name, Hawkeye. He immediately brought up Subaru Narukami, the rookie Hawkeye had scoped out just yesterday. Were you dead serious about what you said? Hawkeye took a sip and replied with a deadpan expression. Oh, you mean the new kid? Just like I mentioned, this kid's raw potential might actually eclipse Subaru Narukami in his absolute prime. Now, whether he actually climbs to those heights is a whole different ballgame. A deep, calculating look crossed his face as he weighed the possibilities. Absorbing Hawkeye's breakdown, John stroked his chin. I see, so that is your official take. Hawkeye shot back with a breezy grin. Why the sudden curiosity? John laid his cards on the table. I want to bring him under our agency's wing. Hawkeye nodded enthusiastically. Man, you never miss when spotting a diamond in the rough. Great idea, but his subscriber count is basically 0 right now. You cannot just draft a ghost. He needs serious street cred first. John swirled the drink in his glass. Valid point, but your analysis just cemented my gut feeling. Without set up a massive collaboration between yourself and Subaru Narukami. We will work our magic behind the scenes to skyrocket those views and build his brand. Cut back to the alleyway. Isaac was still running his mouth, trying to pick a fight in the dead silence. Subaru, absolutely exhausted and just wanting his bed, gave a dead. Isaac refused to shut up. You only survived because someone carried your weak ass through that dungeon. Look at you, not a single damn scratch on your face. Bet you bolted the second things got hot. That is exactly why I am telling you to know your place, loser. The guy was spitting words like a broken record, strutting around like surviving the climb was anything but pure dumb luck. Do not even try to act tough, dreaming you can actually tame lightning. Just like that pathetic streamer Isaac shoved a heavy hand onto Subaru's shoulder. That piece of garbage, if he kicked the bucket, he should just stay buried in rotten hell. Isaac sneered, his face twisting with pure disgust. Every single one of you wannabes makes me sick, damn it. He leaned in close, demanding validation. Right? Subaru stared blankly at the raving lunatic in front of him, letting out a long, heavy exhale. Never really pictured a world crawling with so many Subaru Narukami fanboys. Actually, I have been meaning to pick your brain. Let me ask you this, why exactly do you have such a massive target on my back? The question completely threw Isaac off balance. He blinked, spitting out the pettiest excuse imaginable. Because your stupid name is Subaru. Subaru tilted his head, genuinely baffled. What is wrong with the name? I thought the crowd loved it. Isaac suddenly choked on his own words, dodging eye contact. Are you freaking kidding me? You know exactly who my old man is, and you still have the nerve to ask? Subaru just stared back, utterly lost by the bizarre connection. How did your parents even enter the chat? We are grown men. Why are you dragging daddy issues into a street fight? With a puffed-out chest, Isaac dropped the name Reinhardt, an elite powerhouse ruling the 9th floor. That specific title finally made Subaru snap to attention. Reinhardt, wait. You do not mean the legendary one-cut swordmaster, do you? Flashbacks from his previous life violently crashed back into Subaru's consciousness. A deafening broadcast echoed through his memories. Breaking news. The impossible has just happened. Subaru Narukami of the Lamnya Guild, crashing down like a meteor from Earth, has utterly annihilated the ancient continent's elite ranker, Reinhardt, with just one single devastating strike. In that memory, Subaru had coldly walked away, leaving Reinhardt's broken body resting inside a massive smoking crater. The entire massacre took barely 30 seconds. Drowning in his own blood, the fallen swordsman clawed desperately at the dirt. Hold on. I am not done fighting. But the words barely left his lips before his arm completely gave out. Just like that, an untouchable overlord of the 9th floor was snapping back to the present. Subaru's casual mention of the title instantly triggered Isaac's boiling point. You filthy stray. Keep his damn title out of your mouth. Subaru narrowed his eyes, piecing the puzzle together. Let me get this straight. You are hunting me down because of the one-cut swordmaster's legacy, not just because you hate his nickname? Subaru furrowed his brow, a dark edge creeping into his voice. Do you possess any idea the kind of hell Subaru was dragged through just because of that? Isaac totally snapped his patience, instantly vaporizing. Shut your mouth. One more word, I swear. He lunged forward, igniting a blinding whip. Isaac bared his teeth like a rabid dog. Unfazed, Subaru rooted his feet to the ground, waiting for the brat's next move. Searing heat morphed around Isaac's fists as he screamed, channeling a blazing sphere of hellfire. Isaac shrieked into the night. I despise Subaru Narukami. Just hearing his name makes my skin crawl. The guy is totally mediocre, but he hogs the spotlight and acts like a literal god. Because of a worthless commander like him, his whole squad got sloppy and marched straight into their graves. Isaac's face twisted into a demonic grin, and they totally deserved it. As we speak, those fools are burning in the deepest pits of hell, choking on their own karma. The sick fantasy brought a twisted, euphoric smile to Isaac's lips. He hurled the raging inferno forward, howling into the blast, carrying that cursed name. Seals your pathetic fate. The fiery comet slammed directly into Subaru, erupting into a monstrous shockwave. Dusting off his hands, Isaac exhaled fully, convinced he just incinerated the... Oops, looks like my mana slipped. And to think we were such good buddies. He faked a dramatic gasp. What a heartbreaking tragedy. Drunk on his own destructive power, Isaac started plotting. Maybe I will go hunt down that irritating masked streamer next. But abruptly, a cold echoing voice sliced through the settling dust. Did you say? A mask. Isaac froze, the blood draining from his face. It was literally impossible for anyone to survive a point-blank. The thick black smoke parted. Subaru swaggered out of the inferno, casually rocking the exact same disguise Isaac had just been trashing. Looking for this, he taunted. Behind him, the pavement was completely liquefied from the blast, licking flames still chewing up the asphalt. Isaac stared, his mind totally short-circuiting. No freaking way Subaru was standing there breathing, without a single thread on his clothes even singed. Choking on his own disbelief, Isaac stammered, "You ate my ultimate strike. How the hell are you standing?" Subaru smoothly dusted off his shoulder, answering the raging boy with bone-chilling calm. "Think you're so tough." In a flash, he launched himself right at Isaac. Like I'd listened to a spoiled little punk like you. A devastating right hook slammed deep into Isaac's gut, with bone-crushing force. His eyes instantly rolled to the back of his skull. His pupils shook erratically, as a wet guttural gasp escaped his lips. Urgh! He crumbled to the dirt right at Subaru's boots. A raw, agonizing shriek ripped from his throat, thick crimson spilling past his teeth as he writhed. Subaru glared down with icy disgust. "Running your mouth about them, huh?" Isaac smeared the gore from his chin, choking on his own breath just to form a sentence. You. Subaru's voice dropped to a deadly quiet calm. "Tell me who exactly is standing in front of you today. Is it Subaru Hosei, the poor kid you tortured? Is it the masked Subaru Narukami? Or maybe lamb-in-hand Narukami?" With chilling elegance, he peeled the mask from his face, his dead, piercing stare locked onto the broken mess bleeding out on the ground. Yet Isaac's stubborn pride refused to break. "Yeah, right. Don't screw with me. You're just that internet clown Subaru Narukami, aren't you?" He clawed his way up, flashing a bloody, crooked sneer. "That lightning technique is an absolute joke, if garbage like you can pull it off." He channeled swirling energy into his clenched fists, barking out his arrogant delusion. "You honestly think those parlor tricks can take me down if a pathetic little nobody can learn it? Then I must be a literal god compared to Lamb's right." Subaru just stood there like a statue, letting the idiot rant. Isaac bellowed in a furious frenzy. "Am I wrong, you piece of trash?" He lunged forward in a desperate, blinding rush. But against that frantic charge, Subaru simply flicked his wrist. A single, terrifyingly clean arc. Isaac's entire arm detached, spinning wildly into the bloody sky. It was over in a literal heartbeat. The speed defied reality. Isaac's brain couldn't even process the phantom pain. Subaru sighed, utterly unimpressed. "Pathetic. Wrong answer. Honestly, it's impressive how much garbage you can spit out. You missed the point entirely." The cold tip of Subaru's blade now rested right against Isaac's pulsing jugular. The bully began to stutter in pure terror. What are you talking about?" His panicked mind frantically replayed the deadly questions Subaru had asked just moments. "Do you have any idea the living hell Subaru went through because of you?" It pissed him off, hearing an arrogant little punk drag their name through the mud. The truth finally hit Isaac like a runaway freight train. The crushing realization of who he was actually dealing with. He shook like a leaf in a hurricane. "Don't tell me." Subaru waited in dead silence as the pathetic man stumbled over his final desperate words. You're lamb-in-hand. Narukami." The syllables barely left his mouth before Subaru's blade flashed one last lethal time. A geyser of dark crimson erupted from his neck. A merciless instant execution. Game over. His lifeless shell crashed into the dirt, pooling a lake of blood across the wasteland. Subaru simply slipped his mask back on and walked. That was way too quick for a guy like him. Subaru muttered softly to the original Hosei's spirit. "Just take it as my way of saying thanks for letting me use this vessel." Hard cut to the very next morning, back at the usual coffee shop, but the atmosphere was buzzing with frantic energy. What was the deal? Was the place swarming with Narukami superfans? Dude, does that guy have zero self-awareness? Looks like he's doing a live broadcast right now. Unbothered Subaru lounged, eyes glued to his phone screen, completely tuning out the gossiping baristas behind his back. He strictly followed the Narukami brand rule. Never reveal the face on camera. It was a massive tactical edge, ensuring his enemies couldn't track him down in the real world. Suddenly, a young woman hurried over. "I am so sorry to keep you." This was Hatsuka. Her cheeks burned a bright, flustered pink. "Oh gosh, it's so great to finally meet you. I'm the person from the emails." She rushed nervously through her introduction. I'm Hatsuka, the new manager. She bowed stiffly, offering a terribly awkward handshake. It is an absolute honor to sit across from you. Peeking up at his signature masked look, her face flushed even hotter. She gasped out loud. Wow, you guys really are identical. Her overactive imagination instantly kicked into overdrive. Wait. What if the real Subaru Narukami was actually alive and coming back, and this masked guy was just a really convincing fake? She had been burning a hole into him for so long that he finally blinked. Is something wrong? Hatsuka snapped out of her intense trance. Oh no. Well, she desperately tried to remember her boss John's golden rule. Nail the first impression. Lock in the client's absolute trust. Right. Act like a totally reliable professional. She panicked, convinced she had already blown the entire meeting. Subaru stared at her blankly, totally lost as to why this girl looked ready to rip her own hair out. He decided to take a guess. Let me ask, are you a huge fan of Subaru Narukami? Instantly, sparklers ignited. Oh my gosh, yes, the biggest fan ever, Subaru sighed, raising a hand. Look, I'm just a stand-in, not the real deal, so please take a breath, manager. And pretty sure I'm older than you anyway. But Hatsuka waved her hands frantically. No, wait, I'm a massive fan of yours too. She wasn't faking it. She was a total genuine fangirl. Once she found her rhythm, the word vomit was absolutely unstoppable. Honestly, I've been subscribed since you were streaming to literally 0 viewers. I was officially viewer number 1. Like when you styled on that mob drop and absolutely crushed Greg's impossible challenge. And then you actually picked the lightning trial just to fight him on even ground. My jaw was on the floor. Subaru blinked, genuinely taken aback by her hardcore obsession. She didn't even pause for breath. Your movement mechanics are insane. So smooth, so cracked. Just watching your gameplay pumps my... The way you instantly locked down that boss, my palms were literally dripping sweat. I've even hunted for those ultra-rare, giant shard fragments myself. He sat there completely shell-shocked, quietly absorbing. She actually was his day one fan. She remembered details he had completely forgotten. Beneath the cold mask, a warm, genuine smile spread across Subaru's face. I was just messing around back then. I can't believe you were actually watching, he admitted. The validation sent a jolt of pure electricity through Hatsuka. It is beyond awesome. It has to be destiny, she gushed. But the fangirl moment vanished in a flash. She snapped back into razor-sharp corporate mode. Okay, game face on. I need to lock down his trust right now, she coached herself. She whipped out the freshly printed contract. I know you are swamped, so I will hit the highlights, she stated, slapping the thick stack of papers onto the table. Sponsorships, highlight reels, event broadcasts, you name it. We handle the heavy lifting to maximize your brand's explosive potential. Everything revolves around the Narukami name. Subaru picked up the document, his eyes scanning the pages. All right, what is the catch? What is my end of the deal? Just keep crushing your streams. That is literally it, Hatsuka beamed. It almost sounded way too good to be true. Subaru raised an eyebrow. Was dominating the streaming world really this effortless? Catching his doubt, Hatsuka waved her hands frantically. It is because you, from the executives down to the interns, everyone at the agency is obsessed with your potential. Nailed it. Now seal the deal. Leaning forward, her eyes sparkled. So how does it sound? Does the paperwork meet your standards? Out of nowhere, Subaru tilted his head. Are all the reps at Azure Sky as unique as you, Hatsuka? The question instantly drained the color from her face. She shrank back, completely mortified. Oh gosh, no. Everyone else is insanely professional and put together. But wait, I am not totally incompetent, I swear. Seeing her spiral into panic, Subaru quickly waved his hands. Whoa, hold on, that came out completely wrong. His sharp eyes swept over Hatsuka, carefully dissecting the raw, intense aura radiating from her. She is definitely not your run-of-the-mill player. Why is someone rocking stats like that, stuck pushing papers? Meanwhile, Hatsuka was quietly melting down. It is over. I blew it. We are totally crash and burn. Beneath his tactical visor, a heavy knot of realization tightened in Subaru's stomach. If a monster like her was just a desk jockey, the enemies waiting for him out there were on a whole different level. The honeymoon phase was over. He had to hit the gas and never look back. While he strategized, Hatsuka was practically vibrating with nerve. I needed to look like a polished pro. What if he walks away right now? Can I legally tackle him and force the signature? Shattering her frantic thoughts, Subaru calmly extended his hand. I get it, he nodded firmly. I can trust you with my brand. Hatsuka froze, her jaw practically hitting the floor. She fully expected rejection. Seriously, Subaru added, his voice warm and grounded. I am looking forward to working with you. Tears welled up in her eyes as she lunged forward, gripping his hand like, are you kidding? I should be begging you, please take care of me. Smash cut to the stream overlay. The camera flickered online and Subaru commanded the screen. Unlike his rookie days, the waiting room was already packed. The live chat exploded into a frenzy the second his avatar loaded. He is live. Let's go, we have been waiting. Yo, new viewers, back up. You are crowding the chat. That mask is so sick. Are we getting the usual grind today? The viewer counter rapidly ticked past 703 concurrents. Subaru blinked in sheer disbelief. Over 700 people right out of the gate. That growth was insane. Then it hit him. This was the magic of Hatsuka's promotional blast. Knowing the fans were starving for content, his new manager had masterfully dropped a teaser schedule detailing exactly when he would showcase his new skill tree. Wasting zero time, he marched straight toward the dungeon. A digital chime echoed. Act 6. The legend begins. A battered battalion had set up camp in the mud. Inside a cramped, dimly lit tent, heavily armored troops huddled tightly around their commanding officer. Where is the man who saved us? Pelias demanded, turning to Falco. Right over there, sir, Falco pointed. But a disgruntled infantryman scoffed. This whole setup reeks. Exactly. You expect us to swallow the story that a total nobody waltzed in and soloed the giant clan's warlord? It is completely absurd. With all due respect, Commander Pelias, unless you watched him deliver the killing blow, you are being played. How do we even know that was the real warlord? Probably just some oversized foot soldier. Pelias slammed his fist down, absolutely furious at the sheer disrespect. Watch your mouth, Commander Pelias! A frantic shout pierced the tension. A scout ripped open the tent flap, gasping for breath. He is awake. The benefactor is up. Pelias practically shoved his men aside, rushing forward. My friend, are you fully recovered? Subaru stepped casually into the flickering lamplight. Good as new. I can finally walk without dragging my feet, he replied smoothly. But his physical appearance only fueled the bitter whispers among the troops. That scrawny kid took down the giant king, one muttered. No offense to the guy, but a strong breeze could knock him over. Subaru did not need a telepathic skill to read the room. Looks like they either think I am a fraud, or their egos just cannot handle the truth. Right before the stream, Hatsuka had taught him a brilliant little exploit. By tweaking the mic's frequency, he could broadcast. Bless that manager, Subaru smirked internally. It was the ultimate tool for spicing up these drag-out NPC dialogues. Without breaking eye contact, he strolled right through the crowd of hostiles. Whispering about his sheer audacity, the live stream absolutely ate it up. Never count this guy out. Was that a smirk hiding behind the mask? Talk about swagger. A worn hand reached out in greeting. A grizzled veteran stepped forward. I am Dale, he introduced himself. An honor to meet you, Subaru replied with smooth grace. Dale let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. We hold the line for the village, but our people, they're still getting crushed. Subaru tilted his head. Crushed? Dale gave a grim nod. Yeah, by that thing. The cryptic warning made Subaru narrow his eyes. That? Are you telling me there's a nightmare out there worse than the boss we just killed? Dale swallowed hard. Yes. He unveiled a forgotten legend. The colossi who once waged war against the heavens were locked away, wiped from existence. The behemoths roaming around today, just hollow echoes, pathetic. But the monstrosity that woke up after Subaru slaughtered the vanguard, completely different. This freak of nature rivaled the ancient titans themselves. Just speaking of it made Dale physically shake. It was pure madness that a beast of this caliber was still breathing. The stream completely lost their minds. Bro, is this a level 8 threat? Nobody has ever survived this far. If that thing is actually real, how the heck do we even scratch it? The sheer terror didn't stop at the screen. The entire garrison was losing their minds. Yet Subaru didn't even blink. Well then, Dale stared in pure awe. You've got guts, kid. But we're practically on our knees here, begging. It's a suicide mission. A few trolls in the comments sneered, He's only acting tough because he hasn't seen it yet. Suddenly, Peleus broke through the crowd. He desperately shared an ancient myth about the thousand-year mountain. Concealed at its very summit lies the legendary Shard of Thunder. Peleus choked up, hesitating for a split second. The only soul capable of retrieving it. I truly believe it's you. Meanwhile, the settlement was pure chaos. Terrified locals ran for their lives as thick black smoke and raging infernos swallowed the sky. A brutal pack, but eclipsing them all was a gargantuan shadow. A leviathan towering impossibly higher than the rest crashed into the perimeter, whispering twisted, distorted words. My bloodline. It snatched a screaming guard off the ground. Lifting the agonizing man high into the air, the monster effortlessly popped him like a cheap balloon. I shall bathe your resting place in mortal blood. This absolute massacre reflected directly into Subaru's cold, calculating eyes. Perched high on a ridge, Subaru sat astride his warhorse, silently judging the apocalyptic scene below. The viewers instantly connected the dots. Wait, the boss he just slaughtered? Holy crap, look at the size of that thing. Is that a true titan? Without wasting a breath, Subaru whipped the reins and galloped off. Throwing one final glance over his shoulder, he confirmed the brutal truth. That monstrosity was out for total genocide. The comment section was spiraling out of control. This raid is a literal death trap. This is straight up impossible. Before hitting the road, Peleus had given him a grim heads up. They had exactly 3 days on the clock before the Leviathan breached the main gates. If the Thunder remained lost, his only option was to run and save his own skin. Now looming massively, right in front of Subaru, was the thousand-year mountain, a staggeringly high summit. To even scratch that colossal freak, the fury of lightning wasn't just helpful, it was mandatory. It was the ultimate cheat code for this nightmare. A wave of skeptical comments rolled in. No way he clears this on the first run. It's gonna take at least... Subaru fired back with absolute swagger. Nope. There isn't a single floor in this godforsaken tower that I can't utterly demolish on the first try. A second later, the reality of his own cringe hit him. Crap, I just sounded like a total anime protagonist. But the stream absolutely loved it. Let's go! The confidence, I swear I've heard that quote somewhere. The interface suddenly started lighting up with notifications. A massive bounty popped up offering 3,000 reputation points for taking down the Titan. Another side quest pinged through with a decent little payout. Subaru smirked to himself. Perfect. My cover is still intact. He sharply yanked the leather straps. His steed let out a loud whinny before digging its hooves in. This was the drop zone. Subaru vaulted off the saddle, craning his neck at the sheer, impossible rock face. Buried somewhere inside that stone, the thunder... As he started tearing through the jagged rubble, Peleus's ominous warning echoed in his mind. The lightning fragment. It's a pure myth. Not a single soul knew if it was a magic spell, an ancient relic, or a breathing human being. Subaru had pressed him. Do you have any clue how I actually get my... Peleus had shaken his head in bitter defeat. We only possess the coordinates and the fables. But I swear on my life. Peleus had locked eyes with him. The ancient hero who commanded the storm single-handedly eradicated the colossi. Suddenly the scene shifted. A sharp ringtone buzzed and a voice crackled through the phone speaker. Give me a status update, Hatsuka squealed with absolute glee. The paperwork is officially signed, boss. On the flip side of the call, John sounded totally unconvinced. Wait, come again? Are you being serious? A booming laugh erupted from his chest. You actually pulled it off, kid. Our little Hatsuka is finally moving up in the world. Soaking up the rare compliment, she happily chucked her purse across the floor and practically sprinted into her apartment. Her heart was racing. Oh my God, people are actually going to respect me now. She grabbed the phone. Hold up, are you actually giving me props? He chuckled. But listen, there's a serious matter we need to discuss ASAP. Click. Before he could even spit the words out, Hatsuka ruthlessly hung up, belly flopping onto her mattress with a satisfied groan. And I am officially off the clock. Time for the main event. She rapidly fired up the broadcast on her massive monitor, completely oblivious that thousands were watching her reaction live. This was absolute paradise for a die-hard fangirl. Coincidentally, the broadcast had just cut straight to Subaru's. There isn't a single trial in this tower I can't crush, she declared with absolute certainty. But as her eyes stayed glued to the live stream, her pupils blew wide open in shock. She snapped to attention, her features twisting in pure disbelief. "Wait," Hatsuka breathed out. A familiar catchphrase from over 20 years ago spilled past her lips without a second thought. Meanwhile, over on Subaru's screen, a massive boulder shuddered violently as a brutal force hammered it from below. The live chat was absolutely blowing up. "Bare hands. Give me a break. It's impossible," someone typed. But a massive crater caved into the stone. Subaru didn't even pause to breathe. He roared a challenge. "Bring out the real heavy hitters." He launched his fist with bone-crushing force, pushing beyond his limits. The impact triggered a deafening shockwave. The boulder detonated into 1,000 jagged shards, showering Subaru in heavy rubble. And right there, through the dust, he finally spotted his prize. "Found you." Thick, muscular legs stomped down hard onto the broken slabs of granite. Subaru's knuckles turned white as he gripped his fists. Sure, the viewers were confused. There was no way a simple camera feed could capture the raw pressure deep within his core. An overwhelming crackling energy resonated wildly with his own electric pulse. Whatever waited past those massive gates, he marched straight toward it, his steps light but fueled by absolute resolve. The chat went wild again. "That entrance is massive. Straight up looks like a giant's fortress. No key, no entry, right? Just smash it, that's literally his brand." But how? Instead of swinging, he simply pressed his palm against the cold metal. Brilliant rivers of golden light began pulsing beneath the surface. "Well, that's not exactly subtle," he smirked. The true nightmare had to be waiting inside. He cocked his arm back and unleashed a devastating strike. Subaru launched himself into the air. "If you want me that badly, then here I am." The golden aura blasted forward, tearing right through the solid rock face. He landed gracefully, taking without a single sound from within the massive gates, slowly groaned apart. He crept inside his guard high. The stream chat flooded the screen. "He's actually going in. Something insane is about to go down. Let's go." But suddenly his boot planted firmly. He stared straight ahead, completely stunned by what sat in the darkness. Shaking off the surprise, his jaw locked in determination, and he pressed deeper into the cavern. A cold robotic system alert echoed through the cave. "You are entering the lightning trail. Exit is denied until this stage is cleared." Back at camp, a heavy silence hung in the air as everyone worked. Dale broke the tension. "You actually believe he can claim the lightning?" Peleus didn't miss a beat. "He will. I'd bet my life on it." Dale crossed his arms. "For a total stranger, you sure are putting all your chips on him." Peleus offered a bright, genuine smile. "That guy has already shown us exactly who he is. Why would I doubt him now?" But a panicked, shaking voice cut in from the back. "Who cares about some lightning? We're dead meat regardless." "You guys don't get it. That monster. I felt its terrifying presence firsthand back in the village." Peleus dropped down next to the terrified survivor. "Even if that's true, throwing in the towel isn't an option. We have to believe in him. That kid fought like a demon for us, and he didn't demand a single dime in return." Thick tears pooled in his eyes. "That's real easy for you to say." But before the rant could finish, sheer chaos erupted. The entire camp violently lurched sideways. "We've got a massive problem," someone screamed. A scout sprinted into the clearing, completely out of breath. The crowd froze in absolute terror, jaws unhinged, staring at an absolute nightmare. Meanwhile, deep inside the freezing abyss, Subaru scanned his surroundings with chilling calm. He paced through the damp shadows, his mind racing. What exactly is the play here? The chat was equally confused. "Bro, the room is empty." "Wait, is the lightning just moving too fast to track?" His eyes narrowed in deep thought. That actually checked out. Before a strike ever hits a storm is just raw static trapped in the atmosphere. Obviously, it was invisible right now. This wasn't a scavenger hunt. His eyes were completely useless here. The system called it the lightning trail, and an overwhelming surge deep within the cavern was practically begging him to come closer. The magnetic drag grew viciously strong. Without warning, his boots locked in place. His pupils shrank to pinpricks. He smashed his fist right. "I get it. The hazard isn't a visible bolt, it's the static pressure in the air. And the deeper I go, the deadlier it reacts." Right on cue, a blinding golden spark flared in the dark. A jagged rock launched forward like a missile exploding on impact. The stream chat spiraled into a frenzy. "Yo, what was that?" What the hell just exploded? His gut instinct was dead on. But backing down wasn't in his DNA. Whoever designed this dungeon has terrible taste, he muttered. It's a pure survival check. His stare turned absolutely glacial. You either tank the hits or you get fried. The system's robotic voice chimed again. User E has donated 100 reputation points. What's stopping you? Donors began flooding his feed, dropping thousands of points. Fueled by the hype, he marched right into the danger zone, chest out, eyes locked on the prize. Appreciate the donations, guys. Cut to a bubbling stew pot, thick steam rolling off the top. Sigurd slumped silently in a wooden chair. He let out a heavy sigh, completely lost in his own head. Suddenly, Rena kicked the door open, with such explosive force that he jumped, frantically hiding something beneath his palm. Catching him completely off guard, she let out a dramatic sigh and smirked. What you hiding over there? Peeking at something naughty, huh? He sputtered out. I am not hiding a thing. My eyes are just super strained, that is all. Dropping onto the couch beside him, her face lit up with a bright, playful grin. Rumor has it your hair has been growing awfully fast lately, she poked. Defeated, he groaned. Stop spouting nonsense. I already told you that is totally bogus. She kept pressing. Well, since you made such a huge deal out of it, he muttered under his breath. Got it. So what exactly is your game plan? Tearing off a chunk of bread, she chewed casually. Chill out. What is with the jumpy attitude? Is it a crime to just vibe on my own couch? His voice hitched, laced with absolute panic. No, it is not like that. If that is the case, I will just suck it up and power through it. Losing his cool, he snapped. You do not need to phrase it like that. Groaning, she slapped her hands over her ears. Geez, my eardrums are bleeding. Quit screaming at me. Ignoring her, he continued his frantic rant. Just kick back as long as you want. Seriously, ignore me. Tremors wrecked his grip. Beads of cold sweat rolling down his face as he clutched his phone. You are always so thick-headed. Her brows knitted together. What a total weirdo. Huffing in pure annoyance, she pushed herself up. Such a pain in the neck. You heading out? He asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. But nope, she lingered around snacking on a few chunks of bread and sprawling out like she owned the place. Watching her finally stomp into her bedroom and slam the door shut, a massive sigh of relief escaped his lips. He yanked his phone back up. That was way too close. If she ever found out he was secretly glued to that broadcast, she would definitely throw another massive fit. He shuddered, just picturing that anxiety etched across his features as he pondered. Even if the tables were completely turned, there is no way Subaru would just forget about us. If you cannot stomach the pain, you drop dead. Staring blankly, he fell deep into thought. His entire vibe and the way he trash talks, it is uncannily similar. Appreciate the sweet quest loot. Still, unlike Subaru, this guy was not hopelessly obsessed with desperately grinding out faction reputation points. Completely oblivious to his surroundings, a sudden heavy hand clamped firmly onto his shoulder. A raspy, chilling voice whispered right by his ear. Maybe you should be asking yourself that very question. It was Rena, locking him in place. All the color drained from his face. Her tone dripped with absolute malice. Did you seriously think I would not catch on, trying to pull a fast one on me? You are way too green. A lifeless robotic system voice echoed, forging the pathway of lightning. Silent tears spilled down Subaru's cheeks as he stood utterly speechless. Overwhelmed by the sheer fragility of it all, he dragged his feet forward, completely drained of energy. Without warning, blinding bursts of golden aura erupted all around him. The AI dryly declared current progress at 2.3%. His bare arms flared with agonizing sensitivity, violently shaking out of control. Deep inside, the crackling sensation of raw voltage felt hauntingly familiar. He had stared down this electrical nightmare countless times before. His eyes hardened, shifting into a deadly. The system relentlessly repeated, current progress at 2.3%. Gritting his teeth, he knew this brutal gauntlet was far from over. He forced himself onward, footsteps slightly faltering, banking on the finish line being just up ahead. The live chat instantly flooded with spam. Dude, why is he? Would it not be way smarter to just dash? Pick up the pace, bro, please. He shot a freezing, deadpan glare at the scrolling text. I swear I am about to mute this chat permanently. Viewers kept screaming, for real, just bolt, but honestly, it looked like he was way too battered to even focus on the screen. Scared out of his mind, yet desperately clinging to survival. Clearing this stage was the bare minimum. But deep down, he craved to push beyond his limits and snatch an even greater prize. Subaru's battered face dominated the glowing monitor. Sitting in the dark, Hawkeye narrowed his eyes, intensely studying the live broadcast. John's earlier advice echoed in his mind. You and Subaru Narukami really need to team up. Musing over that pitch, he muttered coldly, setting his water glass down with a soft clink. John had warned him, I have been drilling this into your head since day one, have I not? When it comes to the streaming biz, raw gameplay only covers 50% of the hustle. Get it through your skull, this drama is all part of the ultimate test. Pacing himself, he added your bloodline, and the exact rivals you face in this generation. That is what truly skyrockets your clout. A sharp, approving smirk crept on. Spot on. Subaru Narukami's channel is not some cozy fan meet and greet. It plays out way more like a hardcore veteran's gritty survival diary. Sure, the kid is a rookie, but all you gotta do is match his natural knack for commentary. Leaning forward, he dragged out his words. This right here. This could be our golden ticket. Riding his coattails to become a massive superstar who can shine right alongside him. Hearing that exact pitch, a sudden surge of adrenaline sparked through Hawkeye's veins. He balled his hands into tight fists, his resolve finally locking into place. A dangerous gleam ignited in his eyes, his pupils shrinking down to absolute pinpricks. A wicked grin stretched across his face. You might be tempted to just bail right now, because you are too terrified to conquer this tower, huh? Well, I am aiming to become an absolute titan, bigger than... Slumping lazily back in his gaming chair, he locked his fingers behind his head and gazed up at the virtual sky. It felt like one lone star, reaching desperately across the void to connect with it. I could actually shine just as bright as that constellation. Snapping violently back to reality, he flinched, shocked to realize his own hand was literally stretching out toward the monitor. Feeling totally ridiculous, he groaned. What the heck am I even doing on the clock? He glued his eyes back to the screen, suddenly exploding. Whoa! Are you out of your damn mind? Right there on the glowing display, the chaotic live feed blazed on. Subaru planted his feet, desperately fighting back the crushing waves of golden aura. His body was torn to absolute shreds, yet he gritted his teeth, battling the pain, just to force himself forward. Every single step violently shuddered, but he refused to stop marching straight into the... Subaru choked on ragged breaths, as agony tore through his core. With every surging volt, the crackling lightning burrowed deeper into his flesh. Staring down at his trembling, scorched hands, he figured he'd reached his physical limit. Yet he pushed forward. Scorching electricity flooded every hidden vessel in his system, overloading his Ren and Du channels. Suddenly, a cold, robotic voice echoed. Progress at 20.7%. Minor meridian purification initiated. Internal lightning stabilization successful. Mana increased by 1. I have to cage this power no matter the cost, he thought, frantically. His Ren and Du channels acted as his body's core pathways. Those tiny meridians wired his entire anatomy together. Once purged, raw energy would surge through every single inch of his being. Dread twisted his features. Hasei Subaru had completely skipped the standard purification ritual. Basically, he was cheating the system. The mechanical voice delivered a chilling verdict. Critical state detected. Commencing electric shocks. Crimson droplets splattered the floor. A normal awakened would just use their own mana for this. Subaru gritted his teeth. Hijacking outside lightning sped up the process, but the sheer agony was mind-shattering. Accepting his brutal fate, he squeezed his eyes shut. A gruesome trail of blood marked his every agonizing step. Miles away, Hatsuka sat frozen on her bed, clutching her phone. Her eyes were glued to Subaru's live stream. Cold sweat drenched her pale, terrified. Your pathways are already unlocked. Are you seriously attempting this now? She panicked inwardly. Meanwhile, the raw electricity rampaged inside him. He wasn't relying on safe internal aura. He was forcing pure, untamed energy into his veins. The torment had to be absolute hell. Anyone else would have blacked out instantly. Sure, dying in this simulation wouldn't kill him in the real world, but as she watched his battered form on screen, she knew the trauma felt entirely real. She bit her lip, trembling uncontrollably. Tears unexpectedly blurred her vision. Why push yourself to the absolute brink? Back in the trial, Subaru dragged his feet as the AI boomed. Progress at 50.3%. Minor meridian purification initiated. Internal lightning stabilization successful. Mana increased by 1. Mangled and bloody, his legs finally gave out. Crushing guilt suffocated him. The despair was agonizing, making him feel like a downright murderer. So Young glared at his own screen, scoffing. I've said it 1,000,000 times right there. There isn't a single trial we can't beat. He boasted with unshakable arrogance. Relax. When the dust settles, I'll be the ultimate victor. Subaru's voice cracked, utterly broken. If I had just paid attention. If I hadn't let my massive ego drag them into hell, he mumbled deliriously. Hot tears tracked through the grime on his hollow face. They would still be alive. A brutal memory surfaced, Kazuki, dripping with gore, whispered. The phantom sneered in disgust. Your own arrogance doomed us all. Driven to madness, Subaru sprinted recklessly into the void. Every single one of them, he cried internally. Scarlet footprints marked his frantic dash, his soul crushed beneath the weight of absolute powerlessness. His battered body slammed into the dirt, entirely drained. Choking on air, he reached his mangled fingers out, desperately clawing for a phantom. Suddenly the grim world shattered, morphing into an endless emerald meadow. Drifting leaves danced in the gentle breeze around him. Where am I? He breathed. Looking up, his eyes locked onto familiar silhouettes gathered around a crackling campfire. Subaru froze solid, his muscles locked, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks as he choked out their names. Guys Suhei, Soya, Kaori, Sigur, Reina. He dashed toward the warmth of the fire, his mind spinning. Was the massacre just a nightmare? Closing the distance, he stared at their backs. Relief washed over him, a fragile smile breaking through his tears. It had to be a dream. God, what a sickening illusion, he thought. Hey guys, you won't believe the horrific nightmare I just had. But then a hollow voice pierced the air. Subaru, you marched us straight to the slaughter. I don't want to die. The accusation struck him like a physical blow. Suhei, Soya, Kaori. Then Chino, slouched in the shadows, snapped at him. You always preached such heroic garbage, she spat, her voice dripping with venom. A massive gaping hole was torn straight through her stomach. Why didn't you save us? Horrified, his eyes went wide. Chino was the only sound that escaped his trembling lips. A pillar of demonic crimson fire erupted from the campfire. Drenched in a cold sweat, he backed away. I was hell. The roaring inferno rapidly consumed his friends. Subaru threw his hands forward. Wait! He shrieked, his voice echoing into the blazing abyss. Don't leave me, just hold on. Squeezing his eyes shut, the agonizing reality of their deaths ripped him apart all over again. He crumpled to his knees, begging the empty air. Please. The firestorm exploded into a blinding flash. That radiant shockwave violently yanked Subaru back to the real world. Panting on one knee, he realized the truth. This is the psychological torment they warn about during pathway purification. He was on the absolute brink of insanity. Instantly, the AI chimed in. Progress at 97.87%. Minor meridian purification nearing completion. Internal lightning stabilization successful. Mana increased by 1. Subaru's expression turned lethal as he wondered what sick bastard had designed this torturous trial. Bracing himself, he stood tall before the final roaring arc of lightning. Appreciate the wake-up call, but why the hell am I still breathing? Kazuki's smug face slowly drifted into Subaru's thoughts. Suddenly, the scene cut straight to pure, unadulterated chaos. Huddled behind a thin wall of knights, the villagers gripped their makeshift weapons, trembling like leaves. Right past the barricades, a colossal monstrosity loomed into view. Everyone braced for the inevitable slaughter. Out of nowhere, the beast curled its lips back into a sickening, mocking grin, daring them to make a move. Panic rippled through the armored ranks. You gotta be pulling my leg. Is that the actual boss? One whispered. I knew it. That masked freak left us here to die. Suddenly, a steady voice pierced the panic, forcing the two knights to look back. Have some damn faith. Our savior is coming back. Peleus marched right to the front lines, his tone absolutely unyielding. You handed the survival of this entire town over to a nameless stranger, and now you have the nerve to second-guess him? The men stammered, frantically backpedaling. No, we weren't. Peleus shot them a glare dripping with disgust. Pathetic. And you wear the crest of a knight. Without warning, a heavy hand clapped onto Peleus's shoulder. He's absolutely right, Dale chimed in. Before you go pointing fingers, a second later steel sang as he ripped his broadsword from its scabbard. Leveling the gleaming edge at the beast, Dale roared, "A true knight doesn't hide behind others. We are the absolute ultimate shield." And with that war cry, he exploded off the dirt like a lightning bolt. Hoisting his blade high, his blazing courage instantly ignited the soldiers behind him. "If we fall today, boys, we go out like absolute legends." Meanwhile, over on Subaru's end, the system flashed a massive 99% completion rate. A glowing magic circle materialized, hovering alongside a fiercely burning golden sphere. He squinted at the glowing mass, completely dumbfounded. "What the heck is this?" he muttered. Still looking at the tracker, out of nowhere a harsh red warning popped up, exhaustion levels hitting 97%. The alert made Subaru freeze in his tracks. Ribbons of pure golden mana washed over his battered body as he sprinted toward the glowing core. "Just one more inch," he chanted in his head. The interface frantically beeped, "Critical warning. Please lower exhaustion levels immediately. Advancing is highly lethal." But despite the blaring alarms, his boot slammed forward for another stride. Cutting back to the battlefield, Dale launched himself into the air. He ripped his razor-sharp edge through the wind, carving a devastating gash straight into the behemoth. Crimson geysered violently from the fresh wound. The colossal freak snapped its neck back, shrieking in agonizing terror. Dropping low, the monster hurled a massive fist at Dale, but only managed to smash the empty air. Right on cue, Peleus, "I've got the follow-up," he bellowed. Peleus slammed his boot against a jagged boulder, using the momentum to catapult himself directly into the beast's line of sight. Startled for a split second, the behemoth locked eyes with the incoming warrior. Peleus crushed his grip around the hilt, his expression twisting into absolute. In a heartbeat, Peleus delivered a brutal slash right across the monster's ugly mug. The giant gnashed its jagged fangs, rumbling with a low, agonizing. Gobs of shredded flesh exploded outward as the titan staggered backward. A second later, its massive frame slammed into the dirt, shaking the entire battlefield. Peleus stuck a flawless landing right next to the fallen beast. The defensive line erupted into absolute euphoria. "We rot in hell. Just stay dead. Who gave you the right to trash our home?" one of the men screamed, as the downed freak suddenly twitched, slowly lifting its filthy. "We owe it all to Sir Dale." Pelias sighed, the tension leaving his shoulders. "That nightmare you warned us about is finally rotting in the dirt. We can actually catch a breather." Dale hunched over, sucking in greedy lungfuls of air, and choked out, "No, you're wrong." Slowly lifting those lesser freaks folded faster than a cheap lawn chair. Honestly, they were a total joke compared to what's next. "Nah, it's just because you and Commander Pelias are absolute beasts," a soldier interrupted. "Now all we gotta do is wipe out the rest of the garbage." But before the poor guy could even finish bragging, a gargantuan foot stomped down, squashing him like a bug. Dale's eyes bulged in absolute sheer terror. Right next to him, Peleus shrieked in horror. "This new one. It's in a totally different league." The camera violently cuts back to Subaru, his hand fiercely stretching out to touch the magic glyph. The system's holographic display ticked up to 99.99%. Subaru crushed his fingers into a fist, snarling, "I'm going to make you beg for mercy in the depths of hell." Finally, the tracker hit a flawless 100%. His pupils contracted into glowing pinpricks of pure, unadulterated, murderous rage. "Kazuki, your severed head is going straight onto my mantle." Golden shockwaves detonated all around the cavern. Seconds later, violent arcs of lightning completely engulfed his body. He slowly turned away, the adrenaline finally crashing. Letting out a heavy, exhausted sigh, he whispered, without warning, sickly black veins spiderwebbed across the whites of his eyes. The sheer force of the absorbed power blasted his limp body backward onto the ground. The digital voice droned on, oblivious to his pain. "Minor meridian pathway purge successfully executed. Arcane amplification output boosted by 20%. Global skill casting velocity enhanced by 20%. All base attributes increased by 2 points." Subaru clamped his jaw shut, fighting through the agonizing burn. "Man, if you were going to hit me with this backlash, you could have at least given me a freaking heads up." Moments later, he lay totally paralyzed on the cracked pavement, staring up at the glowing notification, "Legendary Stage 6, officially conquered." The video flashes over to John, slouched deep in his gaming chair, staring intensely at his glowing monitor. His eyes skimmed through the wide. Bro, this difficulty scaling is absolutely cracked. And he passed out again. Taking bets on how long he's out this time? John shook his head, muttering under his breath. Kid, you can't just keep brute forcing your. Honestly, maybe he just ain't built for the streamer life. Right on cue, his smartphone buzzed on the desk. Caller ID flashed Hawkeye. Snatching it up, John answered, Yo, I'm watching Narukami's broadcast as we speak. The voice on the other end practically yelled back. Wait, you're tuned in too, John? This guy's out of his damn mind, isn't he? John kept his cool, breaking down the complex strategy step by step, so the rest of the crew could easily follow along. Hawkeye flashed a massive grin. Man, this kid is destined for the absolute spotlight. He is going to crush it as both a top-tier player and a massive streamer. The other guy tilted his head, completely skeptical. You really believe that? Honestly, I see a rough road ahead. The guy screams hardcore gamer, not exactly a natural born. Scratching the back of his neck, he finally nodded. Fair point. That raw, unfiltered gameplay is exactly why thousands of viewers are glued to this broadcast. Just like his legendary predecessor Subaru Narukami is not built to be a flashy internet personality. Deep down, he is an absolute warrior. Basically, we are watching the rebirth of a legend right before our very eyes. John narrowed his gaze, instantly cutting off the hype. Just then, on the massive monitor, a trembling arm twitched to life. Fighting through immense pain, the bruised figure desperately pushed himself off the dirt. The announcers completely lost their minds, shouting, He is pulling himself together way faster than expected. A miracle he even survived that. Look who is finally back from the dead. Meanwhile, Subaru peeled his heavy eyelids open, his chest heaving with sharp, ragged gasps. Gripping his pounding skull, he gritted his teeth and practically swore to himself. Damn it all, just how high is my A glowing digital interface instantly materialized, flashing the number 81. Subaru let out a mental sigh of relief. Perfect. All that brutal grinding to permanently boost his raw that devastating last-second lightning bolt nearly wiped him off the map. But looking at the glorious aftermath, not too shabby, he smirked as a flurry of alerts flooded his screen. Objective crushed. Reputation points secured. Current standing 20,420. He stared in awe at the massive stash he had racked up. Then a fresh emblem popped up. Rank D. A passive ability designed to push the absolute limits of every item and technique in a player's arsenal. Subaru manifested the crackling lightning orb in his palm. He grumbled internally. Still not enough to push my skill rank higher. But bringing down that behemoth, that might just do the trick. And this little sphere was his golden ticket. A holographic display flared up. Thunder Spear, account-bound standard class weaponry. An ancient javelin forged from pure raw voltage. One throw unleashes absolute devastation, charges remaining exactly 1. His stream's chat instantly exploded. God-tier loot, wait, can you spam that? How did that even drop on this floor? You have gotta be kidding, and yeah, it was permanently locked to his character. Subaru let out a heavy breath, his mind racing. Sure, it's a one-shot consumable, but you wouldn't catch this thing dropping on floor 8, much less down here. He spoke to his viewers. You're right, it doesn't exactly scream spear, does it? A heartbeat later, he tapped a glowing prompt. Rolling his shoulders to loosen up, Subaru muttered under his breath. Top-tier gear can shift its shape once the right conditions are met. The comment section fired back instantly. How the heck do you know that? Bro is out here sounding like a seasoned vet. Stepping into the dark cavern solo, he declared, Time to hunt. His viewers roared through the glowing interface, spamming fry that thing. End its whole career. The scene slashed over to Peleus' stark terror painted across his face. He and Dale stood completely paralyzed, staring up into a monstrous. Just watching the Titan straighten its colossal frame was enough to send shivers down everyone's spines. The giant swept its flowing silver mane over its massive shoulders. Foaming at the mouth, the beast unleashed an agonizing, ear-splitting bellow. A system alert flashed red. The giant seed has consumed the Titan's logs. Out of nowhere, a rogue knight charged straight at the monstrosity, forcing Peleus to scream at the top of his lungs. Hey, have you lost your damn mind? Tears cascaded down the knight's cheeks, a broken, helpless grin twisting his lips. I warned you, didn't I? You ignorant fools have no idea. He collapsed onto his knees, groveling frantically. "O mighty ones, I am not like these idiots. I beg you, show me mercy." The Colossus glared down, its voice booming like thunder. "By the gods, do not lump me in with— Don't you dare lay your filthy hands on them." Dale sprinted forward, desperately trying to pull the man up. "What the hell are you doing? Get on your feet!" "Peleus, hurry! Get the villagers out of here. Go as far as you can. Run." But then a sudden presence locked his joints in place. Peleus stood frozen in the back line, letting out a blood-curdling— A deafening crunch ripped through the air, and in a split second, two bodies slumped lifeless to the dirt right in front of Peleus. Staring through the choking plumes of dust, utter despair set in. "We can't win this. It's impossible." Peleus whipped his head around, frantically scanning for a way out. His heart sank as he spotted more titans looming behind the settlement. They were entirely boxed in. Peleus's eyes widened in sheer horror, cold sweat drenching his face. He clamped his jaw shut, fighting a losing battle to steady his racing pulse. Desperation taking over, Peleus shrieked, "I know who murdered your child. I know exactly who took his life." The behemoth snapped its attention back. "Who slaughtered my boy?" It lowered its massive head, every syllable dripping with pure murderous— Trembling Peleus drew his blade, hesitating for a fraction of a second. With a shaky hand, he leveled the tip of his steel toward the distance and yelled, "Right over there, the bastard who butchered your son fled in that direction. He's building up his power to wipe out your entire race." Having cast the blame, he prayed silently in his mind. "Please take the bait." The towering monster locked its gaze onto the horizon Peleus was pointing at. Then it whipped back around, bellowing, "Liar! Your tongue drips with deceit. The one who slew my offspring isn't anywhere near here. You merely aim that pathetic piece of scrap at a random canyon. Speak the truth right this second, or else—" Out of nowhere, a blinding streak of electricity erupted from the distant peaks, forcing the Titan to stagger backward. The monstrous being stared in absolute shock. Peleus was equally dumbfounded. Miles away, a swirling vortex of thunderclouds tore open above the summit. Peleus swallowed hard, sweat dripping off his chin. "Is someone coming to save us?" At that exact moment, Subaru stood at the pinnacle of the jagged ridge, peering down at the chaos below. A glowing prompt hovered before him. Phase 7. Thunder sequence initiating. "Perfect," he murmured. "This is the final phase." His chat exploded into a blur of text. "Wait, is that thing getting bigger? Holy crap, it is still mutating." Subaru narrowed. "If that freak of nature evolves any further, this won't even qualify as mid-tier difficulty anymore." The comment section was spiraling into panic. "This is just a twisted festival of suffering. Bro, even if you rallied a whole guild, are you seriously gonna throw hands with that thing? Dude, just run." Battered and covered in bleeding scrapes, Subaru finally spoke up. "Let's not overcomplicate this. All I need is one clean shot." He materialized the crackling thunder spear in his grip. His mind raced. "I am in no shape to brawl with that monster up close. I have to blow it away before it even gets into striking distance." Taking a deep breath, Subaru hoisted the blazing javelin into the air. As the system voice chimed the activation of the thunder spear, a blinding pillar of electricity blasted straight into the heavens. A system prompt flashed. Thunder spear initializing. Activation rate at 10.1%. Suddenly hundreds, then tens of thousands of crackling lightning bolts erupted into the sky. The bolts twisted together, forming an infinite roaring vortex of electricity. Subaru anchored his feet, funneling his raw power straight into the heavens. Then the system chimed in. Fatigue level hit 84, but his trembling hand refused to back down. Fatigue spiked to 85. He curled his empty fingers, pantomiming the grip of a phantom weapon. In a flash of blinding light, a crackling javelin materialized in his palm. Another alert popped up. Activation rate 33.1%. He white-knuckled the shaft, refusing to let it slip. The automated voice warned, attempting to suppress Thunder Spear side effects. A beat passed. Suppression failed. Compatibility dangerously low. He hacked up a mouthful of warm blood, wiping his chin with a bitter thought. Just as I expected. My stats are way too low to handle a mythical weapon like this. Even so, this battered body just has to push through. A harsh ringing echoed. Fatigue at 88. Activation rate 50%. The chat went absolutely wild, reacting to Subaru's deadly ice-cold glare. Ever since he unlocked the thunder element, he had gone through absolute hell. But maybe he was actually starting to like the pain. At this pace, the rush might just become addictive. He flinched, feeling the crushing weight of the colossal monster, locking its gaze right on him. So the beast finally noticed. The viewers in the chat, no kidding, it noticed. Even my blind grandma could spot that glowing beacon. Subaru aimed the crackling spear dead ahead and shouted, "You bet." After putting on a massive fireworks show like this, it would be a total joke if nothing spotted me. The interface chimed again. Activation rate 78.5%. The Titan glared at the blinding beacon of electricity and rumbled thunder. It stomped forward, its booming voice dripping with pure venom. "So it was you. You slaughtered my child." The behemoth snarled, picking up speed. "It was you!" Subaru roared back, locking. "Hey, where do you think you are going? I am your opponent now." He snapped a quick glance over his shoulder. Right then, the Colossus bulldozed straight through a roaring inferno. The beast narrowed its glowing eyes at the lightning-scarred mountains, growling, "My precious son." Its monstrous face twisted into absolute agony. "You must have been in so much pain." The creature picked up its pace, hissing, "I will make them pay for every drop of your blood." The earth-shattering thuds of its giant footsteps turned completely frantic. Driven mad by grief, the monster sprinted with terrifying speed, winding up a colossal punch. It bellowed, "I will pay you back 1,000 times over." The Titan launched its massive bulk directly at Subaru. Jaws snapping wide, it unleashed an ear-splitting shriek as it descended. Subaru tightened his grip around the crackling shaft. The system flashed, Thunder Spear initializing, activation rate creeping to 88.5%. He calculated the odds in his head. It is a coin toss. Either this connects, or I am dead meat. The live chat. "How the hell are you going to hit that thing? Seriously, it is moving way too fast. If that spear misses, you are getting squashed like a bug." Subaru's gaze sharpened into a deadly glare. "Do not look away. Keep tracking it." Suddenly, a flashback of the old veteran's voice echoed. "Never break eye contact, no matter what comes at you. Lock onto your prey. Your spear follows your gaze. Forget about throwing in a straight line or calculating some flawless arc. Empty your mind. Stop trying to predict where it will dodge. You do not need any of that garbage. Trajectory. Toss it out the window. Forget the weapon's weight. Forget its shape. You are not some run-of-the-mill spearman, because you are Narukami Subaru." Remembering those words, Subaru clamped his fingers around the weapon, a confident smirk spreading across his face. Snapping back to reality, the interface flashed a critical update. Thunder Spear initializing. Activation rate hitting 95.2%. Subaru calculated his next move. "So how do I play this?" He let out a long breath. This was no regular piece of steel he was about to toss, after all. His smirk grew wider. "It is incredibly simple, then. Do not just throw it. Fire it like a bullet." The behemoth. Yet Subaru just stood there, clutching the crackling javelin. The viewers were screaming in the chat. "What the heck are you waiting for? Throw it already. You are going to blow your only window." Subaru deadpanned the charging Titan. The monster was inches away. It threw its massive weight forward, stomping a crater into the dirt. Channeling explosive momentum, the ground shattered under its feet. It shot forward like a fired cannonball, winding up a devastating haymaker. The Titan launched itself into the sky, completely blotting out the sun above Subaru. Wild tendrils of electricity lashed out from the weapon, blasting a shockwave across the battlefield. Subaru finally shifted his weight, dropping into a lethal throwing stance. A sharp ding pierced the air. Activation rate 100%. Initialization complete. His muscles coiled tight as he pulled his throwing arm way back. Subaru gritted his teeth. "I only get one shot at this," the Titan roared, raising a fist the size of a boulder as it plummeted down. Subaru's eyes flared. "I am ending this in a single hit." Channeling every last drop of his stamina, he hurled the crackling bolt of lightning with devastating force. The projectile ripped through the air and slammed right into the monster's chest. A blinding apocalyptic explosion rocked the wasteland. The behemoth unleashed a heartbreaking wail. Giant tears streamed down its monstrous face. Right before its massive form crumbled into ash, scattering into the thick smoke. From the dust, Subaru stepped forward, without a single scratch, looking like The livestream absolutely lost its mind. It actually connected. Holy crap, that was overpowered, dude, just zero death to boss. A golden alert popped into view. The thunder-devouring seed has been exterminated. Stage 7 thunder is officially clear. A cascade of level-up screens flooded his vision. Strength increased by 2. Agility bumped by 2. Health points up by 3. Focus plus 1. Magic increased by 1. 5,000 achievement points rewarded. Legendary item acquired, the Thunder Core. A pulsing neon blue gemstone materialized floating in midair. Subaru slowly reached out. The Thunder Core. So this is the real deal. The second his an intense blinding flash forced him to shield his face. After the light died down, his eyelids fluttered open, revealing a look of pure shock. Subaru scanned his completely new surroundings. He found himself standing in a desolate wasteland, bathed. Where the hell am I? Without warning, a colossal humanoid shadow materialized in the heavens, locking its gaze onto him. He recoiled in shock. A crushing aura radiated from the giant, agonizing Subaru's every nerve. What's going on? My voice is gone. His legs gave out beneath him, leaving him completely paralyzed on the cold ground. A legion of towering figures loomed over him, while a relentless barrage of system alerts flooded his vision. A mysterious entity is analyzing you. A mysterious entity is analyzing you. A mysterious entity is analyzing you. The chilling warnings just kept looping. Subaru's eyes darted wildly. Are you guys trying to give me a sign? Suddenly, the Thunder Core clutched in his palm began to pulse with raw energy. Blinding sparks erupted through his trembling fingers. The artifact's brilliance shattered the abyssal darkness, unveiling a crystal-clear sky overhead, as a fresh prompt chimed in. The main stage thunder is now initiating. Utilize the Thunder Core to track down hidden clues scattered throughout the village. Ripped back from that bizarre dimension, Subaru's senses slowly returned, finally catching sight of his scrolling chat log. Bro, why'd you just collapse after beating it? Narukami cut the feed and is about to pass out again. He groggily rubbed his temples. So, I actually blacked out. The second his viewers saw him get back on his feet, the chat erupted into a frenzy. Dude, how many times are you gonna faint in a single trial? Absolute cinema from the Shadow God. That was straight up a legendary tier gauntlet. Subaru dragged the floating interface closer. Alright, if the system doesn't hand over my reputation points, I'm expecting an error message. Anenson's quest cleared. 3,000 reputation points acquired. War God's quest cleared. Another 3,000 points secured. Total reputation stands at 40,120. His audience lost their minds. Bro is swimming in currency now. Alright, time to head back to base. Show us the loot on camera! He let out a heavy sigh. I'm completely drained, guys, so don't throw a fit. Pushing me right now is just gonna make things miserable. You absolute greedy goblin. He offered a lazy wave. Catch you all on the flip side. With that, Subaru killed the feed. The broadcast faded to black. The scene transitioned to a quiet cafe, where Hatsuka's bright voice pierced the silence. You honestly crushed that gauntlet out there. Subaru shrugged, brushing off the praise. I barely survived. She immediately shook her head. Are you kidding? Yesterday, your concurrent viewership blasted right past the 3,000 mark. He blinked, genuinely taken aback. Wait, over 3 grand? My bad, I was fighting for my life, so I didn't even... She playfully rolled her eyes. Hello, I'm trying to hype you up here. Pulling 3,000 viewers as a rookie is basically unheard of. And the way you cut the broadcast, flawless execution. Honestly, you passing out just cranked up the drama. Subaru nodded along. Yeah, figured. That cliffhanger is driving everyone insane. It legitimately felt like waiting for a season finale. Hatsuka leaned in, intrigued. Did you orchestrate that on purpose? He smirked slightly. I'm saving the loot unboxing for the next broadcast. That way my hype is completely authentic. Not just me putting on a fake persona. Her jaw dropped in amazement. Seriously? You've already Looks like the higher-ups were stressing over absolutely nothing. Anyway, I actually brought you a little present today. Consider it a reward. She elegantly crossed her legs, flashing an enigmatic smirk. An exclusive treat I guarantee you won't walk away from. Her cheeks tinted a soft pink. Pull up a creator who goes by the handle Hawkeye. The blush only deepened on her face. Following her instructions, Subaru booted up the platform and ran the search. A charismatic blonde guy immediately popped onto the screen. Alright, chat. Just like the title drops, we are diving into this madness today. Actually, hold up. Should we pivot the content? Nah, let's cut the filler. Just glue your eyes to the screen. Is this guy destined to become the ultimate legend of the platform? Bubbling with infectious energy, he yelled, "Welcome back to the channel, man. That raid was absolutely unhinged." He leaned closer to the mic. "I'm breaking down every single frame for you guys." Hours drifted by, the golden hour bleeding through the cafe windows. Yet the video essayist was still intensely dissecting the brutal ordeal Subaru had survived. This absolute madman basically handicapped himself on purpose while running a nightmare tier exam. Hatsuka sat across the table, quietly admiring Subaru with a lingering warmth on her cheeks. On screen, Hawkeye wagged his finger. "My bad. Let me wrap this up, and I don't even need to write an essay on this guy. I can summarize his sheer dominance in a single breath." Subaru watched impassively as the blonde creator proclaimed, "He is the one and only Subaru Narukami." His voice oozed absolute conviction. He shifted his gaze back to Hatsuka. Clearly his manager shared the exact same sentiment. Unexpectedly, she leaned across the table. "Can I ask you a personal question?" she murmured softly. She stumbled over her words. I know it crosses a boundary for a manager to pry like this, and it's probably out of line." A vivid crimson painted her cheeks, tiny beads of nervous sweat forming on her brow. Gathering every ounce of her courage, she locked eyes with him. Her gaze was filled with hopeful anticipation. "It's gotta be deeper than just chasing a paycheck right now." Subaru crossed his arms, letting a heavy silence stretch out as he calculated his delivery was ruthlessly blunt. "Nope, it's purely for the cash, period." Her entire face ignited into a furious, humiliated red, looking like she might spontaneously combust. "Oh." She shrank back into her chair, utterly defeated. "Right, gotta secure the bag," she blurted out, frantically backpedaling. "Forget I even brought that weird stuff up." Subaru waves it off, telling her it's no big deal. She unzips her bag. "Right, the present. Let's talk about this gift. That Hawkeye guy you were just watching actually works for our agency. He is a rock-solid creator locked in on a 6-year contract. His analytical breakdowns rake in some serious cash, and he boasts a massive dedicated audience. He has a deadly read on people. Now, regarding that broadcast from earlier, every single cent of revenue generated from here on out will be split 50-50. Subaru narrows his eyes. "Split with who?" Atsuka quickly clarifies. "With you, obviously. Since all that reaction content piggybacked directly off your footage, ad revenue, super chats, stream archives, the whole 9 yards. He grabs the hefty stack of paperwork. "Honestly, ever since linking up with this agency, it has been one massive win after another." Her face completely burns up at his praise. She stares down at the desk, nervously scratching her cheek. "You really mean that?" He nods. "Yeah, this is a totally unexpected bonus." Hatsuka shyly twirls a strand of hair. "So, I know this is out of nowhere, but as a peace offering, would you ever consider doing a collab with Hawkeye?" Fast forward a bit. Subaru is already back, chilling at his apartment. He peels off his mask. Honestly, maybe he can just ditch the disguise for outside meetups. Plus, that crushing financial stress is finally off the table. Staring intensely into the bathroom mirror, he studies his own reflection. The wider my network gets, the trickier it is figuring out exactly what to hide. He pulls up his glowing status panel. Right now, Ambition Level 3 just bumped his title up to rank C, unlocking a Level 4 ability. Upon cancellation, the residual effects from abilities and gear can actually boost both a skill's overall tier and its base level. Required reputation points, 80,000. Subaru seriously scoffs at that insane 80,000 point price tag just for a C rank. His current stash a miserable 120 points. He lets out a frustrated groan. No matter how you spin it, cold hard cash still rules everything. Well, that Hawkeye stream went down 2 days ago, so a pretty fat paycheck should be hitting the bank soon enough. He dips his hand into his digital inventory and plucks out a single glowing blossom. Time to handle some business. Smash cut to Hatsuka. She is buried face first in her mattress cheeks, absolutely burning hands completely flushed red. Subaru's absolutely flawless features flash in her mind, keeping her completely flustered and blushing all the way to her fingertips. She keeps picturing that ridiculously handsome guy. Or maybe she is just swooning over the cash. She slams her fist into the cushion and squeals. Bingo! Her imagination completely runs wild. Beneath that slick, stylish disguise hides a totally mind-blowing mystery. Poking around will only get me completely burned. She mercilessly beats the stuffing out of her bed. I am keeping my mouth shut. I am dying to... She visualizes Subaru leaning on one arm, casually pointing right at her. Ever since we teamed up, Hatsuka, it has been nothing but massive wins. Her face turns completely crimson, glowing like a ripe tomato. She throws a wild, manic hook. Right back at you. The blow violently tears the fabric wide open, spilling its guts. A literal blizzard of feathers explodes all across the bedroom. She continues to totally swoon. Subaru Narukami. A guy carrying deep, unseen baggage. Catching him in person just completely amplifies his absolute swagger. Scene change. Welcome to the 7th floor of Noxfra, an elite sector packed with gorgeous yet downright terrifying architecture. Inside a neon-lit chamber of the central fortress, a massive guy pumps iron while glued to a flat screen. The monitor loops Hawkeye's latest stream. No need to drag this out. The second guy's palms are completely slick with nervous sweat. The heavy, rhythmic groaning of the weight machine echoes across the silent gym. The lifter fiercely growls while racking the heavy weights. This totally pisses me off. Pick a lane. Who? His nervous companion quickly stammers. Just some low-tier bird avatar named Hawkeye. He flexes about pulling 8,000 concurrent viewers. Total trash out of the Lamb District. The lifter sharply releases the metal bar. Just a content creator, right? I am going to crush him myself. He aggressively stomps forward. But screw that stupid bird for a second. I want you folk. The sidekick audibly gasps. Wait, the Lamron moniker. That crazy technique he just pulled. Footage of Subaru's previous brutal brawl flashes by. Eamon barks out a harsh laugh. Utterly flawless. The subordinate questions him. You really believe that Eamon instantly fires back? Sako Suhei, the legendary spear knight of Lamron, always preached that you never, ever break eye contact during a pitch. That is the absolute golden rule. The lackey's jaw completely drops. Hold up, you actually memorized random quotes like that? Eamon fiercely glares up at the ceiling. I push my body to the absolute brink just to mimic their essence. Their breathing patterns. Every single detail. These absolute titans used to rule the summit, yet the clueless masses totally gloss over one massive detail. Lamron was not just a one-man show starring Subaru Narukami. Every single member was a literal apex predator, and the way they all got wiped out stinks to high heaven. Right on cue, Hawkeye's digital voice loudly blares from the speakers. That guy. He literally is Subaru Narukami. Case closed. Eamon violently scowls in disgust. Who gave this clout-chasing punk the green light to act so damn cocky? Disrespecting absolute legends like that. The lackey nervously muttered. That is the fatal flaw with these internet celebs, yeah. They will toss loyalty and honor straight into the trash just for a quick viral moment. Reaching his breaking point, Eamon snatches the remote and kills the screen. He glares at his subordinate, thoroughly annoyed. Why the hell are you making me watch this? The man stutters. It wasn't me. Guildmaster Kyojo ordered me to show you. Eamon blinks, caught entirely off guard. Isuki. He barks at his lackey without missing a beat. Lightning is the ultimate symbol of Lamron, and Lamron is the very foundation of our Lamb District. A heavy cart rolls into the room. Now everyone knows this particular streamer is absolutely obsessed with cash. He violently yanks an incredibly blinding golden glow floods the space. Eamon's jaw drops, his eyes stretching wide in pure shock. Resting right there on the cart are massive gleaming stacks of solid gold bars. The subordinate continues. We have locked down a massive budget. Bring him in, no matter the price. Eamon mutters, his tone dripping with utter disbelief. You have got to be kidding me. He rubs his chin, whispering to himself. The guy is an absolute gold digger. Right on cue, the system chimes announcing that the second floor trial is finally kicking off. Back down in the village, the locals are busting their humps to rebuild the wreckage. Peleus waves his arms wildly, barking out orders and organizing the cleanup crew. Round up the casualties in the center plaza. Get the critical cases patched up first. Hand out supplies to the walking wounded right away. Out of nowhere, the distinct crunch of familiar footsteps grabs his focus. A massive, breathless grin stretches across Peleus's exhausted face. Looking as if he just spotted a literal angel, he cheers. Our savior, you are finally on your feet. How is your head? You passed out right past the village gates. We were terrified. If you did not snap out of it, we were totally lost. Subaru casually rolls his sore wrists, pops his shoulders, and sighs. Room is still spinning a bit. Peleus bobs his head in understanding. Yeah, that whole mess went down yesterday, so no surprise there. But let us drop the heavy stuff for a minute. Can we catch up at the tavern in a bit? I've got some things I need to run by you. The villager bows instantly. Absolutely. Anything you need. Tapping his chest in a gesture of deep respect, Peleus excuses himself. Catch you later. Subaru just stands there, tracking the man's retreating. He silently concludes that this guy is genuinely decent. The live chat completely agrees, with one viewer sarcastically typing, "Maybe it is time for our boy to stop suffering for once." Happy wedding day, the chat spams. A bit later, locked safely inside his cramped wooden shack, Subaru immediately pulls up his glowing system interface. Time to dive into the loot. First up, Thunderheart. A one-of-a-kind, soul-bound relic with absolutely zero level restrictions. It grants a massive 30% boost to lightning resistance, plus 20% protection against electric shocks. He cradles the pulsating gemstone, scanning the glowing text. Subaru gasps, totally blown away. No freaking way! Are you serious? The chat box instantly lights up with, "Is it trash or god tier? Did he get scammed?" They have no clue, but Subaru knows exactly how unbelievably broken these stats are for someone wielding electricity. What the audience cannot see is the massive ear-to-ear grin hiding under his mask. This drop is completely overpowered. Right in the middle of his little victory dance, a sharp knock echoes through the timber. "Please, take these." The door creaks open, revealing a local lugging a massive, overflowing basket of fresh fruit. Both the streamer and his digital audience just freeze, completely baffled. Wait. Produce. Peleus pokes his head inside with a warm wave. Did you manage to get some decent sleep? The chat immediately starts looks like somebody was totally pining for you. Eventually, the hype dies down and the two men sit across from one another to get down to business. Pondering for a hot second, Subaru murmurs, "So, the old myth is actually legit." Peleus completely misinterprets what he means, but his eyes still light up with pure, "Oh, absolutely, I saw that blinding flash too. You single-handedly rescued our entire town." Subaru silently unhooks the strange relic from his gear. This drops straight off the dead titan. It is known as the Thunderheart. Staring at it, Peleus totally loses his cool. "Wait, shut up. No way." Catching the man's wild reaction, Subaru leans in desperately, hoping for a lore drop. "Wait, do you actually recognize this thing?" Totally crushing the vibe, Peleus just shakes his head. "Nah, I have never seen anything so weird in my life." That brutal letdown hits the streamer like a nasty slap to the face. The live chat instantly bursts into a riot of laughing emojis. Peleus flushes beet red, ducking his head in deep embarrassment. "My bad. I only know the ancient bedtime stories. I have zero clue if those tales are even real, or how they ended." Subaru lets out a heavy, defeated breath. "No worries, man. Just spill whatever lore you have got." Taking the cue, the villager launches into the town's history. There are only two main myths. Subaru raises an eyebrow, completely hooked. Only two? The first one claims that pure lightning was forged specifically to slaughter the Titans. And looking at you, Savior, it seems you are the one wielding that exact power. The second tale is far bloodier. It says the ancient gods and the towering giants dragged the world into a massive war. "A whole war? Just for electricity?" he echoes, completely stunned. Peleus gives a grim nod. "Exactly. Deities and monsters tore each other apart, and the Titans got crushed." Subaru slowly spins the Thunderheart in his palm, the gears in his head turning. "So, somebody actually cracked?" Peleus leans closer. "Yes. It was forged so frail humans could finally harness the storms, because humanity desperately needed a weapon." The villager's face suddenly. Think about it. When you are talking about literal gods and mountainous beasts, mankind was nothing more than pathetic squashed bugs in comparison. Glaring at the glowing rock, Peleus drops a massive truth bomb. This artifact was built so we mortals could finally fight back and actually survive. The second those epic words leave his mouth, the interface flashes, officially confirming he just cracked the long-lost ancient secrets of the human race. Trial of lightning. Cleared skill upgraded. You just bagged 17,050 achievement points. Lightning mastery has surged from level 1 straight to level 3. But before the streamer can even celebrate the insane buff, A blinding portal rips open, instantly teleporting Subaru away, while Peleus just watches in shock, sending him straight to the third floor. Benefactor, what in the world is happening? Peleus cries out in sheer panic. A blinding flash of light swallows Subaru whole, leaving a utterly bewildered Peleus behind. The scene shifts, unveiling a breathtakingly majestic palace. Welcome to the third floor or tonal. Right in the heart of this sprawling metropolis, a massive teleportation circle ignites with a brilliant glow. Subaru materializes like a god descending from the heavens. However, his live stream chat immediately hits him with a blunt, "Finally made it to floor 3. Meanwhile, the local residents just glare at him with absolute disgust. Ugh, another Narukami wannabe. When is this stupid trend gonna die, they mutter. Right before the main event kicks off, a massive system alert pops up. Subaru Narukami Love just donated 1,000 reputation points. Huge congrats on hitting floor 3. How are you feeling right now? Completely caught off guard by this impromptu interview, Subaru freezes, genuinely struggling to put his chaotic emotions. His mind drifts back to a distant memory. I actually made it. I'm really here, he thinks to himself. Suddenly, a woman's voice cuts through his nostalgia. Excuse me? Subaru instinctively spins around. Yeah? Looking back on that exact moment, a bittersweet wave of nostalgia washes over him. Back in the day, she gave off this incredibly intimidating, unapproachable vibe. But right now, the girl nervously fidgets and admits, I kind of got separated from my party. Rina nervously gestures with her hands to show someone's height. Strangely enough, she shares a striking resemblance to Subaru himself. Watching her frantically describe this giant of a man, Subaru strokes his... He's about a full head taller than me, she explains. Subaru casually points off into the absolute middle of nowhere. Oh, he went that way. Rina's face, swallowing the lie completely, she bows in extreme gratitude and darts off in that exact direction, like a hilariously gullible kid. She spins around in frantic circles, desperately scanning the area. After a few dizzying rotations, Rina freezes, locking her intense gaze dead onto Subaru. Finally, Subaru breaks the awkward silence. Look, let's just team up. I'm heading that way anyway. Her eyes practically sparkle with pure joy. Oh my god, really? Are you absolutely sure? Subaru just gives a cool nod and leads the way. Yeah, my schedule is pretty wide open today. If he had just pointed her in the right direction and walked away, things would have been different. Instead, she eagerly jogs right beside him, instantly sparking up a chat. Thank God this place is an absolute maze. By the way, I'm Kyokajina. What's your name? He glances over. Subaru Narukami. Fast forward to now, Subaru still catches himself wondering if the people he crossed paths with back then are even still breathing. Snapping back to reality, the glowing system prompt demanding his feelings is still hovering mid-air. His eyes ice over, staring blankly into the digital void. He finally mutters, honestly, it just feels like I've lost a piece of my soul. The chat instantly erupts with relentless teasing. Bro, where is this emo? Wait, did he just completely abandon Peleus? Look at him getting all deep for zero reason. Deciding he doesn't need this headache for the upcoming stage, Subaru pulls the plug on the broadcast. He casually signs off, dropping one last hype bomb. Catch you guys later, next stream is a massive collab with Hawkeye. The comment section immediately floods with outrage. Wait, it's over? Bro, that was way too short. Quick, somebody archive the chat. The system officially kills the feed. The camera cuts to a ridiculously lavish VIP lounge, illuminated by a dazzling crystal chandelier. Suddenly, a heavy hand slams down onto the right in front of a resting Subaru. Apologies for the holdup. A towering man named John looms over him from across the table. Hatsuka is currently en route. Unlike grinding through those combat trials traveling between floors, actually takes a hot minute, he explains with a blindingly charismatic smile, extending a perfectly manicured hand for a shake. An absolute pleasure. The name is John Tail, representing Southern Entertainment. Subaru suppresses an annoyed eye roll, quietly recalling Hatsuka's earlier warning. She wasn't kidding. This boss literally never shuts up, he mutters under his breath. John tilts his head, catching only mumbles. Pardon? Subaru quickly grips the man's hand and covers his tracks. Oh, nothing. Just saying your manager has talked a lot of... Nice to finally meet you. John's grin widens as he takes the seat across from him. Normally, I just let Hatsuka handle the boring paperwork, but I absolutely had to see you in the flesh. That woman has only hyped up a player to this extreme exactly 2 times in her entire career. Color me intrigued. Subaru raises an eyebrow, genuinely caught off guard. Wait, John leans in. The first one goes without saying. But when John drops the actual name, Subaru's blood runs cold. The legendary Narukami Subaru from the Lamb and Hand Guild. Subaru crosses his arms, dipping his head in a mock bow. It genuinely shocks him that such a ruthless talent scout would pay this much attention to some rookie, just because they share the exact same name. He awkwardly rubs the back of his neck, forcing a nervous chuckle. Yeah, I wouldn't know anything about that. John suddenly leans forward, his tone shifting. Before Subaru can even formulate a proper excuse, John completely cuts him off. Tell me, do you have any interest in joining the Lamb and Hand Guild? Subaru physically recoils, his eyes blowing wide open in sheer disbelief. Catching that micro-expression, John smirks smoothly, sliding a hand into his tailored suit pocket. Ah, that reaction right there. Looks like I've definitely caught your attention. Subaru narrows his eyes. Why bring that up out of nowhere? John pulls out a sleek high-tech tablet and taps the screen. Honestly, that's the main reason I dragged you out here today. He slides the glowing tablet directly across the table, stopping right under Subaru. Exactly 5 days from now, this little beauty is going to be the ultimate grand prize for a massive tournament right here on the 3rd floor. The harsh blue light of the display illuminates Subaru's tense features. Is this guy seriously screwing with him? Hidden beneath the oak table, Subaru's clenched fist quietly crackles with. Meanwhile, we cut to Rina, clenching her phone as it flashes the dreaded alert. Narukami Subaru has ended the livestream. She stews in a bitter, moody silence. She lets out a heavy, defeated sigh. Well, that's a wrap. Pivoting on her heels, she wanders deep into the eerie woods, completely left in the dark. The sharp click-clack of her stilettos slices through the rustling overgrown foliage. With one final step, she crosses the threshold into a hauntingly quiet clearing, where the emerald grass is suffocated by a layer of pristine white snow. The further they pushed into the wasteland, the heavier the blizzard raged. Rina slipped up behind Sigurd, her voice slicing through the wind. Are we done here? He glanced back, a thick cloud of white mist puffing from his lips. This wrapped up ages ago. Then what exactly were you messing around with back there? Sigurd pivoted his eyes, narrowing in thought. Just inches away stood a completely ice-locked assassin, and just beyond him, an entire squad of goons trapped in the exact same frosty paralysis. Do we execute them, or let them walk? Rina didn't miss a beat. We already know exactly who pulled their leashes. But Sigurd held back, visibly dragging his feet. I need hard proof. That's why I'm mulling this over. There is zero chance he'd deploy pathetic fodder like this. She let out a heavy, exasperated sigh. Maybe, but as she spoke, a lethal, pulsating aura erupted around her silhouette. If these rats scamper back and burn our coordinates. Instantly, jagged, razor-sharp blades erupted from the powder beneath their feet. She swept her arm skyward, magnetically yanking the steel into the freezing air. Her palm locked in place. The swarm of daggers hovered, trembling with pent-up violence. With a single sharp snap of her wrist, every single tip snapped straight toward her targets. Her expression was dead blank as she locked eyes on the helpless squad. Catching the movement, Sigurd's heart spiked. Whoa, back off! He whipped around to stop her, but completely froze up. The second that warning ripped from his throat, a torrential downpour of metal launched forward. The blades completely shredded through the icy statues, violently skewering flesh and tearing them to absolute ribbons. Not a single soul survived that merciless steel storm. When the dust finally settled, nothing was left but a gruesome, mangled pile of wreckage. Sigurd threw his hands up, panic lacing his booming voice. Are you out of your mind? Rina just stared right through him, her face an unreadable brick wall. I don't care if Kaijo signed their paychecks or not. If we let them scurry home, the whole world finds out we're still breathing. Your bleeding heart routine is going to get us killed, Sigurd. You have got to harden up. He physically winced, snapping his gaze away from her piercing stare. Yeah, my bad, you're right. Out of nowhere, a frantic vibration rattled deep inside. He yanked his phone free, his eyes widening at the screen, before aggressively shoving it toward her. Get a load of this. She practically ripped the device from his grip. What the actual hell am I looking at? Her entire frame vibrated with pure, unadulterated fury. A demonic crimson light bleeding into her. Sigurd just casually crossed his arms, leaning back. Guess that hit a nerve, huh? Clutching the phone so hard her knuckles turned white, she snapped back. You think I'm furious? She drilled her glare back into the digital image of the sneakers and screamed, because those belong to Soya. He smoothly plucked the gadget back from her trembling hands. It's a honeypot, Rena. A blatant trap to drag us right out into the open. That reality check only poured gasoline on her raging, thick veins throbbing against her temples. So he already figured out we survived. I don't care. We are not just going to sit back and watch. We are taking Soya's gear back. But the fire quickly died out, leaving her staring at the ground, utterly defeated. Save your breath. I already know what's coming. A shadow crossed his face. I'm garbage at stealth, but operating in the shadows. That's always been your playground, right? She instantly pivoted on her heel, storming off into the snow. Zip it, even if you begged me not to. I was already planning to crash that party myself. Sigurd lunged forward, desperately clamping his hand around her forearm. Hold up, he jerked her back. I'm not telling you to go full kamikaze on them. Just hang back. Let the tournament crown a winner, and then we strike. It's the only tactical play here. Meanwhile, miles away, John tapped a glossy photo of those exact same sneakers, a massive grin splitting his face. The legendary artifact of the Lamb and Hans Syndicate, the sacred Teleria gear. This right here is the ultimate bounty. Lamb Q is throwing down for this absolute bloodbath of a tournament. He opened his mouth to pitch the deal, but Subaru verbally slammed the door in his face. I am taking that. The air in the room instantly plummeted to sub-zero heavy, with suffocating deadly pressure. John kept his plastered smile, though, a bead of music to my ears. Honestly, I never imagined you'd bite on this so fast. The entire operation hinged on getting your green light. Narukami went completely rigid, absorbing the words. John quickly shook off his nerves, shifting back into pure business mode. Leaning over the desk, he smoothly pitched. Look, since you're already blowing up online under the Narukami Subaru brand, wrapping your content around a hyper-violent hunt for the Lam and Hans relics would absolutely shatter the internet. It's guaranteed viral gold. Beneath the dark visor of his mask, Subaru's facial muscles twitched as a monstrous, you pathetic worm. He balled his fist so tight his joints popped, an invisible shockwave of raw, terrifying energy bleeding off him. Exploiting Soya's dying legacy for cheap clicks and views. Picking up on the killer intent, John swallowed hard. His voice shaking slightly. Hey, everything okay over there? Did I say something out of line? Subaru swallowed the absolute venom in his throat. When he finally spoke, his voice was count me in. Despite his lingering dread, John's eyes instantly lit up with greedy excitement. Seriously? Oh man, that is fun. Shoving his chair back, Subaru abruptly rose to his full, towering height. We're done here. I'm out. John craned his neck upward, practically glowing. Absolutely, I can't wait to see the numbers we pull. Subaru turned his back and marched for the exit. From across the room, John was still hollering like an overexcited fanboy. I'll be front row in the chat, hyping you up every step of the way. But the words didn't even register. A blinding, deafening hatred had completely hijacked Subaru's brain. No one else is touching that gear. Over my dead body. Later locked in the pitch-black quiet of his own apartment, he collapsed onto his mattress, glaring a hole. His jaw clenched, his mind aggressively running simulations on just how brutal this deathmatch was going to be. Groaning, he rolled over, shoving his face toward a straight-up duel to the death would make my life so much easier. But beggars couldn't be choosers in this rigged game. Suddenly a soft, muffled voice drifted through the heavy oak door. Hey, it's just me, Hatsuka. Like a coiled spring, Subaru bolted upright. His eyes immediately darted toward the terrifying A heavy, suffocating wave of conflict washed over his face. Drawing a deep breath, he forced his legs to move and unlatched the deadbolt. Standing in the hallway, radiating keeping his cool, Hatsuka stole a timid, blushing glance at Subaru. Surprisingly, he kept his mask plastered on during that brief pause, leaving her wondering if he actually sleeps in that thing. Subaru broke the silence. Come on in. Her face turned beet red as she stuttered. Wait, you mean inside your room? Completely missing the awkward tension, Subaru answered casually. We can chat out here in the hall if you'd rather. I'm good either way. Panicking slightly, Hatsuka waved her hands. Oh, no, it's fine. Gathering her nerve, she finally crossed the threshold. Pardon the intrusion. The air inside felt thick, stretching into a heavy silence. Scanning the space, Hatsuka couldn't help but notice how incredibly empty the room was. Gathering her wits, she finally locked eyes with him. Subaru hadn't blinked, his intense gaze fixed right on her. He was secretly analyzing her. Her magical reserves are seriously impossible to read. She packed way too much power to just be a simple desk jockey. Squirming under his heavy stare, she quickly smoothed out her outfit. Is something the matter? Do I have something on my face? Subaru shrugged. Not at all. You just went completely quiet. Didn't you bring those tournament files? Jolted back to reality, she frantically yanked a thick folder from her bag. Right, my bad. Passing the documents over, she briefed him. This upcoming clash is an absolute battle royale. The rules are dead simple. It's an all-out brawl for the ultimate reward. Thousands of competitors tearing each other apart without an ounce of mercy. You either walk out a champion or you leave in a body bag. Flipping through the pages, Subaru noted, so sudden death then. One strike and you're out. Hatsuka gave a firm nod. Exactly. With just one crown up for grabs, it has to be brutal. Her voice pitched up with excitement. The battlefield is a digital combat zone. Only level 3 fighters can enter. It costs 1,000 reputation points to join, but the player cap is completely infinite. I'm dropping all the historical data from past brawls straight into your cloud. Just give it a quick read, Narukami, and you'll catch the vibe. Right on cue, his smartphone vibrated wildly. A barrage of alerts flooded the screen. Highlight reel of Narukami Subaru's god-tier survival tactics. The flawless battle royale streak of Narukami Subaru. How Narukami Subaru ends a deathmatch in exactly 10 seconds. The ultimate guide to fighting like Narukami Subaru. Staring at the screen, a deadpan thought crossed his mind. Wow, they're literally all about me. Snapping his attention back, he tossed the files on the desk. I'll definitely look these over. I appreciate the hustle. Rubbing the back of her neck, Hatsuka beamed respectfully. Don't mention it. Just doing my duty. But then her tone shifted. Hey, has the big boss reached out to you at all? Frowning in confusion, Subaru countered. Reached out about what? She swallowed hard. Well, an official inquiry came through. The second she dropped the name Lamku, shock ripped through Subaru. Visions of that bastard Itsuki flashed in his mind. A dark, suffocating wave of pure bloodlust boiled in his veins. Wait, Lamku sent that? Hatsuka nodded anxiously. He's demanding a face-to-face sit-down. They couldn't get a hold of you personally, so they hit up the agency inbox. Subaru's eyes narrowed. So they're finally making a move. Faltering slightly, she guessed. I think he wants to poach you. Throw massive cash elite perks and crazy contract bonuses your way. Subaru's knuckles turned white as he crushed his hand into a fist. Trash it, startled Hatsuka blurted. Right away, sir. Then she froze. Wait, just trash the whole thing. Subaru didn't hesitate. I would rather die than sign with Lamku, or any of those other pretentious factions. Instantly, Hatsuka sprang to her feet, throwing her arms up in pure triumph like a massive weight just vanished. A blinding smile lit up her face. I was agonizing over whether to even bring this up, but thank God I did. With a joyful skip, she practically danced her way to the exit. Take it easy until our big kickoff. Watching the door click shut, Subaru let out a quiet chuckle. She's cheering like she just won the lottery herself. Ripping the mask off his face, a genuine grin surfaced. A corporate rookie pulling this hard for her agency? She's definitely built different. The scene slams to a massive coliseum. Two shadowy figures, John and Hawkeye, are locked in a hushed tactical debate. John kicked things off. So this little experiment today, we're literally pitting the legacy of Narukami Subaru against the fresh blood, Hawkeye shot back. What's your take? Absolute cinema, isn't it? John maintained his ice-cold demeanor. Putting your own reputation on the chopping block is a reckless gamble. If this backfires, your entire career goes up in flames. Get it? Hawkeye didn't even flinch. I embrace the risk. That's how you force evolution. To forge unbreakable loyalty with the audience, I have to walk through the fire. A fierce, predatory spark ignited in Hawkeye's eyes as he smirked. Besides, when have I ever taken an L? John let out a dark mocking laugh. True enough. Ultimately, the entire board rests on Narukami's shoulders. Hawkeye rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, probably. Out of nowhere, the sharp click of stilettos sliced through their chat. Hatsuka led the way, bringing Subaru along. A bright smile spread across her face. Great work out there. John offered a warm greeting in return. Oh, hey there, Hawkeye. Seeing Subaru in the flesh sent a jolt of electricity through him. This was it, his golden ticket to the big leagues. He was finally face to face with the guy. Subaru scanned the massive arena, a single thought echoing in his mind. Man, this joint is absolutely massive. Did he actually book the whole thing out just for us? Right on cue, Hawkeye thrust his hand forward. Hey man, he grinned, eager to break the ice. The name's Hawkeye the Streamer. He kept his hand out. I am Narukami Subaru. It is a real honor to work together. Subaru nervously rubbed the back of his neck. Whoa, I can't believe I am actually meeting the Narukami Subaru. Standing next to today's star player gives me the chills. I am a massive fan. Seriously, hardcore. Subaru quickly waved off the praise. Ah, come on. I am just a fresh-faced rookie. I am miles away from your level, Hawkeye. John suddenly cut in. All right, keep the fanboying for the live feed. That is how pros handle their first meetings. Hawkeye nodded in agreement. Perfect. Let's take this live. In a flash, his glowing system interface materialized. The broadcast went completely live. Hawkeye locked eyes with the camera, flashing a charismatic grin and waving. What is up, everybody? Hawkeye in the house. Huge thanks to everyone dropping by. Instantly, the chat box exploded with a relentless flood of viewer messages. A sly, calculating spark ignited inside Hawkeye's brain. Rumors about this collab had practically broken the internet, and the second they went live, the viewer count immediately spiked past 12,000. He leaned into the mic. Ladies and gentlemen, the wait is officially over. I've brought the man of the hour right here. The camera panned down to a pair of boots stepping onto the platform. Hawkeye hyped him up. Give it up for Narukami Subaru. Subaru offered a casual nod. Hey folks, Narukami Subaru checking in. System alerts practically rained down the screen. Hawkeye answered the chat. Nope, I haven't seen his real face yet. Word on the street is not even his manager has caught a glimpse. You hiding some dark secret under there? Narukami Subaru nervously tapped his cheek. Not at all. Honestly, I am just way too good looking. Hawkeye was genuinely blown away by the insane level of hype pouring in from the chat, all focused entirely on Subaru. He muttered to himself, damn, this chat is popping off way harder than my solo. The kid's star power was completely off the charts. Subaru dove right into the chaotic chat, soaking in the energy. He smirked. My bad guys, but I refuse to take an L today. We are not throwing hands, just having a little fun, Hawkeye silently praised him. Gotta admit his crowd control is seriously top tier. Subaru kept firing back answers. A girlfriend? Nope. What about friends? Zero. Right off to the side, Hatsuka let out a massive sigh of relief at that glorious little revelation, which made John facepalm in absolute defeat. After letting the joke ride, Hawkeye clapped his hands. Okay, chat, let's give our VIP a breather. Time to dive into the main event. The second the words left his mouth, an icy mechanical voice echoed. The trial commences now. Blinding spotlights slammed on. Deep rumbling shook the floor as towering golems slowly powered up. Thousands, no tens of thousands of stone beasts locked their sights ready to utterly obliterate anything in their path. Hawkeye kept his voice deadpan. Wondering why I picked this insane gauntlet? Let me break it down. Reason 1, it is the ultimate test of pure crowd control. His tone shifted, dripping with mystery. And reason 2, I finally get to prove my little theory right on this very stage. Just then a flashy alert popped up in Subaru's vision. Kekek just dropped 100 reputation points. He stared at a serious question in the chat. Do you really think you can crush them? Subaru's voice remained ice cold. If I didn't have the skills to back it up, I never would have signed the contract. The giant monitor showcased the impending massacre. A viewer typed, "You can literally taste the swagger, haha. Is this crazy bastard actually gonna smash the record on his first try?" Another chimed in, "Oh man, I am sweating bullets." Subaru's fingers instinctively curled into a tight fist as he anchored himself in the dead center of the arena. A booming system prompt triggered. Mucho Spicy has issued a bounty, obliterate 43 plus enemies in a single sweep and secure 10,000 reputation points. But if you blow it, that mask comes off on live TV. Subaru paused, throwing a hand up. Whoa, hey, it is way too early in the game to risk losing my mask. System alert MTIS. Just jumped on the bounty I need to see what's under that mask. Here is 2,000 points. Toilet threw in 3,000 reputation points. Lava Beast stacked another 3,000 to spice things up. Bounty accepted. Subaru pointed a single finger at the lens. Appreciate the massive donations. If I screw this up, you get the face reveal. The chat went wild. You never planned on backing down, did you? Holy crap, the guy takes all the risk, yet they usually split the bounty. Hawkeye burst into laughter. You bet, but for this specific bounty, every single point goes straight into Narukami's pocket. He instantly triggered the countdown. Alright, let's get this going. His thumb jammed the start button. It's showtime. The digital display instantly flashed, ticking down the seconds. The stone giants launched into the sky, ready to strike. Subaru's gaze locked on, absolutely fearless, as he ignited his lightning aura. He launched himself straight at the Titans. Sizzling, high-voltage electricity coiled fiercely. His hand violently crushed a monster's face. In a heartbeat, he obliterated it. Chat went wild. Just one hit. Bro hasn't even unsheathed the demon sword yet. Way too easy. Hawkeye stared in pure shock, his jaw dropping as he witnessed raw, untamed lightning live on stream. Subaru's iron grip locked onto his blade. With one fluid, devastating sweep, he wiped out massive waves of the hulking beasts. System time check 0239. The chat exploded. Dude is insanely fast. At this pace he hits 70 kills, but it's bound to scale up. Swarms of mechanical giants locked their glowing eyes onto him, stampeding forward with absolute bloodthirsty rage. Subaru delivered a brutal flying kick right to a Titan's jaw. 23 kills. He hovered in the sky, defying gravity. Chat screamed, "Oh my god, he's recreating the legendary play." Are we at a circus? Mid-air brawling is Subaru's playground. The horde of monsters universally tilted their heads up, watching as he twirled his blade with terrifying mastery. Finally, he clamped down on the handle, hoisting the weapon up. Like a thunderbolt, Subaru plunged the massive blade violently into the earth. His monstrous innate talent unleashed a shockwave of blinding electricity, blasting everything in a massive radius. 1 minute, 22 seconds, 26 kills. Crackling energy danced along the edge of his steel. The chat spammed, "Absolutely insane." Bystanders held their breath, completely glued to the slaughter. Chat was convinced. He's absolutely taking the crown. He might actually pull this off. RIP to anyone who gave him this bounty. Hawkeye froze dead in his tracks, utterly paralyzed by the massacre. On the glowing monitor, the countdown mercilessly drained away. He kept tearing through them like a total madman. In a flash of steel, a massive Titan was brutally cleaved in half. 122-42 kills. Subaru fought to catch his breath, his chest heaving violently from the exertion. 5 seconds left. He snapped back to reality. Right in front of his lethal glare, an endless army of armed metallic beasts materialized. Subaru dug his heel into the dirt, exploded off the ground, and blitzed straight into the chaos. His blade mercilessly skewered a Titan's throat. Above him, the digital clock bled out its final seconds. The timer completely flatlined. The system blared, "Challenge concluded, final body count 43. A new record had been forged. Bold text flashed across the sky. Rank 1, Narukami Subaru. Chat lost it. AIO 43. That is a god-tier run. Unbelievable, he missed it by a single point. Holy crap, we are witnessing history. Hawkeye sprinted over, screaming, 43! He literally tied with Narukami Subaru. An exact tie. Brutally close. What do you guys think? The chat replied, "Dude, I've got literal chills. I swore getting silver was pure RNG. Honestly, second place felt impossible on its own. I assumed the leaderboards were just lucky scrubs. Roomling just dropped 100 rep, man. I'm literally shaking right now. Huge thanks for the sub." Hawkeye burst out laughing. "Massive shout out for the 100 reputation points, guys." Roomling spammed the chat. Then Fitweeper Heist dropped a 200-point bomb. "Give the man his flowers," Hawkeye barked back. Bro, you again? Seriously, man, you gotta change that username. But hey, good looks on the points. Suddenly, a massive alert triggered. Mushroom Village just gifted 1,000 reputation points. Hawkeye rubbed the back of his neck, looking confused. Wait, are you guys asking if this is Subaru's official channel? Nope, it's not. Boom, another alert. Reinhardt gifted 10,000 reputation points. Hawkeye dead-stopped his eyes, completely glued to the legendary username on screen. Reinhardt. The chat instantly derailed. No shot is that actually Reinhardt. Gotta be an imposter. The 1/swordsman is lurking here. Bro, what if it's actually him? That is a massive VIP in the chat. Even if it's a fake, it's whatever. Sweating bullets, he awkwardly scratched his head. Reinhardt, thank you so much for the 10,000 rep. I literally can't process that a top-tier legend is chilling in my broadcast right now. Subaru narrowed his eyes. The 1/swordsman. A fragmented memory suddenly ripped through his brain. Chat dinged again. Reinhardt gifted 1,000 reputation points. I've been a long-time viewer. Subaru's gameplay deeply inspired me. Chat lost their minds. Holy crap, he actually confirmed it. Hawkeye chuckled nervously. For real, I'm incredibly honored, man. Meanwhile, Subaru threw a sideways glare at the monitor. Why the hell is a guy like him watching this? Does he already know what I did to Isaac? The paranoia crept in. Another massive alert. Reinhardt gifted 1,000 reputation points. I never miss a stream. Narukami Subaru. ... Care to do a collab? Subaru's blood ran cold, locking eyes with the monitor. The chat was moving at light speed. This rookie is skyrocketing. I knew he was going to go viral. But Subaru stayed dead silent. John and Hatsuka both threw him an eager thumbs up, practically begging him to say yes. Subaru shifted uncomfortably. I really need to lock in on my current challenges first, so I'm going to have to pass. John and Hatsuka's jaws basically hit the floor. Subaru quickly offered a deep bow. My bad, guys. I've burned way too much stamina today. Hawkeye, do me a favor and cut the feed. The streamer totally panicked. Hawkeye tracked Subaru's retreating silhouette. Hold up, Narukami, John frantically blurted out. Narukami, why on earth did you reject that? That was a massive golden ticket to skyrocket your streaming career, Hatsuka chimed in. I am completely stunned too. Shrugging it off, Subaru asked, is it really that big of a deal? Completely baffled, John stammered, teaming up with a ranked player, especially an elite one, is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Staring back, deadpan, the streamer muttered, is that it? If carrying a rank is such a massive deal, then I will just grab a rank for myself. Dropping that bombshell, Subaru simply planted his feet, locking eyes with his dumbfounded crew. Suddenly, Hawkeye sliced through the heavy silence. Narukami, just as I predicted, your gameplay was absolutely flawless. Once the profit's clear, I will wire your cut immediately. But hey, since the cameras are off, mind if I pry for a second? Back in the arena, your rhythm felt off. It looked like you were holding back. Are you nursing an injury or what? Subaru mused inwardly. Wow, I thought my poker face was solid, but the sniper definitely earns his title. Honestly, securing a victory or suffering a defeat would have just dragged me into a messy situation either way. Smirking, Hawkeye pressed on. A messy situation for you. Lowering his tone, Subaru explained. The entire hook of this broadcast was whether I could eclipse the original Narukami Subaru. That is the narrative arc. If I dominate right out of the gate, I get a quick spike in viewers, but the long-term anticipation completely dies out. Conversely, if I get crushed, the audience will just brush me off as a cheap knockoff, not a genuine rival. Therefore, this trial required a finale where both contenders look equally lethal. A deadlocked tie was the only flawless strategy. Genuinely rattled, Hawkeye gasped. Wait, so you could have absolutely wrecked him if you wanted to. Look, the scoreboard is locked in. Now it is entirely up to the chat to spin their own wild theories. Cut to a completely different location. A trembling, vein-popping fist slammed downward. Beneath a majestic lion banner, a furious brute completely shattered a solid desk. This raging beast was none other than the rank 121 Guildmaster. Spitting venom, he snarled. You arrogant little punk! Down on the floor, a cracked smartphone displayed a flood of notifications, flashing red as thousands of viewers abandoned the broadcast. Hearing the deafening crash, a frantic subordinate scrambled through the doorway. Lord Reinhardt, the lackey, chuckled nervously. What is happening in here? That timid voice only poured gasoline on Reinhardt's blazing fury. Grinding his teeth, the boss growled, "It is that streamer," the minion squeaked out. "You mean the new guy?" Reinhardt barked. "Exactly. That nobody flat out rejected my generous sweating bullets, the servant tried to kiss up. The sheer audacity. How could trash like him deny you, sir?" Cutting off the pathetic groveling, Reinhardt roared. "I plan to humiliate him live on camera and silence those pathetic rumors for good. But now my entire scheme is up in smoke. I could not care less about the wasted reputation points. What makes my blood boil is some nameless rookie daring to smear my ego." The terrified subordinate swallowed his words. Tiptoeing over, he scooped the shattered device off the rug and offered it with trembling hands. "Your phone, my lord." Snatching the gadget back, Reinhardt interrogated him. "Give me an update on that other pest I ordered you to track down." Scratching his neck, the minion dodged eye contact. "If you were asking about Isaac, my team is scouring the grid, but a kid his age going off the radar for a couple of days is totally normal." Mid-sentence, an invisible vice clamped around his windpipe. The henchman was hoisted off the floor, his eyes bulging, as his skin turned a suffocating shade of purple. Reinhardt glared with dead eyes. "Are you mocking my intelligence?" Choking out a desperate wheeze, the man rasped, "I beg your pardon." His voice failed entirely as the last ounce of oxygen was violently crushed from his lungs. Tears and mucus streamed down his agonizing face. With a sickeningly casual flick of his wrist, Reinhardt sent the human ragdoll flying. The lackey slammed into the concrete wall, spiderwebbing the plaster on impact. Coughing up blood and utterly dazed, the minion could not even stand before Reinhardt loomed over him. "Since when did you get the luxury of making excuses to me?" Feeling the icy grip of death, the servant scrambled to his knees, begging for his life. "Have mercy. I will double the search teams immediately." Smash cut to a buzzing smartphone. Caller ID flashed the boss. Hatsuka stared at the glowing screen, her eyes completely glazed over. Suppressing a massive groan, she finally swiped right, slapping on a fake, cheerful customer service voice. "Hey there, good evening, boss." Director John's voice blasted through the speaker, dripping with nagging frustration. "Am I interrupting something? Where is the hype? Why do you sound like a zombie? Give me at least 10% of the enthusiasm you reserve for Narukami." Rolling her eyes, Hatsuka groaned internally. Cue the sob story. John rambled on. "We have laid down years of mutual, and sure, it is strictly corporate now, but in the old days we were a team." Snapping him out of his nostalgia trip, she interrupted. "Wait, did you not ring to discuss the crossover pitch with Reinhardt?" Snapping back to reality, John grumbled, "Oh hell. Right? We absolutely cannot let a golden goose like this slip away." Slumping her shoulders, Hatsuka sighed. "But what exactly are my options here?" Pushing harder, John insisted. "Listen, at the end of the day, he knows this is a massive payday. Put on your manager hat and try twisting his arm one more time." Scoffing at the demand, she retorted, "Let us be real. Narukami Subaru is obsessed with conquering the tower, not chasing clout. And honestly, a hardcore gamer having that mindset is totally valid." Flipping a sunny-side-up egg in a sizzling pan, John barked through the phone. "The only time you show any passion is when you are debating me." A heavy beat of silence passed before Hatsuka finally snapped, "I'm cutting the feed." John scrambled to interrupt. "Wait, hang on a sec." But she tuned him out completely, slamming the receiver down dead. I talked a big game, she thought, but this could seriously be the break of a lifetime for him. Swallowing her hesitation, she rapped her knuckles against the wood. "Narukami." She pumped herself up, whispering, "Maybe just one more shot." But the heavy door suddenly yanked inward, making her jump out of her skin. Staring at his hidden features, she couldn't hold back anymore. Why hide behind that mask? Subaru offered a cryptic nod. "For the time being, yeah. It gives me peace of mind." He tilted his head, his tone shifting. "Are you itching to see the real me too?" Caught completely off balance, she sputtered, "Yeah, I mean, no way." Scrambling to save face, she fumbled, "Look, that mask is your brand. To the viewers, that chunk of metal is Subaru Narukami. They already see you as the legend, but sooner or later the mask has to come off." He cut her off, genuine confusion in his voice. Why is the whole world so deeply fixated on Subaru Narukami? Hatsuka chewed her lip, weighing her words carefully. "I could rattle off a dozen reasons, like how he's just a dirt-poor earthborn rolling with garbage stats, or how just managing to stay breathing makes him look incredibly badass. But the real truth, Subaru Narukami is our beacon of hope. He frowned, clearly lost. What's that supposed to mean? Drifting into painful nostalgia, she began to unravel the past. You probably have no clue, but when I first dragged myself into this hellish tower, it was a barren wasteland. Nightmares prowled every corner. We starved. Nobody had a dime to their name. Safety was a straight-up joke. Climbing was the only way to keep a pulse. Push higher, and you scrape together reputation points. Stack enough rep, and you could finally carve out a safe haven. Slowly, terrified survivors started believing we could actually conquer this nightmare realm. Back in those bloody days, the absolute top-tier players planted a seed of hope in our chests, that the tower could be beaten, that we could build a real home here. And sitting right at the absolute peak was Subaru Narukami. It wasn't just about scaling floors. He was the very first badass to prove the impossible was actually doable. Snapping back to the present, Subaru raised a skeptical eyebrow. You seriously buy into all that? Hatsuka leaned in, flashing a playful, teasing smirk. My lips are sealed, just like that secret face of yours. Catch me on a good day and maybe I'll spill. Deflecting the heat, he abruptly pivoted. He pushed the door wide, gesturing her inside with a polite nod. Anyway, you didn't knock just to chat, right? My bad for grilling you. Step inside. Let's hash this out. Hatsuka's cheeks flared crimson. She flailed her hands in a frantic panic. No big deal, I really gotta bounce. Night. Spinning on her heel, she bolted down the hall. He lingered in the doorway, tracking her retreating silhouette until she vanished. A few blocks away, after spilling her guts like that, her fiery drive to recruit him had completely fizzled out. Why is he constantly trying to lure me into his room? It's making my heart pound out of my chest. Back at the apartment, Subaru remained frozen in the doorway. Hope, huh? He muttered. The scene slashes to a blinding white void. A crisp system chime pierced the air. Welcome back, Subaru Narukami. User Love has gifted you 1,000 reputation points. Let's bag another win today, guys, he told his stream. Another notification flashed. User Mission, Villain, the Golden Lion has blessed you with 500 reputation points. A mega chat popped up. Are you seriously going to blow off Lord Reinhardt? Right behind it. User J, Roll 3 drops 5,000 reputation points. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Mondo, representing the Junior Grocco Guild. I've got a massive proposition for you. Are you available to talk? Beside his towering avatar, the chat box was exploding like crazy. Thousands of fans were ruthlessly demanding his next game-changing move. Which faction are you picking for Floor 3? Or are you still going lone wolf? He scoffed inwardly. Teaming up. Pure insanity. Eyeballs and cash are flooding in like a tsunami right now. If I feed the masses exactly the drama they crave, they'll shower me in reputation. Mid-thought, a robotic voice boomed, confirming the initialization of the grueling third-floor trial. A glowing blue panel slammed into his vision, forcing a brutal choice. The Ottoman Empire, or the Kingdom of Conrad. Choosing your allegiance dictated everything here. These two massive factions despised each other's guts. Whichever banner Subaru pledged his life to would violently alter every single quest he'd face. The system locked in his final answer, flashing neon red. You have pledged loyalty to the Conrad Kingdom. Barely 3% of players possessed the guts to back Conrad, and there was a brutally bloody reason for that. Welcome to Floor 3, the Conrad Kingdom, a literal dumping ground for feral mercenaries. The second his boots hit the cobble, a sketchy thug locked onto him like fresh meat, while his livestream chat erupted in hype. Fresh meat, huh? Perfect timing. I'm bored as hell. The thug swaggered closer, radiating pure hostility. Just as they crossed paths, the brute vulture viciously shoulder-checked him, aiming to knock him flat. But Subaru didn't even budge. Instead, his ironclad posture rebounded the hit, sending Vulture's ankle twisting violently as he wildly flailed to stay upright. Unbothered, Subaru breezed past him like a phantom, completely ghosting Vulture's jaw-dropped glare. Watch where you're walking, punk, Vulture roared, masking his inner panic. What the hell? This kid's built like a tank. As Subaru slowly snapped his gaze back, Vulture felt his ego bruising and bared his teeth. You got a death wish, freak. Subaru didn't miss a beat, his voice ice cold. You're the liability here. You threw that shoulder on purpose. Humiliated and enraged, Vulture lunged his fist, bunching up Subaru's collar, as he bellowed, "You cocky little rat. You're nothing but a pathetic rank E. Who the hell gave you the right to bark at a rank B?" The screaming immediately drew a bloodthirsty crowd, whispering and waiting for a slaughter. "Oh, a brawl," someone muttered. "Who's the fresh meat Vulture is bullying this time? Another rank E?" Meanwhile, Subaru barely batted an eye. "Rank perfect. Let me test out a little theory." Vulture scrunched his face in pure confusion. "Huh? Test what, punk?" But before the thug could even finish his sentence, the surrounding gang swarmed Subaru. Moving like absolute lightning, our boy planted his foot and drove his knee straight up. Bam! A devastating blow cracked right under the bully's jaw, turning Vulture's teeth into shattered confetti. His eyes rolled back as he instantly went dead. His heavy frame launched completely airborne, crashing hard against the concrete floor. The entire room froze in dead silence, jaws dropping in sheer disbelief. "Whoa, what the hell just went down?" a bystander gasped. "Dude just went flying. Did I just see a blur? Maybe he—" "You idiot! An illness doesn't launch a grown man backward like a rocket." Through the chaotic chatter, one mysterious figure locked eyes on Subaru. Suddenly, the rest of the gang snapped out of their trance, roaring, "You want to play hero?" someone screamed. "He just floored Vulture, I saw it. Who does this arrogant little punk think he is? I'm gonna peel that mask right off your skull, flesh included." In mere seconds, an entire sea of furious thugs completely swallowed Subaru. "Dig your own grave, fresh meat," a scarred brute spat. Yet Subaru didn't say a single word. He just stood there, his freezing, predatory glare tracking every single movement. Fast forward through a brutal, bone-crunching beatdown, and the entire mob was left groaning. What kind of monster is this?" someone whimpered. "He is not human." Just then the observing man stepped out from the shadows. Extending a firm, welcoming hand, the stranger finally revealed his identity. "The name is Raymond," he declared smoothly. "And I am an adjudicator."